Welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's the weather where you are today? I seriously love what I do, sitting here and sharing paranormal experiences from all around the world. Thanks so much for sending in your stories, and please keep them coming. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss our latest videos. Now, put on your headphones, and let's dive into today's paranormal experiences. So, this happened to me when I was 14. I'm 24 now, but I can still feel it in my chest when I think about it. Back then, I was living in Mexico, outside the city, in a small town in Puebla, with my mom and my stepdad's parents. Their house had this layout that always made me, even in the daytime. Every room opened out into this open patio, and from the patio, you could basically see the street clear as day, like the whole place was half inside, half exposed. And the doors, man. Big metal doors with glass on the top half, like someone could just stand out there and look right in. My step-grandparents, Rogelio and Marta, weren't exactly privacy people. They liked everything open, bright, safe, supposedly. But to me, it felt like living in a fishbowl. We had these thin, white curtains over the glass just to blur the view, but they didn't fully block anything. At night, the curtains would shift a little if there was a breeze, and I'd get those random chills and goose for no reason. Except it wasn't no reason. I was a kid alone in a house that felt like it had too many entrances. That week, my mom had to travel to Michoacan to visit my abuela for a few days. Just like that, I was basically on my own. Rogelio and Marta were there, but they went to sleep early and didn't really check on me. So I did what any 14-year-old with freedom does. I stayed up late every night. I remember one night super clearly. I'd been playing Metroid Fusion on my Game Boy Advance until the battery finally gave up on me. The screen dimmed, that little dying power flicker, and I was like, okay, fine. I checked the time, around 1:30 a.m., and tried to sleep. I must have been out for a while because the next thing I remember is jolting awake in this gross, cold sweat. Not like a normal bad dream wake up. It was more like my body woke me up before my brain could catch up. My heart was pounding, and I had this heavy, prickly feeling on my skin, like the air had changed. I was lying face down, right near the door. And I don't know why, call it instinct, call it fear, but I lifted my head and looked toward the glass part at the top. And that's when I saw it. There was a face pressed up against the glass from the outside, pale, like too pale. It looked almost feminine, but not in a comforting way. More like a mask someone forgot how to wear properly. The curtain softened the outline, but I could still make out features. And the eyes, those were the worst part. Yellow. Not like brown in the dark, not like streetlight reflection. Yellow and weirdly bright, like they had their own little glow. Beside the face, I saw fingertips. Just the tips, curled near the glass, with long, dark nails. Too long. And what messed with me was that I couldn't see the hands. Like the fingers didn't connect to anything. Like they were just there. I froze. I didn't scream, didn't move. I just stared, trying to convince myself my eyes were lying. I remember thinking, if I close my eyes, it'll be gone. It has to be. So I squeezed my eyes shut so hard it hurt, and I just stayed like that, holding my breath, praying like I suddenly remembered every prayer I'd ever been taught. A full minute passed, maybe less, maybe more. Time did that stretchy thing it does when you're... Then I turned my head away with my eyes still closed and pulled the blanket over my head like that was going to save me. I stayed under there, listening. My ears felt painfully open, like I could hear everything. The faint outdoor noises, the house settling, my own heartbeat thudding in my skull. Eventually, I forced myself to peek again. Just a sliver, one eye barely open, like I could reduce the danger by reducing my vision. The glass was empty. But I still couldn't relax, because right next to the door was this big window, and my brain immediately went, what if it just moved there? What if it's watching you from the side now? I didn't want to sit up. I didn't want to look around the room at all. So I did this pathetic little crawl to the far side of the bed, keeping my head down, searching for my MP3 player. I found it, shoved the earphones in, and blasted music. Not because it made me feel brave, but because it made me feel less alone. Like if I couldn't hear the night, then the night couldn't reach me. When morning finally came, I called my mom. My voice was shaky, and I rushed through the whole story, like if I said it fast enough, it would sound less insane. She kind of brushed it off, told me I was probably half asleep, that I was imagining things, that I'd been playing games too late. She wasn't mean about it, just not concerned. But when I told Rogelio and Marta, they didn't laugh. They didn't even hesitate. Marta got quiet, crossed herself, and said, "Eso fue una bruja." A witch. I remember just staring at her like, "Are you serious?" And they started explaining it like it was the most normal thing in the world. They said there were towns not far from us where people had been practicing things for generations. Old traditions, darker stuff, the kind of stories people whisper about but don't say too loud. Rogelio told me they'd heard of women who could walk at night, who could appear outside windows, who could look into houses to find someone vulnerable. And the part that still makes my stomach turn is how calm they were. Like they'd either seen something before, or they believed it so deeply it didn't matter whether they'd seen it. They even shared a couple of stories they swore were real, things neighbors had witnessed, things people in the area talked about like local history instead of superstition. All I knew was this: I wasn't trying to argue with anyone that day. I just wanted the sun to stay up. To this day, that's one of the most direct, face-to-face moments I've ever had with something I can't explain. And honestly, I've had another weird experience since then, years later, where I was recording myself while I was high because I thought I heard La Llorona, and when I played it back, there was this faint wailing in the background that I swear wasn't there in real life. But that night in Puebla, that wasn't faint. That wasn't maybe. That was a face in the glass, looking right at me, like it knew I was awake. So, this is one of those memories that'll randomly tap me on the shoulder years later like, "Hey, remember me?" I'd actually forgotten about it for a long time, until I saw someone online asking for real-life moments that left you with that uncomfortable little feeling of, okay, I can't fully explain that. This happened a while back, years ago now, when I took a train out to visit a buddy in western New York. And of course, the exact moment my train pulled out, the weather decided to go full dramatic. When I boarded, the air already felt thick, those early flurries that don't look like much, but you can feel the storm gathering behind them. By the time we rolled into Erie, Pennsylvania, it was like the whole Northeast was getting swallowed. I stayed in the area for what felt like forever. Days blurred together because everything outside was just white and loud and relentless. At one point, I even dipped out to visit another friend in Providence for about a week, figuring surely I'd escaped it. And weirdly, Providence was almost calm. Cold, sure, but manageable. A little snow like powdered sugar. Nothing feral. Then I came back to Buffalo, and it was like I'd stepped into a completely different world. The snow had that heavy, angry look to it. Banks piled like walls, streets narrowed to tunnels. The cab driver who picked me up to take me down toward this little lakeside town, he spent the whole ride talking like a man delivering prophecy. He was like, "This is nothing. You should have seen it when I was a kid." And then he tells me about a storm so bad the snow basically ate houses. He said they were using snowmobiles to get from chimney to chimney because that's all you could see sticking out. He called it the winter that wouldn't quit. Said it the way people say the name of an old enemy. Anyway, the friend I was visiting, his name was Caleb, ended up working nights at this old historic place called the White Lantern Inn. And for whatever reason, I started going to work with him at night. Maybe because the trailer we were staying in was freezing. Maybe because I didn't love being snowed in with nothing but stale air and a rattling heater. Or maybe, honestly, I just wanted to be around him, because he was excited about this place, and I could tell it meant something to him. The inn was gorgeous in that old, slightly worn way, like the kind of place that creaks on purpose. In the summertime, it was apparently always booked. Rustic rooms, cottage vibes, antique wallpaper, old furniture that smelled faintly like someone's grandmother's house. But during that storm, we were basically alone. I think there was only one guest the whole time, which meant we had hours to wander. Now, Caleb was into the paranormal. Like, not in a cheesy way, more like it genuinely fascinated him. The inn had stories, history, rumors, and he loved walking me through it like he was guiding me through a museum that might also be watching us back. He showed me everything, the quiet hallways, the old basement where you could actually see where parts of the foundation changed, like the building had different eras stitched together. He told me there'd been a fire way back when, and parts had been rebuilt. And he talked about the big room downstairs, the ballroom, where people used to gather and dance late into the night back when it was a social club. And that's where I had my first weird little moment. Still, it stuck with me. Now, Caleb also told me about the phones. Off to the side of the reception desk, there was this little lounge area, our spot. We'd sit there with sketchbooks and bad vending machine snacks, listening to the wind batter the building like it was trying to get in. And sometimes, the phone at the desk would ring. Caleb would get up, go check, because the only guest might need something. He'd pick up, and there'd be nothing. Not even the normal empty line hiss. Just silence. Thick silence. The kind that feels like it has weight to it. Like if you leaned too close, something might breathe into it. After a few seconds, he'd hang up and come back like it was no big deal. But sometimes, the moment he'd sit down and put pencil to paper again, the phone would ring again. Same thing. Silence. Then, the next morning, the guest checked out early. Apparently, he'd stayed there a bunch before, knew the place well, and he asked Caleb if a pipe had burst during the night. Caleb said no, why? And the guest goes, "Because I heard banging above my room all night. And then it sounded like heavy furniture being dragged across the floor." Above him was the inn's best room. The big one. The one everyone talked about. Caleb saved that one for last when he gave tours. Like he wanted to build suspense, even when he was pretending he wasn't. He told me the story. Back in the late 60s, the owners, Harold and Marjorie, were found dead. One of them in the big suite, the other in the room nearby. The details were ugly. The story everyone repeated was that Harold had been depressed, that he killed Marjorie and then himself, and that it all centered around that top suite, room 272. So of course, we went up there. This was back before everyone had a smartphone glued to their hand. Ghost hunting YouTube channels were still kind of clunky. Those paranormal TV shows were still on, and we were both just young enough to think, well, why not try it? We sat on the edge of the bed in that suite, and I did the thing you're not supposed to do. I started provoking, asking questions, getting sarcastic, trying to sound braver than I felt. I had this little handheld gadget, more like a mini computer than a phone, and I tried recording, but it didn't pick up anything useful. But while we sat there, I caught this faint smell of smoke, like a whisper of it. And again, my brain immediately went, okay, heating system, old building, dust, don't be dramatic. Except Caleb had told me people sometimes reported smelling Harold's cigars. Then the chandelier moved. And I don't mean the tiny sway you get from a draft. It started swinging like somebody had put a hand on it and pushed from one side. Not wild, nothing Hollywood, but purposeful, rhythmic. Enough that we both stopped talking at the exact same time and just stared. Now, to be fair, there were train tracks not too far away, and I remember thinking, maybe a train just rolled by. Vibrations, old building, physics. I can't swear a train didn't contribute, but I also don't remember hearing a train. And the swing didn't feel random. It felt directed. We left the room a little quieter after that. And then there was one last thing. This part is harder to explain because it's not some big dramatic event. It's more like a moment that sits under your skin. The room was freezing. I'd gone from hot car to brutal cold to warm lobby to cold room, all bundled in a coat and hoodie and everything. So when I finally peeled those layers off and stepped into the shower, the heat felt almost unreal, like it didn't belong to me. And I swear to you, while I stood there with my eyes closed, letting the steam hit my face, I felt something like fingernails, lightly, gently, drag down one side of my back. Not scratching, not painful, just there. Like the softest tracing from shoulder to mid-back, slow enough that my whole body went still. I snapped around, heart slamming, shampoo half in my hand like that was going to save me. Nothing. Just steam. Just the old tile. Just the sound of water hitting the tub. And I stayed frozen for a long minute, trying to talk myself into a normal explanation. Cold to hot temperature shock. Nerves. Hair shifting on my skin. Anything. But I also remember, very clearly, that feeling of being watched. Like the room had an audience, and I'd just become aware of it. After that, I didn't feel comfortable being alone in that place the same way again. Not terrified, just respectful. Like, okay, I hear you. I don't know what you are, but I hear you. Years later, the inn changed hands a bunch. Some owners leaned into the haunted reputation, others tried to scrub it clean. Caleb eventually quit, and life did that thing where friendships drift if you don't fight for them. We lost track. I remember seeing a headline not too long ago. Locals stepping in to save the inn, keep it from staying shuttered. And when I read it, that whole week came rushing back. The endless snow, the ringing phone, the silent line, the chandelier swinging like a slow warning, and that strange, careful touch down my back in a room that was supposed to be empty. So, I've got a handful of moments from my life that still give me that weird mix of goosebumps and curiosity when I think about them. And I'm not saying I know they were ghosts. I just know what I saw and how it felt. The first one happened when my older brother and I were little, around 8 and 10, I think. It was one of those family get-togethers, like a birthday, where there are too many coats by the door and adults laughing in the other room. Back then we shared a room, and we had this bunk bed, 2 levels, like a little wooden tower. One night, we were sitting up on the top bunk, just whispering and messing around the way kids do when they're not asleep yet. And then, we both saw him, a tall man, dressed completely in black. Not messy black either, like a proper suit. And on his head was this old-fashioned, tall black hat. He wasn't blurry or misty like in movies. He looked real, quiet, still, just there. I remember my brother grabbing my arm, and the second our brains caught up to what our eyes were seeing, we both started screaming. Like full, panicked screaming. We scrambled down the ladder, sprinted into the living room where our parents and relatives were, and we were crying so hard we couldn't even explain what was wrong at first. My mom kept trying to calm us down, asking, "What happened? What happened?" And we were just gasping and sobbing. Eventually, we got it out. There was a man, upstairs, in our room. He had a hat. He was all black. Nobody believed us. Not really. They did that adult thing where they try to be comforting, but you can tell they've already decided it's imagination. But then, later that same day, we were in the living room, and my brother and I were near this cabinet with glass doors, right beside the TV. And behind the glass, sitting inside like it belonged there, was a hat. That same tall, black, old-timey hat. We froze. I swear my stomach dropped like it was on a roller coaster. We called my mom over, and she got that serious look, like, "Okay, wait." She told us she wanted my dad to come see it. When my dad looked, he went really quiet. And then he said something like, "That was my grandfather's hat." Apparently, his grandfather, Elias, wore it when he got married. That's why the outfit made sense too. The black suit, the formal look. Like he'd stepped out of an old photograph and into our room for a few seconds. After that, we didn't talk about it much. Sometimes it turns into a joke, like, "Don't forget Elias is watching," or whatever. But honestly, it still bothers me a little. Not in a horror movie way, more in this unfinished feeling. Like I'll never know why he was there, or even if it was him, or just something that looked like him. The second story is about a dog, my mom's first dog, from before I was born. She had him years earlier and loved him like crazy, and when he died, it really messed her up. Eventually, she got another dog later on, Nova, and that's the dog I grew up with. But when I was little, my mom started noticing something. I kept going out into the hallway in the middle of the night. Not like sleepwalking, more like I was visiting. And she'd ask, "Why are you always standing out there?" And I told her, super casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Because the dog is there." My mom was confused. "What dog?" And I said, "Milo." After a minute, she said, kind of softly, "Okay, if he's there, maybe we should be kind." So she gave me a little treat, like a cookie, and told me, "Put it out for him." And I did. I went into the hallway like I always did, knelt down, and placed it near where I saw him, like you would for a real dog waiting patiently. And the next morning, it was gone. That part still messes with me. This went on for a couple weeks, me going into the hallway, my mom giving me little treats, me putting them down, and every time they disappeared by morning. Not always instantly, just gone when we woke up. Then one night I stopped going out there. I don't even remember why. I just didn't. And after that, I never saw the dog again. Sometimes I think maybe it was because he died close to when I was born, like there was still some connection hanging around, and I was the only one who could notice it. Or maybe it was just kid brain making patterns out of feelings. I honestly don't know. I just know it felt peaceful, not scary, like he wasn't there to haunt anyone, just there. The third story is shorter, and I'm way less sure about it. We moved countries. Everything before happened in the Netherlands, but later we ended up living in Norway in a rented house. One night I went to bed really late, like 2 in the morning, that kind of quiet where the whole house feels like it's holding its breath. I turned toward the room, and for a second, maybe 1 or 2 seconds, I saw the shape of a small woman. Not detailed, more like a figure with height and presence. And then it was gone. It startled me so badly I just stood there, heart banging, staring at the spot like I could force my eyes to make sense of it. The next morning, I asked my parents about their grandmothers, like, casually. How tall were they? Trying not to sound dramatic. And my dad said his grandma, Ingrid, was very short, about the height of the figure I'd seen. So, was it her? I don't know. I can't prove anything, but something in me felt like it was. And then there's this last thing, which isn't exactly a ghost sighting, but it's one of those patterns that make you pause. The day before we left for a trip back to the Netherlands, we were eating dinner at home in Norway, and the lights above the table started flickering. We shrugged it off. Old bulbs, weird wiring, whatever. The next day we were traveling, and we took a ferry through Denmark. We sat at a table on the boat, and the light above our table flickered again. Not anyone else's, just ours, for a few seconds. We actually laughed because it felt so random. Then we arrived in the Netherlands, and it was Christmas time, so we visited family. We all sat down at my aunt's place, big table, everyone talking at once, and the lights started flickering again. At that point, it didn't feel random anymore. It felt like something following us, gently, not threatening, more like a little nudge, like, hey, I'm here. And I know how that sounds. I do. But when the same strange thing happens across different places, different buildings, even different countries, you can't help wondering if it's someone in the family keeping an eye on us. I don't know what any of it means. I don't know if I'm just someone who notices weird stuff more than other people. But these moments have stayed with me for years, and I still think about that tall man in the black suit and the hat behind the glass, and how my brother and I both saw him at the exact same time. And honestly, the part that creeps me out isn't ghosts exist. Alright, so let me tell you about this place, because even now, thinking about it gives me that little chill in the back of my neck. There's this mansion called Rosegate House, and it's old, like really old. Not abandoned in the middle of nowhere old, though. It sits in this quiet neighborhood just outside the city, tucked behind tall hedges and iron gates, so it feels private without being totally cut off from the world. My dad, well, in this version I'll call him Marco, has been working there as the caretaker for, 12, maybe 13 years now. The owners are insanely wealthy, but they only show up for part of the summer. Like they'll sweep in for a few weeks, throw a couple fancy parties, and then disappear again, leaving the whole place quiet and echoing. Most of the year, it's basically just Marco in this giant house. He has this small apartment attached to the property where he sleeps. There are gardeners and cleaners too, but in the colder months, they only come by during the day, and not even every day, just enough to keep the place from going completely still. And here's where it gets weird, because from the very beginning, Marco wasn't alone there. Not really. Me, let's say my name is Elena, and my mom, Sophia, we both noticed it too whenever we visited. There were footsteps when nobody was upstairs. Soft at first, like someone pacing slowly, then sometimes heavier, like someone in boots crossing a hallway. Doors would be closed one minute and cracked open the next. Cabinets too, just slightly ajar, like someone had been looking for something and forgot to shut them. One time, Sophia and Marco swore they saw the lid of this old stone well outside swing open on its own. And that thing was heavy, like you had to use both hands and really pull. There's no breeze strong enough to do that. But the moment that always sticks with me, we were outside in the garden, me, Sophia, and my little brother Nico. It was getting dark, and we were walking toward the light switch on the side of the house, and I remember thinking, okay, it's going to be pitch black in a second. And then, right as we're about to reach the switch, the garden lights flick on by themselves. Like the house just decided, don't worry, I've got it. and we all froze. We just stared at each other like, did that really just happen? Now, my mom has always been the kind of person who trusts her gut about things like this. And I'm not exactly the type to shrug off strange stuff either. We never felt like whatever was there wanted to hurt anyone. If anything, it felt comfortable, almost familiar. Like the mansion had a resident who didn't want company to stop just because the owners weren't home. We started thinking of it as her, even though we had no proof. Just a feeling. A quiet presence, wandering the halls like she belonged there. And honestly, it never felt threatening. More like curious or lonely. Like she was simply living her usual life in a house that refused to forget her. But then there was that night. Marco called it the only time the place ever felt truly wrong. It was late, after midnight, and he was awake in bed scrolling on his phone when this bright, harsh light flashes through the window. Not like moonlight, not soft. This was sharp, like headlights. So he moves fast, because it's literally his job. He goes to the door, swings it open, ready to shout. And instead, he sees something in the garden. Not a person. A shape. Tall. Too tall. And black in a way that didn't look like clothing. It looked like the absence of light. Like a figure that was darker than the night around it. And it wasn't standing still. It was walking, slowly, deliberately, toward one of the big trees near the edge of the property. Marco said his whole body went cold. Like his brain couldn't even decide what it was seeing, but his instincts were screaming, "Nope, get out." He didn't stay to investigate. He bolted, actually bolted, and called my mom in a panic. Sophia told me later she picked up the phone and immediately knew something was wrong, just by the sound of his breathing. He didn't even sleep there that night. He left the mansion, drove straight home, and locked the doors like he was running from something that might follow. The next day, he was still shaken. Sophia went with him back to Rosegate House because he couldn't stand the idea of going alone. And outside near the garden path, where there's this strip of pale gravel and smooth pebbled stone, they saw footprints. But not normal ones. Bigger, wider. Like the weight of whatever made them pressed down harder than a person should. And the strangest part was right near the gate. The stone looked scorched in patches. Like burn marks, dark smears across the ground, as if something hot had been there. For a while, Marco refused to talk about it. I was younger then, and he didn't want to scare me. Which, honestly, I appreciate. But Sophia is Sophia. She eventually told me anyway, in that hushed voice like she was sharing a secret she shouldn't be sharing. And she decided to do something about it. Now, we're not a religious family. I'm not even a believer in that sense. But Sophia dug out a couple little crucifixes, nothing fancy. She gave one to Marco to wear, and told him to hang the other in his apartment at the mansion. And here's the part that messes with me. After that, things calmed down. Not the harmless stuff. That still happens. Doors still drift open sometimes. Footsteps still echo in empty rooms. Lights still flicker on as if someone's being thoughtful. But that heavy, oppressive feeling, that one night, that thing, it never came back. And I really don't think it was the same presence we'd noticed all those years. The one that still seems to wander the mansion feels peaceful, like she's simply part of the house, like she was there long before we were, and she'll be there long after. So yeah, Rosegate House still has its ghost. But whatever Marco saw in the garden that night, whatever left those burns and those footprints, that was something else entirely. gone back and forth on whether to even tell this story out loud, because the second you say it, it sounds like you're asking to be laughed at. But okay, here it is. And I'm telling you like I'd tell a friend, sitting across the table, because that's the only way I can get through it. This happened in late September of 2020, back when I was living just outside this little nowhere town, Hickory Ridge, Pennsylvania. The kind of place where people wave even if they don't know you, and the woods are basically part of everyone's backyard. I'd just bought a handful of new trail cams. Not because I'm some hardcore hunter or anything. I've got a small farm, a few head of cattle, and I like knowing what's moving around out there. The weird part is, my old cameras had disappeared. Like, straight up vanished. At the time I figured, well, someone stole them. But then it hit me. I hadn't even told anyone I had them. Not one person. Which made the whole thing feel off. Anyway, one afternoon I load up my ATV and head back into the trees to hang the new cameras. I've got 5 of them. I'm on the last one, snapping the cover shut after putting batteries in, and I swear to you, I hear someone whisper my name. Not once, not twice, 3 times. Fast, like, Eli, Eli, Eli. And I freeze. You know that feeling where your stomach drops, but your brain still tries to make it normal? I'm standing there thinking, okay, maybe it was the wind. Maybe it was a cow. Maybe I'm just tired. I even laugh at myself a little because, come on. 5 days go by. Nothing weird on the footage. A couple deer. A raccoon that looks like it owns the place. Normal. Then one morning I wake up, grab my phone, and it's just exploding. Notifications. Hundreds. I'm talking over 400 alerts from one camera. So I start tapping through them, expecting to see a bear or some kids messing around or something. But the first 15? Empty. Just the same patch of brush. No movement. No animal. No person. Nothing. I skip ahead. 100, 200, 300. Still nothing. The very last clip is stamped at 4:41 a.m., and it's the same. Like the camera was being triggered by air. At that point, I'm thinking maybe moisture got inside, or a spider web is messing with the sensor, so I tell myself I'll check it after chores. I'm out on the farm all day, and by the time I finally head to the woods, it's getting late, like 7:30, 8 p.m., that time where the light starts draining out of everything. I unload the ATV, drive back to the spot, and the second I get there, my heart just sinks. The other 4 cameras are destroyed. Not stolen, not knocked down. Destroyed. I mean torn apart like someone had worked on them. Shattered housings, straps ripped, little pieces everywhere. And these weren't cheap. I'm standing there holding broken plastic and tiny screws in my palm thinking, half angry, half stunned, how does this even happen? And then, this is the part I can't ever explain cleanly. My ATV shuts off. Like the engine just dies. And right as it does, I see something dip low and slide into a bush near the trail. Not run, not walk, just sink into it like it belonged there. I call out. Not tough guy yelling, more like that shaky, "Hey, who's there?" you do when you want it to be a person, but you're praying it isn't. Nothing answers. I step around the bush, expecting to see a kid, a neighbor, a trespasser, anything I can put a normal label on. And there's nothing. No footprints, no rustling, just quiet. And right then my phone rings. Unknown number. At first, it's just faint static, like breathing through a radio. Then a couple coughs, wet, ugly coughs. And then a voice that doesn't sound right, distorted. like someone speaking through a cheap speaker underwater. It goes, they, I think it's probably too late now. And then it hangs up. I just stand there with my phone at my ear like an idiot, trying to replay the sentence in my head to make sure I heard it. Because who even says that? What does that mean? At that point, I'm still trying to make it human. Like, okay, someone's messing with me. This is a prank. Not funny, but a prank. So I go home. And I hate admitting this, but I come back more prepared, because fear makes you do stupid, stubborn things. I grab a stronger flashlight, a headlamp, and, yeah, I bring my rifle. Not because I wanted a fight, because I suddenly couldn't stand the idea of being out there helpless while someone, or something, played games. I get back to the woods and it's fully dark now. No moon worth mentioning, just that thick, swallowed by trees darkness. I kill my lights and stand still for a while, listening. And for about 10 minutes, it's nothing. Then I hear leaves crunch. Deliberate. Not like a squirrel, not like a deer, like weight shifting. I tuck behind a tree and look out, trying to let my eyes adjust. And at first, I see a shape that almost reads as a person. Upright, moving careful. And I start to step out because I'm thinking, got you. Then my brain catches up to what my eyes are actually seeing. It drops down onto all fours. And when it does, something about its proportions makes my skin go cold. It's too long in the limbs, too thin, skin that looked pale gray, like it didn't belong under sunlight. And its eyes, those eyes hit the light wrong. Yellow, reflective, like animal eyes, but set in a face that didn't feel like an animal. The hands, or what I think were hands, were wrong. The fingers looked impossibly long, like someone stretched them. I remember whispering out loud to myself, "No, no way." It turns its head toward me like it can smell that I'm there. And then it stands up. And I swear to you, it towers. It's not just tall, it's too tall, like it unfolded. 8 feet? Maybe more. And I get this immediate animal certainty. This thing is not curious. It's not lost. It's not scared. It's deciding what I am. I don't want to relive every second of what happened next, but I fired when I thought it was going to come for me. I shot and it didn't scream like anything I've ever heard. It just dropped low again and bolted, crawling fast, into the trees like it was built for that. And here's the part that makes me feel dumb even now. I followed it. Not because I'm brave, because I couldn't stand not knowing. Because my cameras were in pieces and my phone had just been hijacked by some nightmare call, and I needed to see what the rules were. I lost it pretty quickly. Whatever it was, it moved like smoke through brush. But after a few minutes of running and stumbling, I caught sight of something off to the side. A house. Not a house I recognized. Not a neighbor's cabin. An abandoned-looking house that I swear was not there before. Sagging porch. Dark windows. Like it had been sitting empty for decades. I go up to it, and I force my way inside, and it smells like dust and damp wood and something sour under it. My headlamp swings across the rooms and I see stuff. Weird, scattered stuff. Like someone had been collecting objects with no connection to each other. It felt less like a home and more like a nest made out of human leftovers. And then, glass breaks somewhere deeper in the house. Fast footsteps coming down the hall. I snap my rifle up toward the doorway, my whole body shaking, and something moves in the dark like a shadow with weight. I fire again, more out of panic than anything, and for a split second the light catches it, and I see that same pale shape twist away. Then it turns a corner and the sound just stops. No crashing, no running, no groan. Like it evaporated into the house. I stood there for what felt like forever, listening so hard my ears hurt. And when I finally worked up the nerve to move, I couldn't find it. No trail, no blood, no signs of anything. I backed out of that house and got to my ATV like my life depended on it, because at that point, I wasn't trying to be a hero anymore. I was trying to survive my own stubbornness. I took what was left of my cameras and left the woods that night. I didn't go back for a long time, but the woods didn't leave me alone. After that, animals started turning up dead. Not just wildlife, cats, a stray dog, coyotes, and then one of my cattle, 200 pounds, dropped like something had played with it. And here's another thing. I went looking for that house again, more than once, in daylight, with landmarks, with a GPS app open. I can't find it. It's like it never existed. Since then, the presence, whatever you want to call it, has crept closer. Not every night, not constantly, but enough that I can't pretend it's random anymore. Sometimes rocks hit my windows at night. Not big boulders, small ones, like someone tossing gravel just to let you know they're there. Once I woke up and found garden tools lined up neatly across my driveway like they'd been displayed. Another time there were chunks of mulch sitting in my dog's water bowl, like a joke I wasn't in on. I found bones on the porch. I've seen movement at the edge of the yard that doesn't move like a deer. And the worst part is how quiet it is when it happens. Like it knows exactly how loud it's allowed to be. I didn't tell my wife, Mara, for months. I kept it inside because how do you look at the person you love and say, hey, something from the woods might be stalking us? But in early 2021, I finally told her. I expected her to laugh or get mad at me or tell me I'd lost it. Instead, she went pale and said, really softly, I didn't tell you either, because I didn't think you'd believe me. And then she told me that on 3 different nights, while she was making dinner, she felt like someone was staring. She looked up and saw a shape outside the kitchen window, too tall, too still, watching her. Just watching. My most recent encounter was the one that made me realize this isn't just in the woods anymore. It was on my back porch. I woke up to a heavy, dull banging, like someone hitting the door with a piece of meat. Not knocking, not trying the handle, slamming. And then this awful sound, like a head thudding against wood, over and over, slow and angry. I didn't open the door. I didn't even move for a second. I just stood there in the dark, holding my breath, listening to something on the other side of my home act like it owned the night. So, that's it. That's what's been happening. And I know how it sounds. But I'm telling you because I don't know what it is. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do when the thing that started in the woods is now testing the walls of my house. Hey, so I've been sitting on this for a while, and I still don't really know how to talk about it without sounding like I'm making it up. But I swear to you, this all happened. It started late one evening, one of those heavy, sticky summer nights where everything feels dusty and slow. I had just gotten off the phone with my boyfriend. Let's call him Evan. He told me he was over at his place, outside messing with some work stuff, and his house is only like a few minutes from mine, maybe a quarter mile down the road. I hung up and went right back to what I'd been doing all day, shoveling gravel into these annoying low spots in my driveway. It was getting dark, but not can't see dark. More like the sun was gone, the shadows were long, and everything looked a little flatter and quieter. At one point my back was screaming, so I stopped, stretched, wiped the grit off my hands, and just looked down the driveway to catch my breath. And that's when I saw him. I saw Evan walk behind my truck, my old blue pickup, like he'd just casually stepped into my yard. Same build, same posture, even the way he carried himself. It wasn't some vague silhouette. It was him. So instinct kicked in, and I started hurrying down toward the truck, already forming the question in my head like, what are you doing here? But about halfway down the slope, my whole body just stopped, because my brain finally caught up. Evan had told me he was at his house, and I hadn't heard a car, didn't see headlights, didn't see him pull in, nothing. Just suddenly, there he was. That gut drop feeling hit me so hard I actually felt cold, even in that heat. I froze in the middle of the driveway, staring. I remember thinking, no, that's not possible. And then I did the thing I always do that I hate about myself. I argued with my own instincts. I told myself I was being dramatic. I told myself maybe he'd walked over without telling me. So I forced my feet to move again and went the rest of the way down, keeping my eyes locked on where I'd seen him. And then, like someone just erased him, he was gone. No footsteps, no movement behind the truck, nowhere to duck into, no bushes tall enough to hide a whole person, just empty. And listen, I know what it sounds like. I know people missee things, shadows, fatigue, heat, whatever. But this wasn't a maybe. I could picture every detail. The worn-out jeans, the scuffed work shoes, even that little red strap he always clipped to his side, like the exact same thing he wore every day. It was too specific to be a trick of the light. I didn't keep working after that. I shoved the shovel aside and went inside early, trying to laugh it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in my yard wearing his skin. Then the second thing happened, and that one got under my ribs. I'm not a super social person. I'm just not. I don't like a lot of people around me, and the ones I do trust, I'm protective of them. Evan's one, and my dog is the other. My dog is a 2-year-old German Shepherd named Mara. Sweet with me, suspicious of everyone else. Honestly, she's kind of my little shadow. If she's not in the same room, I usually know exactly where she is. One night, my younger cousin, let's call him Jordan, came over to help me finish up this little outdoor fire pit project. He was outside doing the last bits, and I was in my bedroom stretched out on the bed, scrolling on my phone with Mara curled right up against my leg. And then I heard Jordan yell from outside like something had just happened, like panic in his voice. "Mara, Mara, get down here, right now!" I actually looked down at my dog like, what? Because she was literally touching me. I could feel her breathing. A few seconds later, Jordan comes into my room fast, like he's expecting to see her missing. And when he sees me and sees Mara right there, his face just drains. He just stared. And I sat up and went, "What is wrong with you? Why are you yelling for her?" And Jordan kind of swallowed, eyes wide, and said, "She was just outside." I felt my heart start to hammer immediately. "No," I told him, even though I didn't want to say it so confidently. "That's impossible. She's been right here the whole time." And he shook his head, like he was fighting with his own brain. "I'm telling you," he said. "It was her. It even had the scars on her back leg. I saw her." I tried to laugh it off, weakly, like forcing air through a tight throat. "Jordan, you know that's not..." And he cut me off so hard it startled me. He raised his voice, not angry at me exactly, just shaken. "I know what I saw." Mara lifted her head at his tone, calm as ever, and that somehow made it worse, because she was so clearly real and right there. Jordan didn't stay long after that. He left that same night, earlier than he planned, and he wouldn't even really look around the yard when he walked out. Like he didn't want to give whatever he'd seen another chance to show itself. And that's where I'm stuck. Because I don't know what to do with this. I don't know where to put it. I've tried telling people I know, carefully, like I'm handling a glass that might shatter, and they just smile like it's a spooky little story, like I'm just being dramatic, or like I'm bored and making things up. But I'm not. I swear to you, I'm not. Something has shown up around my home, wearing the faces of the two beings I trust the most. And I don't know what it wants, or if it even wants anything, or if it's just there. All I know is I don't feel the same when the sun goes down anymore. And every time I look toward my driveway or hear my name from outside, a part of me braces for the moment I see someone I love, standing somewhere they should not be. Okay, so I've gone back and forth on telling this story because I'm not trying to be dramatic and I'm not even sure what I believe, but it's been sitting in my chest for years now, and lately it's gotten hard to brush off. My wife, Mara, and I have lived in the same townhouse-style apartment for about 4 years. I'm in my late 20s, she's mid-20s. We've got 2 kids. It's one of those places where you share walls with neighbors, so for a long time, any weird noise could be explained away pretty easily. Pipes, footsteps next door, somebody's kid dropping something upstairs. Normal stuff. Except, not everything felt normal. The first thing happened a few years back, and it was actually me, not Mara, who noticed it. Our little boy, Eli, was obsessed with this stuffed puppy toy. One of those talking learning toys that sings songs and says the kid's name and all that. He'd sneak it into bed and stay up way too late pressing the buttons like it was his night shift job. So we started turning it off at night and putting it downstairs in a closet, out of sight, out of reach. It had been in there for days. No one had touched it. One night, I'm walking past that closet on my way to grab a glass of water, and I hear, clear as anything, this chirpy little voice from behind the door say, "Hi there." Not music, not a glitchy jingle, just that. I stopped dead. I stared at the closet like it owed me money. The kids were asleep. Mara was upstairs working. I opened the closet and nothing. The toy was buried under a couple other things, switched off like always. I told myself it was just a malfunction. Toys do weird stuff. Batteries die weird. Maybe it got bumped. But it planted a seed. After that, over the next couple years, we'd hear the occasional thump or footsteps. Sometimes it sounded like someone was on our stairs, like that creak, creak you get when a person is coming down carefully. But again, shared walls, connected units. I didn't want to be the guy blaming ghosts when it could have been our neighbors making a sandwich. What bothered me more was our cat, Juniper. She'd be totally calm, and then out of nowhere she'd freeze, puff up, and stare at the staircase like she was watching something walk by. At night, she refused to go upstairs. She'd sit at the bottom step, eyes locked upward, tail twitching, like, "Nope, not going up there. You can't pay me." Then there was this storm night, tornado watch kind of night. Mara has this routine she does because our area got hit bad once before. She sets up our little safe space with water, shoes, snacks, and a first aid kit. It's always in the same spot in our bedroom, right beside her desk. She goes to grab it, and it's gone. And I'm not talking misplaced. I'm talking she tore the house apart. Checked closets, bathrooms, kitchen drawers, even went out to the car thinking she might have tossed it in there. Nothing. We write out the warning, and when it's finally over, we come out, exhausted, and the first aid kit is sitting exactly where it always is, beside her desk, like it never left. Mara just stared at it for a long time, like she was trying to decide whether to laugh or cry. And honestly, I didn't know what to say to her, because she had looked. I watched her look. Later that year, this is where it got harder to shrug off. I was in the kitchen again, grabbing water, and there's this corner you have to round to see into the living room. Out of the corner of my eye, I see what looks like someone peeking around that corner at me. It was hard to describe. Not a full person, more like a shadow shaped like a person. About the height Mara would be if she crouched a little. I turned fast, expecting to catch her messing with me. Nothing. I walked into the living room thinking, okay, she ducked back and ran to the couch. But the couch was empty. And then I realized she was upstairs, working. Same as always. So we got a small crucifix and put it in the bedroom. And then, not long after that, Mara saw something too. She was on the couch. I got up and walked toward the kitchen. Maybe a minute later, she sees a shadow kind of slide after me. Her first thought was the cat, because Juniper used to follow me everywhere like I was her emotional support human. But Juniper was asleep at the other end of the couch, out cold. Then earlier this year, we're sitting on the couch talking. No TV, no music, no distractions, just talking. And in the middle of my sentence, from the direction of my computer setup in the living room, we both hear a whisper. A very soft, very clear, "Hey." Mara's head snapped toward it instantly. I stopped mid-thought and just stared at her, because before she could even ask if I heard it, I said, "Yeah, I heard that too." That moment was, I don't know, it felt intimate in a bad way. Like whatever it was had decided to include us both in the same experience. This summer, Mara lost her wedding ring, one that had belonged to her grandmother. She took it off while doing something quick and set it on the coffee table. Later, she realized it wasn't on her finger and panicked. We searched like maniacs. Checked couch cushions, under furniture, the bathroom, the kitchen, everywhere. At one point, she went outside in the middle of the night to check the dumpster because she was terrified it somehow fell off while taking out the trash. And that's when Juniper disappeared. We think she slipped out when the door opened. Mara didn't see her in the dark. We searched for weeks. Posters, calling her name, checking shelters. She never came home. 3 days later, I walked into the kitchen and there was the ring. Not tucked under something, not half hidden, just sitting in the middle of the kitchen floor like someone placed it there and walked away. Mara didn't even cry at first. She just stared at it with this sick look on her face, like it wasn't a gift, like it was a message. And then, this part sounds ridiculous, but it happened exactly like this. The crucifix broke. Mara was sitting on the bedroom floor brushing our daughter Nina's hair after a bath. The crucifix had been resting flat on top of a bookshelf for months. Not near the edge, not precarious, just there. And all of a sudden it slid forward and fell. Not toppled, not maybe vibration. It moved like it was nudged. It hit the floor and the little Jesus piece snapped off. Now it's held on with one of Nina's hair ties looped around it, and I, because humor is my coping mechanism, started calling it Bungee Jump Jesus. Mara did not laugh, but she also didn't make me stop calling it that, which tells you how tense things were. After that, it was like the house got bolder. A book flew off a shelf in the living room when no one was near it. Eli's little piggy bank, one he'd made himself, fell off the top of the fridge. And then this keepsake bottle Mara had, an empty sparkling wine bottle filled with handwritten cards from friends from when her book got published. That one tipped over too, like something swatted it from the side. And then the most recent thing, just a few nights ago, Mara and I were in bed. The bedroom door was cracked open the way we always keep it. The hall outside was dark, and we both heard a groan. Not a creak, not a floorboard, not plumbing. A groan, like a person making a low, tired sound. We couldn't even tell if it was a woman with a deeper voice or a man with a higher one. It lasted maybe a second, and then nothing. But the silence afterward was worse, because we both froze at the same time. Like our bodies agreed, don't move, don't breathe, listen. Nothing else happened. But I didn't fall asleep for a long time. We don't even live in that building. We're in the one next to it. But the buildings accept, so I don't know. I'm not saying I'm convinced of anything. I don't have proof. I'm not out here trying to start a haunting rumor. I just know what we've heard, and what we've seen, and how, little by little, it went from, probably nothing, to, okay, what the hell is going on in our home? And the worst part? It's not the loud moments. It's the quiet ones. It's when you're sitting on your own couch, in your own living room, and something you can't see leans in, close enough to whisper, like it's been there the whole time. So, in 2020, we moved into this apartment I'm still in now, and honestly, it's a nice place. Everything was brand new, like brand new. Fresh paint, clean floors, modern fixtures, the whole thing. We were the first people to ever live here, which is exactly why I didn't know what to do with what happened next. Because at first, I kept telling myself, hauntings happen in old houses, right? Places with history, places where something awful happened. But then it hit me. Sometimes the history is the people inside the home. And at that time, our household had a lot of heavy energy. There were 4 of us living together. Me, my mom, Tanya, my boyfriend, Miles, and my younger brother, Jace. Addiction was wrapped around our lives like a storm cloud, and the first 6 months there, things spiraled in a way that got genuinely dangerous. The weird stuff started small, almost easy to brush off if you squinted hard enough. You'd hear bags rustling in the kitchen when nobody was in there. Little things would fall off counters for no reason. I'd get that awful feeling of being watched, like someone was standing just out of view. And glass. Glass broke constantly. Miles collects bongs, like he's careful with them too, the way collectors are. Some of them he'd had for years with 0 issues. But after we moved in, they started cracking and shattering like they were cursed. I swear, more than half of them broke in a couple months. And yeah, you could explain 1 or 2 as accidents, but the pattern didn't feel normal. It felt targeted, or at least noticeable. But the moment that really lodged itself in my bones happened one night in the living room. It was me, Tanya, and Miles, just hanging out. The lights were low, kind of cozy, and we'd been playing music earlier. I remember because the song paused on a reggae track, one of those warm, lazy songs that makes you feel like everything is fine, even when it isn't. Tanya and Miles were talking. Nothing dramatic, just a serious conversation. And I was stretched out on the couch, half scrolling on my phone, half listening. And then, out of nowhere, this voice whispered. Not like a normal whisper, not like someone in the room leaning in to say something. It was deeper than anything I've ever heard in person. It didn't even sound human, if I'm being honest. The sound came from, I couldn't even tell you where. It was like it wasn't coming from one direction. It was just suddenly there. And it didn't make sense. It wasn't a word I could clearly catch. It was more like a thick, low breath shaped into a whisper. The second it stopped, my brain did that delayed thing, like it couldn't process it fast enough. I remember lifting my head and staring at the TV because my first thought was, okay, something played. It had to. But the screen was frozen exactly where it was, still paused. No ads, no autoplay, nothing. And then I saw Miles look at me. His face had changed. His eyes were wide. He didn't even ask right away, like he was afraid of the answer. He goes, "Did you hear that?" And I just sat up slowly, like if I moved too fast I'd make it worse, and I said, "Yeah." Tanya immediately goes, "Was that you?" like she was annoyed for half a second, until she saw our faces. And then she got this look, like the blood drained out of her. Because it obviously wasn't me, and it obviously wasn't Miles, and there was nowhere it could have come from. The room felt colder after that, not temperature-wise, more like the whole vibe shifted, like whatever had whispered wanted us to know it could. And then, as if that wasn't enough, something happened to Miles later that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. And then Miles shouted my name. Not a casual yell, not, "Hey, come here." It was panic, like real, sharp fear in his voice. He yelled for me and Tanya at the same time, like he didn't even know who would get there first. I ran so fast I nearly slipped, and Tanya was right behind me, and we burst into the room, and he's sitting up in bed, breathing hard, eyes wide like he'd just seen something he couldn't unsee. He grabbed his own ankle like it hurt, and he told us, voice shaking, that a black shadow hand had grabbed him. Like a hand, clear enough that he could describe it. He said he heard a plastic bag on the floor crinkle first, like someone stepped on it, like someone walked into the room. And then, right after that sound, he felt the grip around his ankle. Not a brush, not a twitch, a grab. And the way he said it, I've never heard him sound like that. Miles wasn't someone who scared easily, but that night he was rattled on a level I can't even properly explain. He kept saying, "I felt fingers. I swear to you, I felt fingers." And I believe him, because in that apartment, during that time, it didn't feel like we were alone. It felt like something was feeding off the chaos we were living in, like it was drawn to the worst parts of our lives, and the more unstable things got, the bolder it became. And I know how that sounds. I do. I've replayed it in my head 1,000 times, trying to find a normal explanation. But the truth is, some nights, even now, I still think about that whisper. That deep voice in a room where nothing was playing, nothing was moving, and all three of us heard it. Like whatever it was wanted to make sure we understood one thing. It knew we were there. And it wanted us to know it was there too. Hey, so I'm kind of at the end of my rope with this, and I don't really know who else to talk to anymore. So I'm just going to tell you like I'd tell a friend sitting across from me. I've been having these dreams, so many of them, for a long time now. Not the same dream twice, but always circling the same kind of thing, like there's a theme I can't escape. It's been nearly 2 years. By next spring, it'll be year 3, which is honestly wild to say out loud. And before anyone suggests the usual stuff, yeah, I've tried the spiritual routes, the cleansing, the prayers, the incense, the whole "please let this stop" routine. I've also tried the practical routes, therapy, meds, different mental health approaches. I kept thinking surely something would make it ease up, even a little, but it's like nothing leaves a dent. So, last night was a lot. I woke up 3 separate times, and each time it was like I'd been yanked out of somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. Let me walk you through the 3 dreams. The first one, I was at my friend Nolan's house. Except it wasn't Nolan's house. You know how dreams do that? You're like, yep, I know where I am, but the place is completely wrong. It was this random house I'd never seen in my life, but in my head, it was his. Everything felt normal at first. We were hanging out, talking, nothing strange. Then Nolan went to bed, and I went upstairs to do the same, and that's when this sense hit me. Not fear exactly, just this clear, calm knowing. I remember actually saying out loud, "There's something in this house." And it was dark and quiet, like that kind of quiet that makes your ears feel like they're straining. Not peaceful quiet, like the whole place was holding its breath. I went to the stairwell, and for some reason, instead of walking down like a normal human being, I vaulted over the upstairs railing, like I was in an action movie, and landed perfectly on the bottom floor. And I swear, in this stupid little dream detail, my pants kind of puffed out when I landed, like a cartoon skirt. That part was so vivid and so ridiculous it almost makes me laugh now. Then I started checking rooms. No lights, just darkness spilling into darker darkness. I went room by room, slow and steady, and I kept hearing this sound like metal shifting, pots or pans sliding, clinking, lightly banging against each other, like someone was moving around in a kitchen but trying not to be heard. And then I reached the living room. I stopped dead, because I was staring at the back corner near the couch, where the shadows were thickest, and I knew something was tucked in there, like it was pressed into the darkness, hiding, listening. I couldn't see a shape. I couldn't see eyes. Nothing. Just that feeling. And I said again, "Something's here." And the second I said it, it was like a hook caught behind my ribs and ripped me out of sleep. When I was waking up, I heard a heavy thud, like something hitting the floor, and then this voice, echoing, like it was coming through a long hallway or a tunnel. "Hello?" It wasn't soft. It wasn't gentle. It was like someone calling out into a cavern. And I need you to understand, this isn't the first time I've heard things like that right as I'm waking up. I've heard my dad's voice say my name before, clear as day. I've heard that hello more times than I want to admit. I live alone. No roommates. No one has a key. I checked the locks before I went to bed. So I tried to tell myself it was just that half-awake state, the brain firing weird signals. But it still lingers. The second dream, night again. I was in this small grocery shop, like a corner store. The lighting was that slightly sickly fluorescent kind, and I couldn't figure out if I worked there or if I was shopping, because I kept doing both. I'd be walking with purpose like an employee, then I'd stop and browse like a customer. There was this guy with me. His name might have been Eli, and he was talking the whole time, sarcastic, snarky, like he thought everything was a joke. I can't remember what he was saying, just the vibe of him. Like someone who masks discomfort by turning everything into a punchline. We made our way toward the back of the store, and that's where it was. This thing. It looked like a person, technically, but the skin was this ash-gray, scorched-looking texture, like it had been burned and then wrapped, almost like old bandages, like it had been hastily covered up. And its legs, God, the legs were wrong. They were stiff, like there were no joints, like they didn't bend where they should. Here's the weird part. I wasn't scared. I refused to look at its face, though, like I couldn't. Like something in me knew if I looked, it would stick harder. There were people gathered around it, talking about it like it was an oddity, like it was a medical case, or a rare creature, or some messed up curiosity. They were speaking so casually, like they'd seen it before, and someone was holding up photos and even this old book, like evidence. And they kept saying the solution was to break its legs and bend them where the ankle should be, so it could stand right, even though it was standing fine. It was like they had this accepted, normal consensus that harming it was the way to fix it. And then, this feeling came over me like cold water. That thing was me. Not physically, because in the dream I was still myself, watching it, but emotionally, spiritually, like I was looking at a version of me that had been stripped down and ruined and displayed. After that, the dream got embarrassing, honestly. Suddenly I could float, like I was hovering off the ground, drifting around the store. And there was this talk, like people were whispering and pointing about me being some kind of savior figure, like I was Jesus. Even saying that makes my skin crawl, because it's not like I want that. It wasn't flattering. It was uncomfortable, like being forced into a role I never asked for. And then it shifted again, like a scene change. I was clocking off, leaving the store, floating out like it was normal. And someone called after me, kind of urgently. "Hey, Jesus is at the till. You need to go back." And I remember feeling annoyed, like, "Are you kidding me? I'm leaving." But I turned around anyway and started back toward the store. And right as I got there, I woke up. That one was around 4 in the morning. No voice, no thud, just the image of that gray, burned thing stuck in my head, like it left a smear behind my eyes. I lay there thinking about it until I felt exhausted enough to sleep again. And then the third dream happened. That's the one that always leaves me feeling the worst, because it's the one that feels like it belongs to a whole series I didn't sign up for. I was in this enormous old mansion, the kind where your footsteps echo even when you try to walk quietly. The decor was dramatic, deep black, dull gold, heavy curtains, old polished wood. And I wasn't just in the house, I was in charge of it, like I was the lady of the place. I was walking through the house, and then, with no warning, I was thrown backward onto the bed, like something invisible shoved me. And before I could even sit up, a woman was on top of me, clawing at my face with her hands. She wasn't huge, she wasn't monstrous, but the rage in her was unreal. She was ripping and slashing like she wanted to leave marks that wouldn't fade. We fought. I remember struggling, twisting, grabbing at her wrists, and somehow, I still don't understand how, I got the upper hand. And suddenly I had a cross in my hand, like it just appeared there, solid and heavy. I slammed it into her chest and I said, loud and clear, "In the name of Christ, I banish you. You will not return." And nothing happened. No smoke, no scream, no dramatic moment. She just stared at me, blank, almost bored. So I said it again, and again, like I could force it to become true if I repeated it enough times. And eventually she wasn't on the bed anymore. She was outside, in the garden. She stood by the gate and she said something like, "Fine, I'll go. But you can't stop him from coming. He's such a good dog." And then she opened the gate wide, and this big black Doberman came running through. I don't know how to explain this, but out of everything in all 3 dreams, the dog scared me the most. It looked like a normal dog, not supernatural, not glowing eyes, just a sleek, powerful Doberman moving fast, like it knew exactly where it was headed. I ran out of the bedroom, down these long stairs, shouting for help, and suddenly there were maids in the hallways, like they'd been there the whole time. I was yelling at them to stop it, keep it away from the house, don't let it reach me. And one of them, calm as anything, pulled out an old Polaroid. She held it up like it was proof. The photo showed me with someone else, but I didn't look like me. Not quite. Like it was me from another lifetime, another version. And the other person in the photo, their face was wrong, almost washed out, like the features were erased. The most visible thing was this shock of long red hair, and then this pale blankness where skin should have had details. There was a smile, too wide, and these bulging eyes staring straight into the camera like someone caught mid-madness. It reminded me of those old internet horror images, the kind you see once, and then your brain serves it back to you at the worst possible time. And that's when I woke up for the 3rd time. It was 10 in the morning, full daylight, birds outside, normal world. But I still feel like I didn't fully come back, because the images stay, the feelings stay, the sense that something is tracking me, waiting for me to slip, waiting for the moment I relax. I used to wake up shaking, crying, drenched in sweat. Now, I don't even do that anymore. I'm so used to it, I almost feel numb. Like the fear got worn down over time, sanded off. But I can't shake the watching feeling. And I've told people, I've described it in detail. I keep hoping someone will say the right thing, something that clicks, something that helps. But mostly I get silence, or vague comfort, or I'll pray for you. And I don't know. Maybe I do need something extreme. Maybe I need a ritual. Maybe I need a different kind of help entirely. All I know is, this has been going on for so long, and I can't see the end of it. And I'm tired. I'm not even scared anymore, which might be the scariest part of all. So, I'm not what you'd call super religious. I'm not the kind of person who's quoting scripture all day or anything. But I do believe there are things out there, energies, entities, whatever you want to call them, that can be dark, harmful. And I also believe there are good ones too. I've always felt like intention matters, like words matter, like what you put out into the world, and what you allow into your home. It all has weight. I grew up Catholic, so the whole idea of God, angels, demons, the devil, prayer, that was just part of the air I breathed as a kid. And my mom is the reason I can't fully roll my eyes at this stuff, you know? She was always into ghost shows, paranormal investigations, all of it. She'd say she was sensitive, like she could feel when something was around. And honestly, our house growing up had moments that were hard to explain. She used to talk about this little boy she'd see sometimes. She called him playful, like he was just there. Like a kid with leftover energy. Mischievous but harmless. But she also had experiences that were the opposite of harmless, like the kind that shook her, and my mom is not easy to scare. She dealt with sleep paralysis more than once, and she described it as this heavy, terrifying presence that felt wrong. Not just creepy, wrong. As I got older, I started having little things happen too. Nothing dramatic at first. Hearing my name when nobody was home. Getting that intense gut feeling like, don't go in there. Or, don't call that person back. Like a warning I couldn't explain. Seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, and when I'd turn, there'd be nothing. And I've always had these vivid dreams. Sometimes they'd leave me with this weird sense about a person or situation, like I was being nudged. Not with words, just a feeling. But what happened last night? No, this morning, technically. It messed me up in a way I can't shake. It was around 3 a.m., which, yes, I know. People call that the witching hour, and that fact is honestly part of what's making it stick in my head. I woke up because I heard my partner, Evan, calling my name. Like, clearly calling me. From the upstairs loft area we use as a bonus room. "Renee," he said. "Renee, come here. I need you right now." The way our bed is set up, I was lying on my right side, facing the spot Evan normally sleeps. Our dogs, 2 of them, usually wedge themselves between us like a furry barrier. I sleep with blankets pulled up over my head half the time, like a human burrito. So when I heard him calling, my first thought was groggy and automatic. Okay, he needs help. I'll go. I reached up to pull the blanket off my face, and the second my fingers touched it, this feeling hit me like a hand on my chest. Stop. Not like a casual thought, like my whole body just knew. Don't move. I froze, fully froze. And Evan called again, sharper this time. "Renee, come on, I need you." I didn't answer. I didn't even breathe right. Then a third time, his tone changed. Frustrated, pushier. "Renee, get out here, right now!" And I'm still not responding. I'm just lying there, frozen under the blankets, because my gut is screaming at me to stay still, to ignore it, to not engage. And that's when this thought slips in, clear as day, like someone placed it in my mind. Evan is in bed. He's right there. And I swear to you, in that instant, everything in me went cold. Because I remembered something I hadn't been thinking about in that half-awake haze. Earlier that night, Evan had dozed off watching TV in the loft. I had gotten ready for bed, gone up there, turned the TV off, and nudged him awake so we could both go to our room. We walked back together. The dogs followed. Everything was normal. So why was Evan calling me from the loft like he'd never left? And then the voice started getting closer, like footsteps in the hall. "Renee," it said again, louder, angrier. "Turn over. Come here." And the more I ignored it, the more it escalated, like it was feeding off my refusal. Then, it changed. The voice dropped into something deeper, rougher, like a growl underneath the words. And then it wasn't just one voice anymore. It was like several layered together, like a chorus that didn't match itself, like something trying to wear Evan's voice and failing. My skin prickled everywhere, that buzzing, electric fear that makes you feel like your body is too small to hold it. I tried to pray. Not out loud. I couldn't. My mouth wouldn't work. It was like my body was locked in place. But I tried to pray in my head, and it started mocking me, like it could hear my thoughts. I couldn't even get the words organized at first. It was like my mind was scrambling, slipping, fogging up. But I forced it. I started repeating the same prayer over and over in my head, anything I could remember, anything that felt protective, anything that felt like light. The voice got louder. It was screaming now, demanding I turn over, demanding I look at it, demanding I go to it. And I could feel it behind me. Not like I saw it, like I felt it. At the foot of the bed, near the bedroom door. A presence, a pressure. It wanted me to acknowledge it, to face it. And I'm lying there, frozen under blankets, my heart trying to climb out of my throat, praying in my head like my life depends on it. It felt like it went on forever. Realistically, it was probably minutes. But when you're trapped like that, time turns into this thick, sticky thing. And then, just like that, it stopped. Silence. No footsteps. No voice. No growl. Nothing. It was gone. I laid there for a second, still unable to move, like my body didn't trust the quiet. Then I finally made myself lift my head and look around the room. Everything looked normal. The dogs were still between us. Evan was there, breathing, slow, asleep, completely unaware. And I felt this relief, but also this deep, ugly exhaustion, like something had drained me. Here's the part that messes with me the most. I don't remember waking up after it ended. I remember waking up at the beginning, when I first heard the voice. I remember praying and praying and praying. But after the silence, I don't remember that snap back into waking life. It's like I just slipped into sleep again, still exhausted, still shaken, until my alarm went off. And when I woke up for real in the morning, I felt wrecked. Mentally, physically, emotionally. Like my nerves were rubbed raw. I was jumpy, on edge, like the air was too loud. And I'm not someone who scares easily. I love horror movies. I'm not afraid of the dark. In stressful situations, I'm usually calm. Like, I'm the person who notices something's off and starts making a plan. I've had nightmares before, and every time there's that moment where you wake up and you can tell. you can feel the difference. This didn't feel like that. My bed was the same. My blankets were the same. The dogs were in the same spot they were in during it. Nothing about the room felt dreamlike. It felt like my real life. Like something stepped into my space and tried to pull me toward it using the one voice I trust most. And I hate even saying that out loud because it sounds insane. But I know what I felt. After I got up, I did what I always do when I feel something's wrong. I cleansed the house. I spoke out loud, clearly, like I meant it. Like I was setting a boundary. Anything harmful is not welcome here. Leave. You don't get access to me, to Evan, to this home. And I keep circling the same questions in my head. Why did it mimic him? What was it trying to get me to do by making me turn over? And how do I protect us, really protect us, so whatever that was doesn't think it can come back? So I woke up at 3:12 a.m. to this little tune, just 6 notes, soft and slow, like someone was playing a flute or a reed instrument with real care. It wasn't loud at all, more like it was placed into the room. It was somber, honestly kind of heartbreakingly beautiful, and for the first few seconds I was still half asleep thinking, wow, that's lovely. And then my brain caught up and I went, wait, why is there music in here? Because it wasn't outside. It wasn't drifting in from somewhere far away. It felt right beside me, like it was coming from the same air I was breathing. The windows were shut, the curtains were still, and the moment I lifted my head, the tune just stopped. Like whoever or whatever was doing it noticed I was awake. I know people will say, auditory hallucination. I've read about musical ones before, but I've never had anything like that in my life, and I'm telling you, this didn't feel like my brain wandering. It felt like an event. And then, right after the music cut out, I heard my cat barreling up the stairs. His name is Rook. He's this edgy black cat with an attitude like he pays rent. He's always been more of an outdoor cat, according to him, and he usually wakes me up at some point in the night yelling at me like I'm late for his appointment. But this time, he came into my room and stopped so suddenly, it was like he hit an invisible wall. He just stood there. No yowl, no pacing, nothing. His eyes were huge, round and bright, like he was staring at something that made zero sense. I've never seen him quiet like that. Ever. By then, I had pulled the blanket up so high I was basically living under it, with just a tiny little peek hole. I could see him because the streetlight was coming through the sheer curtain, turning his fur into this dark outline with glossy edges. And he wasn't looking at me. He was staring toward the right side of the room, right next to where I'd heard the music. I'll add this part too. I have 2 other cats, and they were on the bed, completely out cold. Not even a tail flick. Like whatever was going on either didn't reach them, or didn't matter to them. Rook and I stayed frozen like that for what felt like forever, but it was probably only a minute. That heavy kind of silence where you're listening so hard it almost hurts. Finally, I forced myself up and I said, out loud, like saying it would make it normal, "Okay, I'll let you out." He didn't even meow until we were going down the stairs. I turned on lights as I went, every single one I could reach, all the way to the side door. And when I opened it, the night was so still it actually made my stomach drop a little. No wind, no insects, no distant cars, just quiet. That deep, pressed quiet that makes you feel like you're the only moving thing in the world. Normally, I'd stand outside for a minute when I let him out, but I didn't. Not then. I shut the door, closed the curtains that were even slightly open, and I went straight to the couch. I turned the TV on, not even to watch it, just for noise, just to put something human in the air, and I started searching, reading, trying to explain it away. And I'm going to say it again. What I experienced wasn't some fuzzy, half-dream melody. It was clear. It had shape. It had intention. And maybe this part matters too. Maybe it's part of why it hit me the way it did. I'm 40, and I've been living alone for the last few months after separating from my husband. It's been quiet in this house in a way I'm still not used to. I joke that I've become a cat lady overnight, but it's not really a joke. It's my life right now. It's me, a new routine, and 3 small creatures with big opinions. I haven't talked to my neighbors yet because it's still early, but I'm going to. I want to know if anyone else has ever heard music at night or had their animals react to something that wasn't there. I'm not exactly terrified. I'm intrigued because that little tune is stamped into my brain. I can still hear it perfectly. I even sat there staring at my keyboard thinking I could play it. And then I got this weird feeling like maybe I shouldn't. Like repeating it might be a kind of invitation, and I don't know what I'd be inviting back in. All I know is it was 6 notes, repeated once, second time softer, like a whisper. And what I keep coming back to is Rook, because I didn't see anything. I didn't see a figure, or a shadow, or an apparition, but he looked at something like it was standing there with us. So I guess what I'm really asking, if you've ever had anything like this, or if you know stories like it, is, what do you make of a moment like that? A quiet house, closed windows, a tune that feels placed right beside you, and a cat who suddenly forgets how to make a sound. Okay, so I clean houses for a living in this little town where everyone kind of knows everyone, right? And one evening I had this job out on an acreage just outside town. One of those places where the nearest neighbor feels like a mile away. The house itself had that older vibe, like late 70s or early 80s. Lots of wood tones and slightly creaky floors. It was only my second time cleaning there. This time, I was on my own. The homeowners were out for the evening, and the only company I had was their big golden retriever, Moose. Sweetest dog ever. Total teddy bear. Usually he just flops down somewhere and snoozes while I work. And honestly, the first hour was completely normal. Then dusk hit. I'm in the kitchen wiping down counters with my headphones on, music up, in my own little world. And Moose is on the couch in the living room like he always is. I glance over and he looks half asleep. And then, out of nowhere, like a switch flipped, he shoots up and starts losing his mind. Barking, sprinting across the living room, claws skittering on the floor, full body alarm mode. It startled me so badly I swear my soul left my body for a second. I yanked one headphone off and just stood there frozen like, Moose? Buddy? What are we doing? He's staring toward the front windows, barking like something is right there. I tried to calm myself down by telling myself it was probably a deer or a stray cat or, I don't know, a raccoon with attitude. Something normal. Something explainable. But I'll tell you, my stomach did that weird little drop thing. I kept going, trying to shake it off. A little later, I went upstairs to finish the bedrooms, and that's when I noticed the lamp. It was on. It was one of those touch lamps. You tap the base and it cycles through brightness levels. I remember turning it off earlier because I'm kind of picky about leaving things the way I found them. I even remember thinking, okay, lamp off, bed made, on to the next thing. So when I saw it glowing again, I just stood there blinking at it like, no, I literally turned you off. I walked over, tapped it, and it clicked off. Whatever. Maybe I bumped it. Maybe it's sensitive. I finished the bathroom, came back through the same room. Lamp is on again. Okay, fine. Weird, but maybe it's glitchy. I turned it off. Then it happened again. And again. Like, not immediately, but often enough that I started counting. By the time it was fully dark outside, I'd turned that same lamp off at least 3 times, maybe 4. I even tried tapping different spots like that would somehow make it behave better, which is ridiculous. But I was getting this creeping feeling in the back of my neck. I started doing that thing where you tell yourself logical explanations out loud, like it'll convince your body to calm down. Okay, faulty lamp, bad wiring, old house, that's all. Still, the vibe was changing. You know what I mean? Like the house felt louder, even though it was quiet. Near the end of the clean, I'm doing my last pass, dusting, picking up little things, making sure everything looks perfect. I'm back to my playlist, some country mix I always listen to when I'm trying to finish strong. I'm at the top of the staircase, wiping down the railing, and I'm finally starting to relax a little. And then my music just stops. Not like fades out, just cuts. And in that exact moment, 2 small voices come through my headphones, clear as day, like they're right in my ears. They say in this sing-songy way, "Come play with us, Daddy." And then, silence. And then, like nothing happened, my song picks right back up. Same spot, same volume. Like the whole thing was just inserted into my brain and then erased. I'm telling you, I didn't even try to rationalize it this time. I didn't go, maybe it was a weird ad. I didn't go, maybe my phone glitched. I just went, nope, out loud. Like, nope, absolutely not. I finished what I could in record time. I didn't even care if my lines were perfect. I packed up so fast I almost tripped over my own vacuum cord. Moose was suddenly calm again too, which somehow made it worse. Like he'd done his warning, and now it was my problem. I got to my car and locked the doors immediately, like that mattered. And I just sat there breathing for a second, staring at the house in the dark. When I got home, I replayed the song. I needed to know if it was some creepy remix or a prank edit or something. Totally normal, no voices, nothing. And the thing is, my phone screen was off when it happened. When I checked it afterward, it was still sitting on the playlist like it never left. No video apps open, no weird notifications, nothing. So yeah, I still clean that place, but I will never, ever clean that house after dark again. So, I've run into this kind of presence a handful of times in my life, and I still don't have a better word for it than presence, because every time there's this unmistakable sense of mutual awareness, like we both know we're sharing the same moment, but there's never been a solid body to point to, just this dense, shifting cloud, like vapor that has opinions. The funniest one, by far, happened back in early summer of 2006, when I was living in Durango, Colorado. I had this tiny little place not far from a big open parkland outside town. Wide meadow, mountain backdrop, the kind of spot that looks almost unreal when the sun is just coming up. In late spring, the whole place would explode with wildflowers, and every morning smelled like cold dirt, pine needles, and whatever magic mountain air is made of. That meadow had a loop trail, 2 miles give or take, and it was my routine. I'd jog from my apartment to the park, do the loop twice, then jog back home. 6 miles. Nothing heroic, just steady, familiar. The kind of run where your brain is half asleep and your body's on autopilot. Quick bit of context, because it matters. The park used to be something totally different decades earlier, an old tourist attraction with a goofy frontier theme. People would ride in these little wagon rides past fake wooden storefronts, and there were once actual animals kept out there. It shut down ages ago and got turned into a regular city park, but there were still these leftover traces, odd clearings, a weird little statue at the entrance that looked like it had been designed from memory by someone who'd only heard of the animal it was supposed to be. Anyway, this particular morning was perfect, cool, crisp, that early sun glow starting to creep over the grass. I remember feeling really good, lungs open, legs cooperating, the soft thud of my shoes on packed dirt, and that one little footbridge where the boards always made the same hollow thump, thump, thump under you. It was one of those sounds you don't realize you love until you hear it. I came into the park entrance and there was a big family kind of blocking the main gate. Kids, stroller, the whole situation. So I swung off onto this side trail that skirts the entrance. And since I was already drifting right, I decided to run the loop counterclockwise, which I usually preferred anyway because it saved the steepest climb for the end. I liked finishing with that burn. It made me feel like I earned breakfast. Everything felt normal. A couple other runners in the distance, one cyclist cruising through like they had somewhere important to be, and a few parents doing the stroller shuffle. I finished my first lap, started my second, and as I came around toward the last section, the part with the little ravine, I headed for this fork where you drop down into a gully and climb out the other side. That gully was thick with trees, pine, oak, a few aspens, and it was always full of squirrels, loud ones, bossy ones. They'd scold you from above like you were late for an appointment they were running. I used to jokingly call that stretch Squirrel Hollow because every single time I ran through, it felt like the squirrels were holding a town meeting. So I take the right fork, start down into the trees, and the instant I crossed into the shade, I got that feeling. You know the one. That sudden shift where your body quietly goes, oh, something's here. Not fear exactly, more like awareness snapping into place, like the air thickens half a notch. The trail dipped, crossed the bottom of the gully, then angled left to climb back up. And right as I came to that bend, where you can see downhill through the trees, I spotted it. A pale shape moving between the trunks. At first my brain tried to force it into something normal. I genuinely thought, for a split second, it was a person running hunched under a white sheet, like some prank or, I don't know, the world's least practical fashion choice. But immediately, something was off. There weren't any legs. And it wasn't flapping like fabric. It wasn't moving like cloth at all. It was gliding, smooth, deliberate, like fog that had decided on a destination and meant it. It was maybe 8 feet wide, maybe more, and around my height, about 5'6"-ish, and it wasn't opaque, but it was thick, like dense steam, and it shimmered. Not glowing like a light source, but pearly, wet-looking, like moonlight on mist. It was coming from downhill on my right, moving toward the exact spot where the trail crosses the gully, and I realized really quickly, if I kept running, we were going to meet in the same space at the same time. So I stopped. And when I stopped, it stopped too, right at the edge of the path. Just paused there, roiling, churning gently in place, waiting. I got full body chills, like my skin was trying to crawl up and hide behind my ears. My brain was doing this high-pitched internal "ee." Not words, just pure alarmed disbelief. But here's the part that still makes me laugh. Along with the terror and the awe and the "what am I looking at?" I also got this oddly clear sense that this was polite. Like we were both standing at the same doorway, and the question wasn't who will attack whom. It was literally who goes first. So without thinking too hard, because if I'd thought too hard I would have sprinted backward into a tree, I did the most instinctive, ridiculous thing. I gave it the right of way. I sort of dipped my head, almost like a tiny bow, and motioned with both hands like, "After you." And I swear to you, that misty, shimmering mass seemed to respond. It drifted forward, crossed the trail in front of me, and continued up the gully, weaving between the trees like it had somewhere to be. No rush, no drama, just determined fog on an errand. I stood there for another heartbeat, watching it slide into thicker underbrush, and then I started jogging again, slower now, because my nervous system was basically screaming, "We have been lied to about reality." When I came out of the trees back into the sun near the main meadow, I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting, honestly, I don't know what I expected. For it to come floating out into the open? For the other runners to be pointing and yelling? For a squirrel to file a report? Nothing. No one reacted. No one looked weirded out. The meadow was peaceful like it always was. Flowers swaying, sunlight spreading, people minding their own business. And the rest of the run home? I barely noticed anything. I was physically moving through streets and sidewalks, but mentally I was still standing in that gully, watching this pearly cloud wait patiently for me to gesture it through, like we were two strangers meeting at a narrow bridge. It's honestly one of the strangest things I've ever seen, and yet it's also one of the most personable. That's the word that sticks. Like, "Hey, excuse me, passing through." A polite, shimmering fog in Squirrel Hollow, waiting for me to mind my manners. Welcome to the Paranormal M channel. Can't sleep again? No worries. Lie down, throw on your headphones, and turn on your nightlight. I'm going to share some of my own paranormal experiences with you. Hopefully, they'll help you relax. By the way, thank you so much for sending in your stories. Please, keep them coming. I genuinely love doing this. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. All right, let's get into it. Okay, so let me tell you about this weird little piece of my childhood. My grandparents had these close friends, an elderly couple named Arthur and Mabel. They were the kindest people. Arthur always smelled like pipe tobacco and wood polish, and Mabel baked something every time you blinked. They had this old lamp in their house, and for as long as I can remember, they told the strangest story about it. Now this lamp was old, like 1920s Art Deco old, with a heavy brass base and a stained glass shade that always looked a little too fragile. And according to them, for more than 40 years, the same thing kept happening. The light bulb would just vanish. Not burn out, not flicker and die, actually disappear. They'd be sitting there reading, light on, everything normal, and then at some point, they'd realize the lamp was dark. They'd come over to check, and the whole bulb would be gone. Later, it would turn up somewhere else in the house. Sometimes in obvious places, like right in the middle of the living room floor, or in the little drawer under the lamp. But sometimes it got absurd. They told me about the times it showed up in the bathroom sink, once in the freezer, sitting on top of a bag of peas. One bulb was found inside the tank of the toilet, years later, when Arthur finally opened it to fix the flusher. The one that really got me, though, was when they found it inside the lamp's own base. You actually had to unscrew a little panel with a screwdriver to get in there. They joked that if it ever appeared in the car, they were moving. When I was younger, I just thought it was a funny, exaggerated story. You know how older folks sometimes have that one running joke that never dies? They'd say, "Oh, guess where the lamp bulb was this time?" And I'd laugh and roll my eyes. It was just part of being at their house. Then I saw it happen. I was about 11 when this all went from cute story to, okay, what the hell? My grandmother got really sick and ended up in the hospital for a while, so I stayed with Arthur and Mabel for about a week. They put me in the guest bedroom, and of course, that's where the infamous lamp lived. The lamp sat on a little wooden bedside table, maybe 2 feet from my head when I lay down. For the first couple of nights, they left it on for me. I actually preferred that. It made the strange house feel a little less unfamiliar. So the lamp stayed on all night, this warm yellow glow in the corner of the room. By the third night, I was used to it. I remember checking the old digital clock on the dresser. It was around 2:47 a.m., something oddly specific that just burned into my brain. I wasn't fully asleep, more in that fuzzy in-between state, wrapped up in the blankets. And then, suddenly, the room went dark. No slow flicker, no pop, just instant black. I jolted awake, heart hammering. The door didn't open. Nobody came in. I didn't hear footsteps or anything. It was just dark, completely. The kind of dark where your brain starts inventing shapes. My only decent light source was my little silver Nintendo DS, so I flipped it open and cranked the brightness all the way up. That cold blue glow felt like a lifeline. I slid out of bed, walked the 2 steps to the table, and pointed the DS screen at the lamp. No bulb. I don't mean it was loose. I don't mean it had fallen onto the table. I mean the socket was empty, completely empty. And I swear to you, I had looked at that lamp right before trying to fall asleep. The light had been on. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed if it went dark earlier. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there, alternating between playing and listening to every tiny creak the house made, absolutely convinced that if I looked up, that bulb would be floating in midair or something. Morning finally came. Sunlight was leaking around the curtains, and I could hear Arthur banging around in the kitchen. Eventually, I went out and told him what happened. I tried to sound casual, but my voice was shaking. He raised his eyebrows, gave me this little half smile, and said, "Ah, lamp got you, did it?" We went back to the guest room together to look for the bulb. We checked the floor, the bed, under the table. Nothing. Then Arthur reached for the drawer under the lamp. Now, this is important. That drawer was on these old metal rails that screamed every time you opened it. It was loud enough that you'd cringe when you pulled it out. I know because I had opened it earlier to see if there were any books or comics in there. I would have definitely heard it if someone had messed with it in the night. Arthur gripped the handle, yanked it open, screech! And there it was, the bulb, just sitting there in the middle of the drawer, like it had always belonged. He nodded, like this was the most normal thing in the world, and said, "That's the most common place it likes to end up." And I just stood there, skin crawling, because I knew that drawer hadn't opened once while I was in that room. There was no way. It was inches from my head when I slept. That awful metal squeal was impossible to miss. But somehow, between the moment the light went out and the moment the sun came up, the bulb had gone from the lamp, 2 feet from my face, to inside that noisy drawer without a sound. To this day, I can't explain it. I've tried. I've thought about loose fixtures, about someone playing a prank, about my memory being weird because I was half asleep. But every version of that night I replay in my mind hits the same impossible detail. I would have heard that drawer. Years later, after my grandmother's funeral in 2013, I saw Arthur and Mabel one last time. They were both in their early 90s then, still holding hands like teenagers. We didn't talk about the lamp that day. It didn't feel like the moment. After that, I lost touch. The next time I drove past their house, there was a different car in the driveway. Sleek, modern. The kind of thing I couldn't imagine either of them ever driving. I assume they're gone now. And I don't know what happened to that old lamp. Maybe it's in a thrift store somewhere, sitting quietly on a dusty shelf, pretending to be normal. Maybe someone else owns it now and occasionally finds a stray bulb in a place that makes no sense. All I know is that, as a kid, I laughed at their stories. And ever since that one sleepless night, I've never laughed at that lamp again. So, this all happened about 12 years ago, and honestly, I still don't know what to do with it. Let me back up a bit. On my mom's side of the family, things were complicated. My mom, Elena, never really got along with my dad's side, and over time, the tension spread to her own family too. In the late 80s, after a lot of drama that I only know in pieces, She cut off all contact with her parents and siblings. Just done. No calls, no visits, nothing. Because of that, I grew up never meeting my maternal grandparents. I knew they existed, obviously, but they were these vague, ghost-like figures in stories my mom almost never told. No photos around the house, no holiday cards, no, we should visit them someday. Just silence. Fast forward to around 2012. My mom's father, my grandfather, whom I'd never met, was dying of lung cancer. He was in his late 70s by then. Word somehow got to my mom through one of her sisters that he was trying to make amends before he passed. He wanted to see her again. He wanted to see his grandkids. And my mom? She surprised me. One evening, she sat me down at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of tea that had gone cold. She said, "Alex, your grandfather is very sick. He doesn't have much time left. He wants to see me, and he asked if he could meet you." I could see the war going on in her face. Part of her was still that hurt daughter from the 80s, but another part of her was a tired woman who didn't want to carry old grudges anymore. She said, "I'm going to go. I think I need to. But whether you come or not, that's up to you. I won't force you." And I remember thinking, I've gone my whole life not knowing this man, but this might be my only chance. Curiosity and a weird sense of, I don't know, duty, sort of mixed together. So I told her, "Okay, I'll go. If it means something to him, I'll be there." There's another piece you need for this to make sense. Back then, I had a girlfriend, Sophia. For our 2-year anniversary, I saved up and bought her this delicate silver ring with a tiny blue stone in it. We were at this old seaside amusement pier, one of those places with creaky wooden planks and neon lights that buzz a little too loudly. I gave her the ring while we were at the top of the Ferris wheel, looking out over the water. It was a whole cinematic moment, and I was really proud of myself. She wore that ring all the time, like never took it off. And then one weekend, she went to this outdoor concert with some friends. Big crowd, dancing, people bumping into each other, the usual. Later that night, she called me, almost in tears, saying, "Alex, I lost the ring. It just slipped off somewhere. I've looked everywhere. I'm so sorry." I spent the next day calling the venue, messaging their lost and found page, even going down there once to walk around the field myself, staring at the ground like an idiot. But imagine trying to find a tiny silver ring in a field where thousands of people had been dancing all night. It was gone. I accepted that eventually, but it still stung. Okay, so that's all in the background. Now to the visit. My mom and I drove over to the hospice where my grandfather, his name was Victor, was staying. I remember being more nervous than I expected. Like, what do you say to someone who's your grandfather but also basically a stranger? We walked into his room, and he looked small. Smaller than I'd pictured. Thin, gray, hooked up to tubes, but his eyes were sharp. Really sharp. When he saw my mom, I swear his whole face rearranged, like all the years without her just collapsed at once. They hugged and both cried a little, and I kind of stood there awkwardly like, "Hi, I'm your grandson, no big deal." We talked for a while, mostly small talk at first, where I was studying, what I liked to do. He told me a couple of stories about my mom as a teenager, stuff I'd never heard, and my mom just kept wiping her eyes and laughing. Later that afternoon, his pain got pretty bad. The nurse came in and gave him a dose of morphine through his IV. After a few minutes, his speech got slower, and eventually, he drifted off to sleep. My mom and I sat there quietly, just listening to the machines and the muffled sounds from the hallway. About an hour later, he woke up. He blinked a few times, looked around the room, and then said, very calmly, I just had the strangest dream. My mom leaned in a bit and said, "What did you dream, Papa?" He turned his head toward me, though, like he was talking mostly to me, and said, "There was a young woman with a beautiful ring, silver, with a small blue stone. She loved it very much. She was at this big outdoor festival, with music playing and everyone dancing. But in the middle of all those people, the ring slipped off her finger." He paused for a moment and closed his eyes, like he could still see it. "She dropped it into the crowd," he went on, "and people were dancing, stepping on it, pushing it into the ground. She tried to find it, but the more she searched, the more it disappeared. In the end, there was nothing left to pick up." My mom and I just stared at each other. She knew about Sophia's ring. She knew where it had been lost. But we had never told anyone in her family any of that. There hadn't even been contact with them. No phone calls, no mutual friends, nothing. I kind of laughed, but it came out shaky. I said something like, "That's oddly specific." Inside, though, I felt this cold shiver run down my spine. We tried to shrug it off as a coincidence. Strange, but still technically possible, right? Plenty of people lose rings. Plenty of people go to concerts. You can rationalize it if you try hard enough. The day went on. Sometimes he would drift off mid-sentence, then wake up and pick up the conversation like nothing had happened. At one point, he started talking about the man with the cape. He said there was a man standing in the living room, his living room, not the hospice room, wearing a long, dark cape. Victor kept glancing toward the corner of the hospice room, like he could see him there. He told my mom, "He's waiting. When I grab his cape, he'll take me with him. Then I'll be on the other side." The way he said it was so matter-of-fact, not scared, not dramatic, just sure. My mom squeezed his hand and said, "You don't have to go with him yet." He smiled a little and said, "I know, not yet." Now, here's where it goes from odd to what on earth. Before we left that evening, my mom leaned over to hug him goodbye. I stepped out into the hallway to give them a moment alone. I could see them from the doorway, though, just talking quietly. Then he reached up, took my mom's hand, pulled her closer, and whispered something in her ear. On the drive home, she was weirdly quiet. I figured she was just emotional from seeing him again after so many years. Finally, halfway down the highway, she said, very softly, "Victor knew something he shouldn't have known." I asked, "What do you mean?" She took a deep breath and told me what he had whispered. He'd said, "Don't let your husband die on that highway. Don't let him end his life there. It won't solve anything. He's stronger than that. Please, remind him. Tell him I said so." Now, you have to understand something. About 10 years earlier, when I was still a kid, my dad had gone through this horrible period at work. The company he worked for manipulated a situation after his own father died and basically tried to push him out while he was grieving. He was exhausted, burned out, and felt completely trapped. Only my mom and my dad knew about that moment. They never told my grandparents on either side. They never told friends. It wasn't some family story that got passed around. It was a secret pain shared by two people and buried. And yet, years later, as he lay dying, with zero contact for decades, my grandfather somehow told my mom, "Don't let your husband end his life on that highway." Not just, "Don't let him do something stupid," or "take care of him." He mentioned the highway, that specific place, that specific act. When my mom told me that in the car, we both just sat there in stunned silence. I remember watching the road blur past and thinking, there's no way he could have known that. None. We tried to reason our way out of it. Maybe he guessed. Maybe he was just saying something symbolic. Maybe it was all morphine-induced rambling and we were connecting dots that weren't there. But then there was the ring, the concert, the color of the stone. Too many details, too specific. Even now, I don't know what to call it. A coincidence? Some kind of strange intuition that people get when they're close to death? Something spiritual? Something in his subconscious that picked up on things no one had told him? I just know this. We had no contact with that side of the family for decades. There were no shared stories, no social media stalking, no quiet phone calls between relatives filling him in. And yet, in one single day, he spoke about two events he should never have known anything about. A lost ring at a crowded festival, and a silent, terrifying moment on a highway 10 years earlier. And in the middle of all of that, he kept talking about the man with the cape, waiting patiently to walk him to the other side. I still don't fully understand what happened in that room, but I think about it a lot. And every time I'm on that highway with my dad in the passenger seat, or at some crowded event where people are dancing and something small could get lost under their feet, those words come back to me. My grandfather's voice, quiet but certain. He's stronger than that. Don't let him end his life on that highway. Some things you just carry with you, even when you can't explain them. So, this isn't some epic ghost hunter saga or anything, but if anyone's going to appreciate it, it's probably you. I moved into my first little house about 6 months ago. It's one of those older places, maybe 80, 90 years old, in a small mid-Atlantic town that used to be a big stop for travelers. Old train station, brick storefronts, creaky porches, the kind of place where nobody would blink if you said, "Yeah, that house is probably haunted." Most of what I was doing was basic, new homeowner with too much optimism stuff. Painting, patching, arguing with YouTube tutorials. My dad, Mark, was helping me out, along with my mom, Elena. And in that order, Dad, me, then Mom. We all had these tiny, quick, really specific weird moments that stopped as abruptly as they started. The first thing happened to my dad. We were in the hallway by the old kitchen, and there's this antique doorbell still mounted on the wall. One of those metal chime setups with little plates and coils, the kind that looks like it belongs in a black and white movie. It's not hooked up to a button anymore, but the transformer is still live. I was in the next room rolling paint when I heard Dad go quiet. Then I hear it too. This faint, tinkling ding-ding, like someone was gently messing with the chimes. Not a full ring, more like fingers brushing the metal. Dad looks at me and goes, "Did you hear that?" We stood there for a second listening, but it didn't happen again. We figured maybe it was some kind of electrical interference or vibration from us moving around, and we shrugged it off. Very logical, very boring explanation. And for the record, it has never done it again. Not once. A little while later, days, maybe weeks, Dad was upstairs replacing an outlet in the guest room. I was sitting on the floor behind him with a screwdriver, pretending I knew what I was doing. The stairs come up right outside that room, and from where I was sitting, I could see the top few steps. Out of nowhere, Dad just freezes mid-sentence and turns his head toward the stairs. I'm like, "What?" He squints for a second and says, "I could have sworn I saw a cat just walk up the steps." He described it as this small, dark cat, tail up, trotting up like it knew the place. The thing is, I saw movement too, just in the corner of my eye, like a shadow drifting past the doorway. But when we both leaned out to look, there was nothing. No cat, no sound, just empty stairs. Now, we're both pretty skeptical people. This is the same guy I once sat with on the porch of our family cabin at night, listening to what sounded like heavy boots pacing back and forth on the wooden deck. Clear as day, like someone was patrolling, but no one was there when we checked. Even then, we were like, Okay, weird, but there's gotta be some explanation. So with the cat, we were like, shadow, trick of the light, tired eyes, whatever. And then it was my turn. One night, around some truly awful hour, like 3 in the morning, I woke up thirsty. You know that half-asleep shuffle where you're basically a ghost yourself? That was me, dragging into the kitchen with the lights off except for the little glow over the stove. The staircase that leads up to the second floor is just off the kitchen, sort of behind me as I open the fridge. I'm standing there, door open, the light spilling into the room, staring blankly at a carton of orange juice like it's a life decision. And from right behind me, down low, near the base of those stairs, I hear this perfectly clear, loud little "meow?" Not a vague creak, not pipes, not a weird house noise. A cat. A very present, very normal-sounding cat meow. The kind you'd hear if you walked into someone's house and their cat wanted attention. Nothing. No cat on the stairs, no cat in the kitchen, no cat anywhere. And I don't own a cat. I don't even have so much as a bag of cat food in the house. I checked anyway, because of course I did. Opened doors, peeked into corners, even looked outside in case a neighborhood cat had somehow slipped in. It was just me and a very quiet, very old house. I tried to be rational about it. Maybe the house made a weird noise. Maybe my sleepy brain filled it in as a meow. Whatever. It bothered me, but not in a "I'm moving out" way. More like, that's going in the "weird things my house does" file. The last thing happened to my mom, and honestly, hers is the one that stuck with me the most. It was a bright afternoon, good light, windows open, absolutely not the setting for a spooky story. My mom was sitting on the couch in the living room, flipping through her phone while I was messing with some shelves. All of a sudden she looks up and asks, very casually, "Did you see that little gray and white cat just walk out of here?" I blink and go, "What cat?" She points toward the doorway that leads into the front hallway and says, "It walked right past the coffee table, tail up, and then just kept going that way." And then she kind of laughs nervously and adds, "Through the wall." She said it like she was trying not to freak herself out, but she was pale. She described this small, short-haired cat with a white chest and gray patches, just strolling out of the living room like it owned the place, and then disappearing straight into the wall where there definitely is no doorway. Now, my mom is a believer. She already knew about Dad thinking he'd seen a cat on the stairs, and she knew about me hearing the phantom meow. So there's this part of my brain going, okay, maybe her mind filled in the blanks. Maybe she wanted it to be a ghost cat. But there's another part of me that remembers how specific she was, the way she said it, the way she kept replaying its path with her finger, like, it walked right there. And here's the strangest part of the whole thing. After that moment, after my mom watched this little gray and white cat just ghost itself through the living room wall, nothing else weird has happened in the house. No more chimes, no more shadows on the stairs, no more mysterious meows in the middle of the night. Just silence. Regular old creaks and pops and HVAC noises. It's like whoever, or whatever, was there finished their little inspection and moved on. So now I'm stuck with this question that I can't quite shake. Were those all coincidences? A powered old doorbell humming at the wrong time, tired eyes catching shadows, a sleepy brain mishearing a sound, and a believer's imagination topping it off. Or, and this is the version I secretly kind of like, was there a local stray passing through? Some little ghost cat doing rounds in an old house in a historic town, just making sure the new human was okay before heading off to wherever ghost cats go. I don't know. I'm still a skeptic. Mostly. But sometimes, when I'm locking up for the night and I walk past the bottom of the stairs, I still catch myself saying, quietly, "Good night, buddy," just in case there's a small, unseen cat listening. Let me just start by saying, I've never been a full-on non-believer. If anything, I've always kind of wanted to see something. Like, if ghosts are real, cool, let me meet one, right? But now I think I'm actually dealing with something. A ghost, an entity, some leftover energy, I don't know. And it's starting to mess with my ability to work, and I honestly don't know what to do with that. I'm a sound engineer at a big live theater downtown. I started there in early April. The original building went up in the late 1950s, and then they slapped on this huge addition around, 1999. And when I say slapped on, I mean they did it cheap. The layout is ridiculous. There are half floors, like 2.5, 3.5, random staircases to nowhere. If you've worked in live theater, you know the catwalk is never conveniently near the sound or lighting booth, and this place is like a case study in that. The whole building is basically a maze held together by gaffer tape and wishful thinking. Part of my job has basically become figure out whatever nonsense the last people left behind. Untangle cables, trace weird signal paths, label things that should have been labeled 10 years ago. There's this one room we call B17. It's technically at the highest point of the building, but because of the weird floor system, it ended up with that random name. It's also the only room up there. That's where we keep all the really long sound cables, like anything over 50 feet. So I'm up there a lot, just coiling and labeling and trying to bring order to chaos. To get to B17 from my office, you have to go through this bizarre little stair hallway situation. It's like someone started building a stairwell, got bored halfway through, and just kept adding turns. No windows, all concrete, and when the lights are off, it is pitch black. Like, if your phone dies, you live there now. There are several old push-button light switches up there. They are not motion activated. They are not on timers. I have tested them thoroughly because of what happened next. One afternoon, I'm in B17, sitting on the floor with a pile of cables, labeling them by length. It's quiet. I'm in the zone. And suddenly, the hallway light clicks off. I instantly get annoyed because I assume it's our stage manager, Lena, messing with something in the little booth that's connected to that hallway. She's great, but she loves pressing buttons. So I sigh, grab my phone flashlight, and stomp down that dark hallway to tell her to knock it off. Except, she's not there. The booth is empty. And when I look at the clock, it hits me. She's not even scheduled to be in the building for another 3 hours. So now I'm unsettled. I don't love unexplained stuff when I'm alone in a concrete tunnel. But I tell myself the usual rational things, you know? Old building, faulty wiring, whatever. I go back up to B17 and keep working. A few minutes later, the lights go off again. At this point, I'm irritated and a little freaked out, so I blurt out loud, "Okay, will you knock it off, please?" And the lights click back on. Not flicker, not slowly fade back, just click, on. I stand there, looking at the switch, looking at the ceiling, trying to decide if I'm being pranked or if I've finally lost my grip on reality. In the end, I tell myself it's just some weird fluke and I let it go. Old buildings do strange things, right? The next day, though, something happens that I cannot explain away with old building. I come in the next day. I am the first one in. And that set piece is annihilated. Not just a little broken. The cart is tilted, one wheel snapped, and the glass dome is shattered into pieces all over the stage. Props scattered like somebody threw a tantrum. The platform under it is fine, like nothing else was touched. So I'm standing there thinking, either someone came in after hours, broke in just to wage war on a dessert cart, or I really pissed something off when I yelled in that hallway. What makes this weirder is that most of the places where my instincts go on high alert, the spots where my hackles go up, are in the newer part of the building. B17, that whole hallway system, a couple of the newer catwalks. You'd assume haunted equals old original wing, right? But the unsettling stuff, for me, is mostly in the addition. And then my brain starts doing that thing where it rewinds my entire time there, looking for moments that felt off. The first time I felt it was actually in the original 1950s stage, underneath the deck. I had to install speakers under there. The trap space is huge, like 100 feet across, but low. I'm about 6 foot, and my back just barely clears the beams when I'm walking through. It's dusty, full of old wiring, forgotten props, random bits of lumber. I'm not claustrophobic at all. Crawl spaces, basements, tight catwalks, never been a problem for me. But under that stage, I kept having these waves of get out. Not panic, exactly. Just this heavy feeling that someone was right behind me, watching. Every time I'd stop and turn around, of course, there would be nothing but darkness and plywood. So here's where I'm stuck. I am a skeptic. I am that person who is usually explaining away weird stuff, not encouraging it. But whatever is happening here, it feels different. It feels intentional. And as completely unscientific as this sounds, I cannot shake the feeling that whatever it is a kid. Not evil, not super malevolent, more like mischievous, easily offended maybe, curious. Today was the first day I felt like it was actually following me. I'd be in the new wing, feel that little prickle at the back of my neck, then head to the old stage, and a few minutes later the same feeling would show up there too, like it was trailing me from space to space. And that's where I'm kind of losing it, because it's palpable. It's not just, oh, I creeped myself out. It's like walking into a room where someone's just had an argument. You can't see it, but the air feels thick. I don't get the sense it wants to hurt me, but I also really need to be able to do my job without wondering if some invisible 10-year-old is going to murder the hallway lights or trash another set piece. I've been asking myself, do you talk to these things? Is that a good idea? A bad idea? I can't burn sage or anything dramatic because, fire alarms and sprinkler systems and, hey, why is the sound guy smoking out the building? So for now, I've just been acknowledging it. When the lights flicker or I get that watched feeling, I'll say something like, hey, I'm just working. Please don't mess with the gear, okay? I feel ridiculous, talking to what might just be bad wiring and my overactive brain. But it also feels ruder not to. Whatever it is, ghost, energy, my subconscious having a field day, this whole thing has been wild. And as much as it freaks me out, a tiny part of me is like, well, you wanted to see something. So, I'm still kind of shaky talking about this, but I'll walk you through it from the beginning. First off, a bunch of people had suggested carbon monoxide when I told them what happened. So I went to my husband, Evan, and I'm like, hey, a lot of people are saying this could be a carbon monoxide thing. He looks at me and goes, we've got a detector, remember? I checked the batteries last month. He reminds me we don't even have gas lines running to the house. Everything's electric. The generator out back hasn't been used in months. Our garage is basically a storage unit now. No cars running in there, nothing. We actually went through the whole maybe it's mold scare less than 6 months ago because my kid and I kept feeling run down and gross all the time. We had the place checked. Came back clear. And Evan's a licensed electrician who inspects buildings and signs off on them being up to code. So he's super strict about stuff like carbon monoxide and smoke detectors. He's always checking them and making sure they're working. So we went down that list. Detectors, mold, gas lines, everything. It really doesn't look like that's what's going on, but I'm still keeping it in the back of my mind and staying alert, just in case. Okay, now for the part that's got me genuinely freaked out. A few hours ago, Evan came home from work. It was earlier than he usually gets in. but he'd told me it was a training day, so I wasn't surprised. Nothing about it felt weird at all. He comes through the door, calls out, "Hey, Em," walks over, gives me a quick kiss, asks how my day's going. I ask how his training went. Totally normal back and forth, the same everyday kind of comfort you don't even think about. Then he says he's going to change, so he heads to the bathroom for a minute, like he always does. After that, he wanders into the living room and says something like, "I'm gonna try that new Elden Ring build people keep talking about." He grabs his controller, plops down in his beanbag, starts messing with the console. Very ordinary, very him. I wander off into the other room and start scrolling on my phone. Social media, nothing interesting. I'm just zoning out. After a while, I realize the house is really quiet. Like, too quiet for someone supposedly playing a video game. So I call out, "Babe?" Nothing. So I try again, louder this time. "Babe?" Still no answer. At this point I'm thinking, okay, maybe he passed out in his beanbag. Wouldn't be the first time. So I walk into the living room, and he's not there. Beanbag is empty. TV is off. Controller's on the table. Now I'm confused, but I'm not panicking yet. I check the kitchen. Not there. Our bedroom. Not there. Bathroom. Empty. I do a lap through the house. Kids' room, office, guest room. Nothing. I think, okay, maybe he stepped into the garage or backyard without saying anything. Which would be weird for him, but still possible. I check the backyard. No Evan. Garage? Just boxes and junk. No husband. I even walk around to the side yard and then to the front door. And that's when I see it. His work van is gone. That's when my stomach drops. Because this man does not leave the house without at least calling out, "Love you, see you later," and giving me a kiss. Not once in all these years. Not his style at all. So now I'm like, did he really just walk out without saying goodbye? That alone is enough to make me feel off. I grab my phone and call him. It goes straight to voicemail. Before I can even spiral, he texts me. "Hey, everything okay? Am I okay? Babe, where did you go?" He replies, "I can't talk right now. I'm still in CPR training. What's going on?" I'm just frozen. CPR training. So I tell him, "What are you talking about? You came home early. We talked. You changed. You were in the living room playing your game and then you just disappeared." He sends back, "Em, I haven't left work yet. I kissed you goodbye this morning. I've been here all day. My badge never even left the building, and the door camera didn't ping once." At this point, I'm actually pacing. I'm 45 years old. I have never hallucinated in my life. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I wasn't sleep deprived. I wasn't sick. I remember the weight of his hug, the way his shirt felt, the tone of his voice when he asked about my day, the sound of the bathroom door, the way he joked about his game. So I tell him, "I had a whole conversation with you. You hugged me. You went to the bathroom. I heard you. What do you mean you haven't been home?" He's confused and a little freaked out too, and he says, "Then it wasn't me." And no alerts went off on the ring. No door, no motion, nothing. That's when a different fear creeps in. Not the carbon monoxide kind. The other kind. The "we've been through this before" kind. Because here's the thing. When we first moved into this house, we had something. We used to joke about it, call it a house guest. We even gave it a name, Rowan, because at first it was just harmless little pranks. Lights flickering, keys showing up in random places, doors we knew we closed being slightly open. We brushed it off as old house quirks and our own forgetfulness. Until it escalated. It started with me feeling touches in my sleep. At first it was just like someone lightly tapping my leg or brushing my hair. I told myself it was dreams or the blanket shifting. Then one night, something grabbed my ankle and yanked hard enough to pull my foot out from under the covers. That was the night I sat up in bed, heart racing, and thought, okay, no, that wasn't a dream. I was scared enough that I actually looked up local paranormal groups because I didn't know what else to do. Evan, being the practical, grounded one, kind of shrugged it off. He said it was probably just my imagination, or a sleep thing. He didn't fully believe it, until it happened to him. One night, I'm half asleep and I hear him swear under his breath and jolt upright. Later he tells me, something grabbed my foot, like full-on grabbed it and yanked it. And this is a man who does not spook easily. He was pale. That was when both of us stopped laughing it off. Fast forward a bit. Last year in February, our house got chosen for a renovation show. Full-on makeover, new walls, new layout, new everything. While we were staying elsewhere, the production team arranged for a chaplain to come and bless the house before the big reveal. We never mentioned Rowan. We didn't say a word about any of it. After the renovations were done and we moved back in, everything was quiet. No footsteps, no flickering that couldn't be explained, no more touches in the middle of the night. It's been about 16 months of peace. To be totally honest, there were moments I almost missed the playful version of whatever that was. But mostly, we were incredibly grateful it all just stopped. And then today happened. And then, without a door opening, without a camera alert, without a sound, it was gone. Along with his van that, apparently, never left his work parking lot. So now I'm sitting here, going through every possibility in my head. Did my brain glitch? Was it some kind of stress episode? But then why did it feel so physically real? Why could I describe the smell of his cologne, the feel of his hoodie? Was it something pretending to be him? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I just know that it didn't feel like a fuzzy dream that faded when I woke up. It felt like real life, like any other afternoon I've spent with him. And then I checked my phone, and reality didn't line up with what I had just experienced. So that's where I'm at right now, caught between the logical explanations we've already ruled out and the weirdness I really truly thought was behind us. I'm staying alert. I'm double-checking the practical stuff, because I'm not about to ignore something that could be dangerous. But I'm also sitting with this really unsettling thought. Whatever showed up today knew exactly how to be my husband. And I have no idea why. Okay, so let me take you back for a second. I was in about 8th grade, and I'd been invited to this big birthday sleepover at my friend Hannah's house. Hannah and I both grew up in Christian homes, but our situations were pretty different. My house always felt peaceful, you know? Like even when things were stressful, there was this sense of safety. Hannah's place didn't feel like that. Her mom and her stepdad, well, technically her mom's boyfriend, Mark, were constantly fighting by then, and everyone kind of knew they were headed toward breaking up. There was just this heaviness in the house, even when they were being polite. Looking back now, I don't think it was a very safe, spiritual environment for her at all. Anyway, that night it was a classic slumber party. Snacks everywhere, cheesy movies on TV, somebody painted somebody else's nails bright blue, all of that. And of course, we got to the part of the night where someone goes, "We should play creepy games." So we did the usual ones. Bloody Mary in the bathroom mirror, light as a feather, stiff as a board in the living room. Someone tried to teach us how to use a homemade pendulum with a necklace over a piece of paper. Just middle school nonsense, you know? I was pretty naive about that stuff. I honestly didn't realize those games were supposed to be connected to anything spiritual or supernatural. If I'd understood that, I wouldn't have touched them. I had been taught really clearly not to mess with that kind of thing. So there we are, all piled into this big den, maybe 5 or 6 of us. The room was long, like maybe 15 by 20 feet. We were all clustered on one side of the room in front of the TV, blankets and pillows everywhere, a lamp on in the far corner, some random knickknacks on shelves. We had just finished another round of light as a feather, stiff as a board. And as usual, it worked. One girl, Maya, is like, "See? It works because it's supernatural." And that starts this whole debate. Most of us were like, "No, it's not. It's just physics." I remember literally saying something like, "Guys, if you shine a flashlight under your chin in the dark and stare into a mirror, of course you look creepy. That's the point. It doesn't mean there's a monster watching you." I was so matter-of-fact about it. And with the lifting game, I'm going, we have, 6 people lifting one girl? If she weighs like 90 pounds, that's 15 pounds each. That's not magic, that's math. I was fully team skeptic on the mechanics of it, even though I personally believed the supernatural was real. I just didn't think those things were it. I think the group broke down something like this. 4 or 5 of us thought it was totally natural and just fun party tricks. One girl was on the fence, and one girl, her name was Jenna, absolutely believed it was spiritual. So we're all talking over each other, kind of half laughing, half arguing, when Jenna suddenly goes, in this dramatic voice, "If there are any spirits here, show yourself." And my whole soul just went, oh no. You know that feeling when your stomach drops and you feel like you can't quite breathe right? That was me. I knew that was a terrible idea. But she said it so fast and so out of nowhere that I didn't have time to stop her. And we got an answer immediately. Remember, we're sitting on one side of the room. On the opposite wall, there's this small table with a heavy ceramic lamp on it, like the kind your grandma might have. The TV's in front of us, the lamp's way across from us. None of us are over there. We all go quiet at the same time. No one said, "Did you hear that?" or anything. We just knew something shifted. Not tip, not wobble. It slid. Slowly. Intentionally. Sideways. At least a foot across the surface of the table. You could hear the scrape of it against the wood. And then it went right over the edge and crashed onto the carpet. The lamp did not move toward us, so nobody could have been pulling a string from where we were. None of us had stood up. Nobody screamed until after it hit the ground. The only other people in the house were Hannah's mom and Mark, and we hadn't seen them for hours. It had to be around 1, maybe 2 in the morning at that point. The house was quiet except for us. The room just froze. I remember feeling this cold, heavy weight settle in my chest. Part of me wanted to jump up and run outside, and the other part of me couldn't make my legs move. Finally, one girl, braver than the rest of us, stood up and walked across the room to check the lamp. The rest of us sort of half crawled, half shuffled behind her, clinging to each other like ducklings. We were all desperate to find something normal. We checked under the table, around the base, on top. We looked for fishing line, string, a loose cord, anything. Nothing. The cord wasn't even stretched tight. It was just lying there. There was no way the plug would have been strong enough to drag that thing a whole foot across the table. And remember, this group was full of skeptics. A lot of us had older brothers who lived to torment us with elaborate pranks, so somebody set this up was absolutely our first thought. But Hannah was an only child. None of our brothers were there. Nobody had come in or out of that room. And the whole conversation that led up to Jenna calling out like that had just kind of spiraled there. No planning. No time to rig anything, even if someone had wanted to. Plus, Hannah was shaking. She kept saying, "I swear I didn't do anything. I didn't set this up. This isn't funny." And we believed her. You could see it in her face. She was done. We'd played those spooky games at other sleepovers before, and never thought twice about them. The funny thing is, most of us never realized people actually took them as spiritual until that night. The one girl who did think they were supernatural just assumed everyone else knew that too. I wish I could tell you I figured out a clever, natural explanation later. I really do. I replayed that moment in my head so many times. Who was sitting where the cords were, whether maybe someone bumped the table and I just didn't notice. I still don't have an answer. What I do know is this: inviting something, anything, to show itself is not a game. That night burned that lesson into me. It's like that saying, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Don't throw open your doors like that, spiritually speaking, and then act surprised when something walks through. After the lamp fell, we weren't arguing anymore. Nobody wanted to keep debating whether our little party tricks were natural or supernatural. We were done. Someone quietly flipped on another light. We picked up the lamp, set it carefully back on the table, and kind of just sat there. The mood was gone. All the silly, giggly slumber party energy had evaporated. We decided we weren't playing any more games. We rolled out our sleeping bags, left the lights on, all of them, and tried to go to sleep. And every little creak and house noise that night? Yeah, we heard all of it. To this day, I still think back to that moment as the night I learned not to go looking for things I didn't actually want to find. So, thank you for listening. This is one of those stories that still makes my body react like it's happening all over again, even though it's been decades. I'm going to talk to you like I'd talk to a close friend over coffee. But just know, inside, I'm still shaking a little. I grew up in a Christian home, but it wasn't the safe, cozy picture people sometimes imagine. My mom was the main source of the emotional abuse, sometimes physical too. My extended family had their own patterns of cruelty, and it all felt very generational, like this heavy script being passed down. My dad, let's call him David, was my spiritual rock. He loved God, he prayed, he tried. But he also enabled a lot of what was happening by not stopping it. So even my safe person was complicated. That's the backdrop to everything I'm about to tell you. I've had a few supernatural experiences in my life, but nothing like this one. Even now, when I think about it, I get that deep, animal-level fear. My heart speeds up, my body wants to run, and I feel physically unsafe just remembering. I'll do my best to put it into words, but part of what makes it so horrifying is that it almost refuses to fit into language. When I was a kid, about 10, maybe 11, I went to this church camp in the woods for a few days. It was late fall in the hills, cold enough that we needed the heaters on in the cabins, but not snowing or anything dramatic like that. There was a rumor going around camp that there was a ghost of an old groundskeeper haunting the place. Supposedly, he wandered near one of the older cabins at night. I knew it was nonsense. The haunted cabin everyone pointed to was where the counselors slept, and the camp itself wasn't even that old. I didn't believe in ghosts then, and I don't really now, at least not in the typical TV way. I'm a very rational, logical person by nature. I like science, and if something weird happens, my first instinct is to look for a natural explanation. I've never been into ghost hunting shows, mediums, any of that. Honestly, that stuff makes me deeply uncomfortable, like people are poking at things they don't understand. Anyway, that trip ended up being the last time I ever went to that camp. I refused to go back afterward. Our cabin had maybe 10 girls and a young adult counselor. I had a top bunk. The bunks were arranged in kind of a loose L shape around the room. My bed was against a wall, with this long, narrow window just to my left, up near the ceiling, higher than the tops of the other bunks. Outside, there was one of those tall security lights, and all night it cast this pale, steady beam through that skinny window. The cabin lights were off, of course, but that outside light made it so the room was never completely dark. Now, remember, it was chilly in there. The heaters kept it from freezing, but it wasn't exactly cozy. Sometime in the middle of the night, on my birthday actually, I snapped awake and sat straight up in my sleeping bag. No sleep paralysis, no half-dream state, just awake. And I was so hot. I was drenched in sweat, absolutely soaked inside my sleeping bag. I've had night sweats before and since, but this was like someone had poured warm water over me. My heart was pounding. My skin felt like it was burning from the inside out. And then I realized I wasn't reacting to a nightmare. I was reacting to something I was looking at. At first I thought, oh, it's just an adult checking on us. That would have made sense. The hallway was darker, and the shape I saw was darker still. So at first I tried to file it under grown-up making rounds. But then it stepped into the part of the room where that outside light was shining in from the window, and the light didn't touch it. I'm not just saying it was a dark figure in a bright room. I mean the light hit it and vanished. There was no outline, no reflection, no change in texture. It was like the light went in and never came back out. That's when my confusion shifted into something like, oh, this is wrong. This is not a person. As a kid, trying to describe what I saw, the image that came to mind was a cookie cutter. Like someone had taken a cookie cutter in the rough outline of an old person, bent shoulders, head, body, and pressed it into reality itself. Except instead of dough, they'd cut the shape out of the universe, not added something, removed something. It was the color of absence. That's the only way I can say it. People sometimes talk about shadow people, but shadows still obey light. This didn't. This was a presence made of nothing. It was black, but not any black I've ever seen. More like a hole, an absence, a moving cutout of wrongness. Every instinct in my body said, this should not be here. This should not exist. It was shaped vaguely like an old person, but it was pretending badly, like a child's drawing of a human being, just enough to suggest the rumor, like it was trying to wear the camp's ghost story as a costume. And as I stared at it, I knew two things with absolute clarity. First, I knew I was looking at a demon. I didn't reason my way to that. It was just this instant, wordless knowing. Whatever it really was, in some technical sense, that's what every part of me understood it to be. And I could feel, almost like heat on my skin, how much it hated me. It's hard to convey that part. Hatred like that doesn't feel like anger. It feels ancient, personal, like it already knew my whole family's pain and wanted more. Second, I knew I was completely safe. That sounds contradictory, but both things were somehow true at once. As terrified as I was, there was this other feeling wrapped around me, deep and solid. The best way I can describe it is this. Imagine you're a little kid, and your dad is holding you while you look at a tiger on the other side of thick glass. The tiger is real. It's dangerous. It would absolutely kill you if it could, but you know it can't touch you. That's how it felt, except way more intense. In that moment, I knew God was with me. Not as an idea, but as a presence as real as that thing in front of me, only bigger, stronger, and utterly unafraid. So there I was, boiling in my own sweat, staring at this cutout of emptiness that hated me, and at the exact same time wrapped in this unshakable certainty. It cannot touch you. You are mine. You are safe. And then I passed out. I actually remember the sound of my body hitting the mattress, that dull thump as I fell back. Then nothing. I woke up the next morning like it was any other day at camp. The light came in through the window. Girls were getting dressed, talking, laughing. For a second, I wondered if I'd dreamed it, but my body knew better. I could feel it in my muscles, in the way my chest tightened when I glanced toward that hallway. I wanted to ask, did anyone see anything? Did anyone wake up last night? I didn't. I was too afraid they would laugh or tell me it was just a bad dream, or worse, that they would somehow blame me, say I must be so sinful that I attracted something evil. That kind of thinking wasn't unusual in the world I grew up in. It was the last day of camp, thank God. I didn't have to sleep in that bunk again, and I absolutely refused to ever go back there. I never did. For a couple of years afterward, when I thought about it, the main thing I remembered wasn't the horror. It was that feeling of God's presence, how overwhelmingly safe I'd felt in that moment. It was like my brain focused on that part, maybe as a mercy. Then I hit around 13 or 14, and it shifted. It was like the emotional filter wore off. The memory of that thing became sharper, more vivid, and the horror of its wrongness hit me full force. I think, in a way, God gave me a buffer when I was younger so I wouldn't break under it. Interestingly, I was never afraid of seeing it in my dad's house. I just knew it couldn't come in there. For all his flaws, my dad's home felt spiritually guarded, like there was a line it wasn't allowed to cross. Over the years, I've tried to explain it away to myself. Maybe it was some kind of fever, or a hallucination, or sleep paralysis without the paralysis. I've had plenty of nightmares and weird dreams. But this doesn't sit in the same category. It's the only thing in my life that still triggers that PTSD-type response, even decades later. I've had other supernatural experiences too, ones I didn't ask for and didn't enjoy, but nothing has ever matched that night. Fast forward many years. I'm married now. Let's call my husband Daniel, and we have kids. One evening, when my oldest son, we'll call him Eli, was about 4, he was playing in the living room with his favorite little hat on. Out of nowhere, he froze, went pale, and started crying. I rushed over and asked what was wrong. Through his tears, he said, "The black shadow man took my hat off." That was all he could really explain at that age, a black shadow man. But the look on his face, this deep, cold terror that didn't match a normal childhood scare, hit me like a freight train. I knew, in that deep, wordless way, that he had seen something like what I had seen. And this time, something in me snapped in a different direction. Not fear, anger. I felt violated, furious. How dare it come into my house and scare my child? Generations of abuse and spiritual mess in both my family and Daniel's, and now this thing wanted to keep playing with us like we were toys. I stood there in my living room, shaking, and I told it, out loud and with every ounce of authority I had in Jesus' name, to leave and never come back. I meant it. I wasn't polite. I was spitting mad. And it left. Eli calmed down. He never saw it again. None of my younger kids have ever experienced anything like that. I don't fully understand the mechanics of any of this, but I'm doing everything I can to break the cycle of abuse and whatever spiritual junk has been attached to it. Once, I met a pastor, let's call him Pastor Ben, who shared that he had seen a demon once. He described it in more traditional, demonic terms, but when he talked about it, his voice went hoarse and his eyes had this haunted, distant look. And I recognized that look. He talked about that same, it shouldn't exist feeling, and I thought, you've seen it too. Maybe not the same shape, but the same kind of wrong. I didn't tell him my story. I've only ever told Daniel and one of my brothers, Luke. I don't think either of them really knows what to do with it. It's hard to talk about without breaking down, and crying in front of people over something this strange can feel humiliating, because it is terrifying to live with the knowledge, at least from my experience, that there are ancient, malevolent, invisible things out there, and that if they could, they would absolutely destroy us. I can't prove any of this to you. I don't expect everyone to believe me, but you asked for the story, and this is how it happened to me, as honestly as I can tell it. What I hold on to, more than the terror, is that other certainty from that night, that I was not alone, and that I was protected, that whatever darkness exists, it's not the strongest thing in the room. And now, as an adult, I fight back by loving my kids well, by refusing to perpetuate abuse, by drawing hard lines in my home, both practical and spiritual. Maybe that's one of the ways the cycle really breaks. So, yeah. That's the night something cut itself out of the dark and walked toward my bed. And the night I learned that even in the absolute worst wrongness, there was a presence that would not let me go. So, yesterday was my 30th birthday, and honestly, it was rough. By the time the night rolled around, the kids were finally tucked into bed. My daughter, Lila, and my little boy, Jame. The house was quiet in that way it only is when you know everyone's actually asleep. My partner, Marco, and I flopped down on the couch to watch some mindless TV. He didn't last long. Within 10 minutes, he was out cold, head tilted back, mouth slightly open, remote slipping from his hand. I remember looking at him and thinking, of course, even tonight, I'm alone with my thoughts. As the episode went on, the whole day just settled on me. Every little disappointment, every, "oh, we'll celebrate properly later," every forgotten text, every half-hearted happy birthday that felt more like an obligation than love. It all just stacked up inside my chest. And then it cracked. I started crying. Not the cute, single-tear movie kind. I mean full-on, ugly crying. The kind where your chest hurts, and you're trying not to be loud because you don't want to wake anyone, but you can't really stop once it starts. The only light in the house was coming from the TV. From where I was sitting on the couch, I could see straight into the dining room. It's open concept, with this little overhang from the ceiling and a narrow shelf where I keep a few family photos. Beyond that, through the doorway, I could see into the kitchen and just barely make out the back door. Last week, when Lila finished her first week back at school, I bought her 3 helium balloons as a little "you did it" surprise. By last night, they were half deflated and kind of just existing in random spots around the house. One was on the floor to my left. One was caught between the blades of the dining room ceiling fan. The fan was off. And another was sort of leaning against one of the dining chairs, right near the kitchen doorway. I'd been crying so hard my eyes were blurry, but I thought I saw this tiny flash of light in the dining room. For a second, I figured it was just the TV reflecting off something, one of the kids' toys, maybe a picture frame. But then I noticed the balloon near the kitchen doorway. The string was moving. At first I thought, okay, maybe the air conditioner kicked on weirdly because we have central air and it was running. But none of the other balloons were moving, not even their strings, just that one. I stared at it, and the longer I watched, the more I realized the balloon string wasn't just swaying, it was gliding. The balloon started to move across the floor. Slowly, deliberately, not bobbing around like it was caught in some draft, but almost like someone had a hold of the string and was gently pulling it. It came closer and closer. My heart was pounding, but a part of me was still trying to rationalize it. It'll stop at the little drop between the dining room and living room, I thought. That tiny lip where the ceiling lowers and the shelf with the photos sticks out. It makes a kind of boundary between the rooms. The balloon did pause there, right at that point, as if it had bumped into something. For a second I thought, see, there you go, it's done. But then, so slowly I could track every inch, the balloon started to lower itself. The top of it gently tapped against the underside of that little shelf, almost like it was figuring out how to get through. And then, inch by inch, it slipped into the living room. The balloon kept gliding toward me, right across the room. No wobbling, no weird zigzags, just a soft, straight line in my direction. It stopped when it was directly in front of me, hovering between me and the TV. And then it shifted slightly to the left. The string brushed against my left hand. I actually gasped. I didn't move my hand. I didn't move anything. I just stared. The balloon floated back to center again, paused, and then shifted to the left one more time. This time the string lifted up and tapped my hand again, a little firmer, like a nudge. It felt intentional. I don't know how else to describe it. It didn't feel random. It didn't feel like air currents or physics or whatever explanation my brain usually runs to when something weird happens. It felt like someone was going, hey, I'm here. Look at me. The only thing I could think to do was reach out and grab the string. So I did. I wrapped my fingers around it and just held on. My hand was shaking. I don't even know if I was breathing at that point. I kept glancing over at Marco, still slumped on the couch, completely oblivious. I tried nudging him with my elbow. Nothing. I tugged his arm. Nothing. Finally, I kind of half-whispered, half-hissed his name until he startled awake. He blinked at me, confused, and said, "Why are you holding a balloon?" I was still clutching the string like it was a lifeline. I told him what happened. The flash, the balloon moving across the rooms, the way it tapped my hand. I was talking fast, probably not making sense, still on the edge of laughing or crying or both. He just stared at me for a second, and then he said, "Man, I wish I'd been awake. I bet you looked so freaked out." And that was it. No big reaction, no, "Oh my God," just that. I kind of wanted to smack him with the balloon if I'm being honest. Later, after he drifted back to sleep and the house got quiet again, I sat there holding that balloon and replaying everything in my head. The awful day, the loneliness, the way I'd been sitting there thinking, does anyone actually care that it's my birthday? And then that balloon, one that had been sitting in another room for days, somehow made its way to me, stopping right at my hand, twice. Look, maybe there's some totally normal explanation. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow and talk myself out of it. But sitting there in the dark, with my cheeks still damp from crying and my fingers wrapped around that string, it didn't feel like a draft or an accident. It felt like someone or something on the other side saw how much that day hurt and wanted to make sure I got at least one birthday balloon anyway. So, okay. Let me take you back for a second. I was in middle school, maybe 12 or 13, when this all really started. A friend of mine, Maya, invited me over to her place after school. You know how it is at that age. Any excuse to hang out away from parents and homework sounds amazing. We get to her house and she introduces me to her older brother, Leo. Super chill guy, a little quiet. Kind of had that seen some stuff vibe, even back then. They're walking me around the house, showing me the living room, the kitchen, the backyard. Normal tour, right? Then Maya goes, totally casual, "Oh, by the way, our house is haunted. Just a heads up." I laugh, because of course I do. And then Leo chimes in, like he's just confirming the weather. Yeah, his name's Adrian. Like, they knew the ghost's name. They said it the way you'd talk about a weird neighbor. They tell me a couple of quick stories, but honestly, I didn't really buy it. I went home that night thinking, cute family ghost bit, very on brand for them. And that was that. Nothing happened that day. The second time I went over, though, that's when it got real. We were hanging out in this back room they had. It kind of doubled as a game room and storage. The walls were lined with these tall, old mirrors. There were a few people there that time. Me, Maya, Leo, and a handful of our other friends. We were just in little clusters, chatting about school, music, crushes, dumb stuff. At some point, I kind of spaced out and glanced at one of the mirrors across the room. And I see someone staring straight at me. At first, I think it's just one of the guys standing behind me, so I kind of shift, expecting the reflection to move. But it doesn't. Everyone in the room is moving, talking, laughing, and this one figure in the mirror is perfectly still, locked on me. That's when my brain does that little click of, oh, that's not right. I focus and I realize I'm not looking at a normal face. It's like there is a person-shaped figure, but the face is just wrong. It's like it's been torn away or erased, replaced with raw, bloody skin and these bloodshot eyes staring into me, like I'm the only thing it can see. And my body just goes cold. I sort of jerk back and whisper, "What the?" Probably louder than I thought because suddenly everyone notices something's off. I shuffle over to Leo, trying not to completely lose it, and I tell him what I saw. He gives me this look that's half, "I'm not surprised," and half, "Yep, that tracks," and he just says, "Oh, you saw Adrian." I remember just going, "Excuse me? What?" in my head. My friends crowd around, asking what happened, why I freaked out, and I'm trying to explain it while my heart is in my throat. And they're all a little scared too, because even if you don't see it yourself, you can feel when someone's not faking that kind of fear. Later, when things calm down a bit, Leo opens up more. He tells me that he's been dealing with this spirit for a while. It wasn't just random sightings. Sometimes they'd straight up fight. He talks about waking up paralyzed, having nightmares, feeling this presence try to push him around. And then he tells me he'd learned ways to protect himself. Spiritual stuff, shielding, visualization, calling in protection. And something about that just hooks me. I'd always been curious about the other side, but hearing it from someone my age, someone who had that steady, matter-of-fact tone, it lit something up in me. That was kind of the start of my own spiritual deep dive. Fast forward a couple of years. Around that time, I run into Leo again at school. We end up talking in the hallway, and I ask him, kind of casually, "Hey, how's the whole Adrian situation?" He sighs and tells me, "It's better sometimes, but he still shows up. He still messes with me." And I don't know what came over me, but I just said, "Okay, then let's get rid of him." We sit down and basically brainstorm like we're working on a group project. Not for math, but for banishing a ghost. I share some of the techniques I'd been practicing, and we come up with this idea. I'd use a focused visualization to not only confront Adrian, but to move him, like relocate him to a place where he can't find his way back. Another realm, another plane, however you want to word it. So I go home and I spend a whole week meditating specifically on this. Not just calming my mind, but building up energy, intention, and clarity about what I want to do. Every session is like training for a fight I know is coming. After that week, I decide, tonight's the night. I go to bed, but I don't actually go to sleep. I lay down, close my eyes, and drop into meditation. About 3 hours of deep focus. I bring up every bit of energy I'd been saving, every tool I'd learned. In my mind, I visualize Adrian clearly. I visualize surrounding him in light, pulling him out of that house and sending him far away, into a realm where he can't track the way back, where he's contained, not tortured, but gone from here. When I feel it's complete, I just let myself drift off and fall asleep. The next morning, I find Leo and ask him, "Hey, how's the house feel?" He kind of frowns and says, "Different. I don't know how to explain it yet. I'll let you know." A week passes. Then he comes back to me and says, "It's weird, but I think he's gone. The house feels light, quiet, peaceful." I go over a little while after that, and I can feel it too. The place that used to have this heavy, watched feeling now feels normal, safe even. We talk about it years later, and the story is the same. No escalations, no creepy encounters, no more battles. As far as we can tell, the house is clear. So we kind of close that chapter. Years go by, 10, maybe more. I've moved, grown up, lived a whole life since then. Adrian is more of a story I tell than anything I actively think about. One night, I remember it really clearly. It's around 2 or 3 in the morning. I'm at this 24-hour diner with one of the friends who'd been there in that mirrored room all those years ago, and with my girlfriend at the time. Let's call him Jared. We're all exhausted, eating pancakes and fries at some ridiculous hour, the way you do after a long night. The conversation drifts, and I start telling Jared the whole story from the beginning. The house, the mirrors, Adrian, the meditation, the banishing. He remembers me freaking out back then, remembers the vibe in the room, but he says he never saw the spirit himself. He tells me, "I didn't see what you saw, man, but watching you lose color in your face like that still gives me goosebumps." He listens to the whole saga, including the part about cleansing the house and how it stayed peaceful. He's skeptical, but in a friendly way. More like, wild if true, you know? And that's fine. It's a ghost story. People will believe what they believe. We finish eating, pay the bill, and head home. Around 4 a.m., my girlfriend and I crawl into bed. The TV is on at the foot of the bed, kind of humming in the background. Closet is to my left, bedroom door to my right. She's curled up beside me. It's one of those moments where everything feels normal, cozy, quiet. I eventually drift off. The first thing I notice is this sense of alarm. Not anxiety, like actual alarms. It's like invisible sirens are going off. I can hear something like warning bells, and there's this low, dangerous growling, like a big dog is somewhere just out of sight. I turn toward the closet, and that's where he comes in. This black silhouette, humanoid, dense, heavy, pushes its way out of my closet and rushes straight at me. There's no build-up, no slow horror movie reveal. 1 second he's there, the next he's on top of me, pinning me down while I'm lying on my back. I can't move. One of his hands clamps over my mouth. The other crushes down on my groin. And I feel it. Real, sharp pain that shoots through my body. Not dream pain, not imaginary. It's like someone kneed me there as hard as they could. We're face to face, and even though his body looks like a shadow, the face is suddenly clear. That same awful, torn, bloody skin, and the red, furious eyes from the mirror all those years ago. And the look he gives me says everything. I found you. I'm back. You didn't get rid of me. For a split second, I feel that old fear. But then all the training kicks in. I shove my focus inward and push out this surge of white light. A shield, a bubble, whatever you want to call it. I throw it up around me with everything I've got. There's this tug-of-war feeling, like he's trying to claw his way through it, still pressing down on me, still fighting. It feels like it goes on forever, but if I had to guess, maybe a minute. A very long minute. And then, suddenly, something shifts. I feel another presence behind him. I don't see it clearly. It's more like a knowing, but I feel hands grab him from behind. The pressure on my chest, my mouth, my body eases up as he's yanked backward, away from me, back toward the closet. They drag him away, and he's pulled back through the closet, gone. And then I slam back into my body. I wake up in my bed, gasping. The first thing I feel is the pain in my groin, like I'd just been kicked there. My whole body is buzzing, like every cell is vibrating, and I'm covered in goosebumps from head to toe. The TV is still on. My girlfriend is still asleep next to me. The room is the same, but I'm not the same. It takes me about 10 minutes to steady my breathing, to stop shaking. And here's the weird thing. I'm not exactly scared. I'm shocked. Stunned. It's like my brain is going, did that really just happen? Over and over. After a while, the vibration calms down. The pain fades. I say a quiet little prayer or intention for protection, thank whatever pulled him off me, and eventually, I just roll over and go back to sleep. To this day, I haven't seen Adrian again. Maybe that was his way of saying, you didn't erase me, I just moved. Maybe it was some kind of unfinished business between us. I don't have every answer. But I do know this. That whole journey, from the mirrors in that back room, to the years of meditation, to that astral fight in my bedroom, changed how I see the world. It made the spiritual realm feel less like a concept and more like a place I'd actually been. And whether you believe every part of it or not, I can tell you this much. Speaking to you right now, it felt real. It still does. So, for as long as I can remember, weird stuff has just kind of followed me around. When I was little, it wasn't the TV that turned itself on at night. It was this old radio in my room. I'd wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning to some scratchy music or people talking. The knob turned all the way up, and I'd be too scared to get out of bed to shut it off. And then there were the imaginary friends. Only they weren't very imaginary, because my older brother Jonah saw them too. We described the same figures, the same clothes, the same way they'd stand in the doorway. After a while, it got to the point where strange things were just normal. Annoying sometimes, but familiar. In this house, the one I live in now, there's one presence that's been around as long as I can remember. Out of everything that's drifted in and out of here, this one has stayed. For simplicity's sake, I call him the Old Man. My little brother prefers to call him Mr. Ellis, like he's some grumpy neighbor who never moved out. Either way, we're pretty sure he lives in the downstairs area. He mostly hangs around the lower level of the house, near the den and the little guest room down there. You can hear him walking around, a slow, steady shuffle, like someone wearing heavy slippers. The floor creaks in certain spots, and you get used to recognizing the pattern. Step, step, step. He's never actually spoken to me, not directly, but he clearly has opinions about certain people. When my mom's best friend, Carla, stayed with us for a while, things got tense. She'd do laundry in the small bathroom where we keep the washer and dryer, and almost every time she was in there alone, something would start banging on the pipes in the wall. Hard. She swore up and down that she heard a man's voice once, right behind her ear, telling her, "Get out." Not yelling, just low and sharp, like a warning. Nobody else in the family has ever heard him say that. The worst we usually get is our names whispered from the hallway or from the bottom of the stairs. And honestly, half the time I'm not even sure it's him. This house is like a paranormal group project. Too many participants, not enough roll call. Personally, I don't think the Old Man is bad. If anything, he's been weirdly considerate with us. When I used to sleep in that guest room off the downstairs den, I'd come home from school to an empty house almost every day. I'd throw my backpack on the floor, flop on the bed for 5 minutes, and immediately pass out for 2 hours. I was a mess about sleep, staying up too late, getting up too early, living on naps. Sometimes I'd be so tired I wouldn't even bother turning off the overhead light. I'd just crash with it blazing in my face. But here's the strange part. If I fell asleep with the light on, there was about a 90% chance I'd wake up later in the dark, covers pulled halfway up, room quiet, and the light switched off. At first, I thought it was my mom, but when I asked her, she just rolled her eyes and said, "If you're tired, go to bed earlier. I'm not your maid." She wasn't exactly the tuck you in and turn off the lights type. My dad swore he wasn't the one either. His attitude was always more like, "You'll learn when you're exhausted enough." By that point, both of my brothers were barely home. Work, friends, their own lives. And they've never been the type to sneak in just to quietly flip my light off and then deny it for years. If anything, they would have bragged about being sweet for once. So that left, well, him. It sounds silly, but in my head it became this unspoken ritual between us. I'd crash, he'd take care of the lights. That's what made the whole Carla situation confusing for me. Because if he's some kind of guardian, why was he so harsh with her? She's not a bad person. She's actually really kind, a little anxious, and definitely not someone who deserved to be scared out of a laundry room. And the thing is, she never actually saw him. She only heard the banging in that voice. So I can't even say with total confidence that it was the old man. It could have been something else entirely. This house has layers. Not everything here feels like him. Still, whenever I think about it, that's the part that sticks with me. The contrast. The gentle, almost fatherly act of turning my lights off so I sleep better. Versus the sharp, cold, "Get out" someone threw at Carla while she folded towels. So where does that leave me with him? Honestly, I still don't know. Some nights, when I'm walking past the bottom of the stairs, and I hear those familiar slow footsteps in the den, I'll just say, "Hey, old man," under my breath. I never get an answer, but the house feels less empty after I do. I don't bother trying to convince myself it's all in my head anymore. I've had too many shared experiences, too many little patterns that don't line up with old pipes or the house settling. At some point, you just accept that not everyone you live with is technically alive. And I guess that's why I'm telling you this. Because I can't be the only one who's grown up like this, where the paranormal isn't some big dramatic horror movie event. It's just part of the background of your life. Like traffic outside your window, or the train that always passes at 3 a.m. So now I'm curious, how many of you have your own old man? Someone, or something, that's just quietly existed alongside you. Not quite friend, not quite stranger, but still, somehow, part of home. So, let me tell you about something that actually happened to me. It sounds made up, I know. If someone else told me this, I'd probably raise an eyebrow too. But I promised myself as a kid that I would never forget it and never doubt it. So here we are. I grew up in Portugal, and back then I barely knew a word of English. Maybe hello and okay, and that's being generous. Anyway, when I was a kid, my mom, her name's Carla, loved watching these medical reality shows. You know, the ones where people go through big surgeries and they show everything. We'd usually be in the living room after dinner, the TV on, lights a bit dim, me half playing, half watching beside her on the couch. On this particular day, there was an episode about a man getting some kind of stomach surgery. I remember they showed him lying on the operating table, all covered in those blue sheets except for the area they were working on. The doctor was explaining what they were going to do, At least that's what I assume now, because back then the captions were in English, and I technically didn't know English. The moment they started cutting, I panicked. I didn't want to see it, so I did the obvious thing. I turned my head away. But the image didn't go away. I thought, okay, weird. Maybe it's just a reflection or something. Maybe my glasses are doing something strange. I used glasses then, and still do, so that was my first idea. So I take off my glasses. Still seeing it. The exact same view as if I were looking straight at the TV. The cut, the instruments, the surgeons moving around. I think, fine, I just won't look at anything. I squeeze my eyes shut, really hard. Like really pressing them closed until it almost hurts. Still there. Same scene. Clearer than any dream I've ever had. Now I'm starting to get scared. I shove my face into a pillow, pressing so hard I can barely breathe. I cover my ears with my hands, then with the pillow too, like I'm trying to smother the sound and the image at the same time. The living room fades behind me as I get up and walk out, but the surgery doesn't. I go to the hallway. Still there. Same angle, like I'm watching through an invisible TV in my head. And it's not just the video. I can hear it. The beeping of the machines, the soft murmur of the doctors, the awful wet sounds. Even when I cover my ears as hard as I can, the sound doesn't really get quieter. It's more like it's inside my head than outside. At this point, I'm a little kid trying every trick I can think of. No glasses, eyes shut, pillow, leaving the room, nothing works. And here's the part that really stuck with me. The images in my head would change, just like a normal TV show. Camera angle shifts, close-up, then wider shot, different parts of the surgery. And every time I got desperate enough, I'd peek back into the living room and look at the actual TV. It was the same. Exactly the same. Whatever angle I had seen in my head a second before, that's what was on the screen. And remember, I didn't speak English. But in my head, the captions at the bottom of the image were clear enough that I could follow what was happening. They made sense in some strange way, like I was understanding the meaning without really knowing how I was doing it. Completely normal, like it's just another evening show. I begged her, "Mai, please, can you turn it off? Please, I don't want to see it anymore." She kind of half laughed and said something like, "It's just a show, Miguel. Don't be so dramatic," and kept watching. So I'm stuck there with this movie in my head that I cannot switch off. Finally, after what felt like 10 full minutes of this, the surgery ends. In my head, it ends first. The scene changes, the doctors step back, they start showing the patient being moved or something like that. And when I open my eyes and look at the TV, there it is. Same moment, same scene. When it was all over, I wasn't crying or screaming or anything like that. I was just very, very quiet. Even as a kid, I knew something about that was off. Not like normal, I got scared of a TV show off, but I might not believe myself later off. So I did this really strange thing for a child. I made a promise to my future self. I remember thinking, very clearly, listen, one day you're going to grow up. You're going to tell yourself this was just your imagination, or that you remembered it wrong. Don't do that. Don't forget this. And don't call yourself a liar. So I promised I would never forget that day, and I would never doubt it really happened, exactly the way I remembered it. And now, looking back, it still feels just as bizarre. Like one of those stories people tell about ghosts or aliens, things you can't prove, things that sound ridiculous when you say them out loud. I get it if you don't believe me. Honestly, I wouldn't blame you. But that kid in the hallway, with his face buried in a pillow, fighting a TV that followed him around his own house, he made me promise. so I keep that promise. So, let me tell you about the house I grew up in. We had 2 bathrooms. Downstairs was the real bathroom. Big, bright, warm, with all the nice stuff in it. That's where everyone showered, did their makeup, all of that. And then there was the upstairs bathroom. Calling it a bathroom is generous. It was this tiny, smelly little room at the end of the hallway, right at the top of the stairs. The door stuck when you opened it. The floor was always weirdly cold, and the small window was covered with this warped, yellowing glass that made the daylight look sick. Even at noon in the summer, it felt like twilight in there. The light switch almost never worked. You'd flick it up and down, hear this faint buzzing, and nothing. If it did come on, it was this weak, flickery glow that made everything look worse. Most of the time, it was just dark. Dark and quiet and wrong. Nobody liked that bathroom. The women in the house flat out refused to use it. My older brother Daniel and I would only go in there if it was some kind of emergency, like, it's 4 in the morning and the downstairs is too far and I might not make it, kind of emergency. For me, when I was little, that bathroom was pure nightmare fuel. There were a few nights, like 2 or 3 in the morning, when I'd wake up and really have to go. And going downstairs alone? That felt impossible. The staircase creaked. The living room was a huge black void, and my kid brain had already decided there were monsters waiting under every piece of furniture down there. So the logical choice in my mind was the horrible little upstairs bathroom right next to my room. I remember standing in that doorway sometimes, not even crossing the threshold yet, just listening. It was so quiet it almost rang in my ears. No cars outside, no TV, no pipes, nothing. My heart would be pounding and I'd think, just hurry, just hurry, just hurry. I'd step inside in the dark, feel my way to the cold sink, the cold edge of the tub, the cold toilet seat. I'd keep my back toward the hallway because for some reason, that felt safer. But every single time, I'd get this feeling that something was behind me. Not like, oh, I feel a little nervous. I mean that full-body chill, hairs standing up, convinced that if I turned around I would see something I did not want to see. And there was this one image that just wouldn't leave me alone. My mom's bedroom was down the hallway, right across from the bathroom door. In my head, I'd picture her door, just slightly open. And around the edge of the door frame, I'd see hands. Dozens of them. Pale, thin hands, all pushing around that frame, fingers curling over the wood like they were trying to pull themselves through. They'd be reaching in, stretching out toward me. Every time I used that bathroom in the middle of the night, I felt like those hands were right behind me, creeping closer and closer. Not rushing, just slowly closing the gap, inch by inch. I never actually saw them, of course, but I felt them. I'd do my business as fast as humanly possible, and the second I was done, I would bolt. I mean full sprint out of that bathroom, down the hall, and straight into my mom's room. I'd dive into her bed, latch onto her like a koala, shaking and trying not to cry. She'd mumble, "You're okay, go to sleep," half asleep herself, and I'd lie there wide awake, convinced those hands were still out there in the hall, searching the dark for me. Fast forward a couple of decades. A few years ago, I was chatting with my sister, Nina, about that old house. We were just reminiscing, laughing about the terrible wallpaper, the noisy radiator, the way the front door never quite shut properly unless you slammed it. Then she goes, "Do you remember that gross little bathroom upstairs?" I laughed and said, "Oh my God, yes. That thing always smelled weird." Before I could say anything else, she goes, "I hated that bathroom. When I was a kid, I used to get so freaked out in there. I always imagined these hands, like dozens of hands, creeping around Mum's bedroom doorframe and reaching in to grab me. I'd freak out and run crying to her room." I just froze. I hadn't told her my version of that, ever. I hadn't told anyone. It was one of those childhood fears you assume is just your own overactive imagination, too silly to mention. So I kind of stared at her and said, "Wait, what did you just say?" She repeated it, laughing it off, like it was no big deal. Same hallway, same door, same hands, wrapping around the frame and reaching in. My stomach dropped. I remember this weird shiver running down my back. It wasn't even that I thought, "Oh, it must have been a ghost," or adding like that. It was more like, okay, what are the odds that we both imagined the exact same thing in the exact same place and never talked about it? After that, we started comparing notes about that house. Little things, strange moments, stuff we'd both kind of filed away as just me being weird when we were kids. The more we talked, the more we realized there were all these overlapping experiences we never shared with each other growing up. Odd noises, strange feelings, dreams that seemed to happen in the same parts of the house. That upstairs bathroom was just one piece of it. I still don't know what was going on there. Maybe it was just the way the house was laid out. Maybe the drafts and the bad lighting and the old pipes and that awful window all just combined to mess with our kid brains in the same way. Or maybe there was something about that little bathroom at the top of the stairs and that doorway across from it that wasn't quite right. All I know is, to this day, if I get up at 3 a.m. and walk past a dark open doorway, there's still a tiny part of me that expects to see fingers curling slowly around the frame. And every time, I walk just a little bit faster. So, let me tell you about something that happened at my cabin the other night. I've got this little wooden place right at the edge of the forest. My actual house is maybe a 10-minute walk away, but the cabin itself is basically hugging the tree line. It's where I go to unwind. There's a small garden, a patch of grass, some tomatoes, herbs. It's my happy place. And my animals know it too. I've got 3 cats, and they usually follow me there like a little furry parade. That evening, I did a quick head count. 1, 2. I realized I was missing one, Luna, the curious one. I shrugged it off at first, figured she was lurking under the porch or stalking some imaginary bug. It was around 9:45 p.m., already fully dark. The only light was from a few bright lamps mounted on the cabin and a string of warm bulbs I've got along the fence. Just enough that I could see what I was doing while I watered the tomatoes. My girlfriend, Mira, was standing a few steps away, scrolling on her phone and chatting with me about something random, what we'd cook this weekend or some show we wanted to watch. I remember I was rolling a cigarette, kind of half listening, half focused on the little ritual of it. And then I heard it. A meow. Not a cute one, not the feed me kind. It sounded wrong, like a cat in pain. It came from just beyond the gate that separates the yard from the forest. You know when your brain just switches modes? That's what happened. I stopped what I was doing and looked toward the trees. I said, "Did you hear that?" And Mira frowned and said she thought it was Luna too. So I opened the gate and stepped into the forest. The second I passed through, it felt darker, like the light from the cabin just dropped off behind me. I took a few steps in, and then I heard the meow again, this time farther off and a bit quieter, like it had moved to my left. I called back over my shoulder that I was going to check it out. Mira stayed in the fenced area. She doesn't like walking in the woods at night as much as I do. The ground slopes downhill behind the cabin, so I started walking down the path. I know that forest like the back of my hand. I've been wandering around there since I was a kid, but that night it felt different. Heavy, like the air itself was paying attention. I kept calling, "Luna, Luna, where are you?" Then I heard it again. This third meow, man, it made my stomach drop. It sounded like a cat that had just been hurt badly, like that horrible choked noise an animal might make when it's dying. It came from somewhere down the hill in front of me, then cut off completely. Silence. No rustling, no snapping twigs, no retreating animal. Just nothing. My heart started racing, and I remember thinking, a fox got her, or a dog, or something. I picked up my pace and went deeper downhill. The farther I went, the more closed in everything felt. There were bushes all around me, branches brushing my shoulders. I turned in a slow circle, trying to figure out where that sound had come from. That's when I heard it. A very soft meow, right next to me. Like, right there, just off my left side. Only this time, the sound was wrong in a completely different way. It wasn't just weak like a hurt animal. It sounded off, almost like someone doing an impression of a cat, like a person trying to mimic a meow, but not quite getting it right. The second that sound hit my ears, every hair on my body stood up. I didn't even have time to think about what it meant. My body just reacted. Goosebumps, chills, this heavy feeling in my chest like my instincts were screaming at me. Something is not okay. And suddenly, no more meowing. At that point, it felt like the forest was holding its breath. I decided, okay, that's enough, and turned to head back uphill. While I was climbing, I kept calling out to Mira. I must have shouted her name 4 or 5 times, loud. And here's the thing about that forest. It's insanely acoustic. If you yell once, people in the village, almost a mile away, can sometimes hear you. It's like the sound bounces around perfectly. But she never answered. Not once. I made it back up to the top of the hill, breathing hard, and then I see her, Luna, calmly trotting toward me from the opposite direction, from near the cabin. Tail up, eyes bright, totally fine. She had never been down the hill at all. I just froze for a second, staring at her. That's when my brain really started stitching everything together. If Luna was up here the whole time, who, or what, had I followed down into the woods? I walked back through the gate, and Mira looked at me like, where the hell did you go? She told me she'd been calling my name over and over, getting worried because I wasn't answering. That freaked me out even more, because I hadn't heard a single thing from her. Not one word. Meanwhile, I'd been yelling for her too, and she swore she didn't hear me. So there we were, maybe 100 feet apart, in a forest where sound usually travels ridiculously well. And somehow, neither of us could hear the other at all. That silent pocket around me in the woods, that fake-sounding little meow right beside my ear. The fact that my cat, the one I thought I was saving, had never even been there. I've spent my whole life in forests. Night hikes, camping, hunting, just wandering around. I don't spook easily. I know what foxes sound like. I know what owls sound like. I know all the usual weird noises. But that night, that didn't feel like usual weird. Sometimes I sit and replay it in my head, and every time I hit that moment, the soft, human-ish meow right next to me, and the way my body reacted before my brain did, I get those same goosebumps all over again. Luna was fine. I was fine. Nothing actually happened, if you look at it that way. But still, something out there in those woods was meowing at me, and whatever it was, it wanted me to go deeper. Welcome to the Paranormal M channel. Can't sleep again? No worries, I've got you. I'll be sharing paranormal stories and experiences from all around the world with you. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. And thank you so much for sending in your paranormal experiences. If you've got more, don't hesitate to send them my way. Seriously, I love doing this. This is always the best part of my day. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Alright, let's get into it. So, this all started about 6 years ago, right after I bought the house I'm living in now. At first, it was my sleep. I started getting these awful bouts of sleep paralysis, like the kind that makes you dread nighttime. I'd lie there, completely stuck, and I'd see things that felt way too real. Hands creeping up from the side of the bed like they were reaching for me. A shape just standing in the corner or at the foot of the bed. Sometimes I'd swear I saw spiders crawling across the ceiling. I still get sleep paralysis once in a while, but nothing like those first couple years. And during that time, little things around the house would happen, small enough that I could explain them away. Like, okay, I'm exhausted, or I'm stressed, or I must have forgotten. Stuff like that. But then, about 2 years ago, it started getting harder to shrug off. I have this big bookcase in the living room, one of my favorite things I own. I'm weirdly particular about it. Everything is in order, lined up perfectly, exactly how I want it. And I'd come home from work and find a couple books flipped upside down, like pages facing out instead of the spine. Not fallen, not slid out, just turned. Wrong on purpose, if that makes sense. Around the same time, my bedroom light started getting messed with. I have this specific setup. I flip the wall switch, the fan kicks on full power, but the light stays off. That's how I like it. And when I'd come home, it would be changed. Light on, fan wrong. Like someone had pulled the chain on the fixture. And that's the only way it can change. One time, my boyfriend Nate and I had a couple friends over, Jules and Marcus. We were hanging outside for a bit, just talking, and we left the front door unlocked because we were literally right there. When we tried to go back inside, the door was locked. Deadlocked. No one had gone in. Nobody had walked past us. If I hadn't grabbed my keys out of habit, we would have been stuck outside like idiots. And I still tried to be rational about it. I did. I really wanted it to be something normal. But lately, it's been escalating. A few weeks ago, Nate and I were in the living room late at night, watching TV. We had this lamp on, same lamp we always use, and it suddenly started flickering like crazy. Not a little bulbs dying flicker, like rapid, intense, almost aggressive flickering. We just stared at it, both of us quiet. And the weird part is, it's never done it before, and it hasn't done it since. Then there was this night when we were trying to sleep, and we both heard my son, Eli, talking right outside our bedroom door. Clear as day, like he was standing there, saying something to us. We opened the door immediately, and the hallway was empty. And Eli was in his bed, fully asleep. He's little. He's not sneaky, and he's definitely not the kind of kid who could pull some prank like that and then teleport back into bed. A few nights after that, I was in the shower, and I heard Nate talking to me. It was his voice, right there, like he was standing in the bathroom having a conversation. I couldn't make out the words because of the water, but I could hear him clearly enough to know it was him. So I pulled the curtain back to answer him. No one was there. And he wasn't even down the hall. He was in the living room. And then this week, it was about 2 a.m, I got up to use the bathroom. I closed the door because otherwise the cats barge in and act like they pay rent. I'm sitting there, about to get up and go back to bed, when I hear a whistle, right outside the bathroom door. Like someone standing there, just whistling once. Not the pipes, not the house settling. A whistle. And on top of all that, I keep waking up with random bruises. Little scratches. Not always in the same place. And I don't sleepwalk. I don't have sharp furniture around the bed. And it's not like I'm doing anything that would explain it. What really gets me is other people feel it too. People come over and say they feel watched. Like the house feels occupied. Friends who used to stop by don't want to anymore. And my cats, this part makes my stomach drop. My cats will stare at empty corners of a room like they're tracking something. Then they'll suddenly bolt, like something rushed them. And I'm tired. I've spent years brushing it off, giving it the benefit of the doubt, blaming stress, blaming sleep, blaming anything I could blame. But it's happening more often now. And after the past week especially, I'm honestly spooked. I don't even know what I'm asking for anymore. Advice, I guess. Ideas. Something I can try that doesn't make me feel ridiculous. Because I'm at the point where ignoring it isn't working, and pretending it's nothing is starting to feel like I'm lying to myself. So, this happened when I was around 12, maybe 13, during one of those sticky, warm summer nights in Southern California, where it still feels like daytime even when the sky is dark. Back then, my family lived in this apartment complex, and my friends and I had this routine in the summer. We'd sit on the outdoor stairs forever, talking about nothing and everything, just trying to stretch the night as long as we could. Our place was on the second floor, so the stairs kind of became our little hangout spot. One night, it was just me and my sister, Marisol. We were sitting there like usual, half bored, half comfortable, until she suddenly said she had to run inside to use the bathroom. No big deal, she'd be right back. Except, not even 5 minutes after she left, I noticed this glow, like a bright, clean light, peeking from between the buildings across from mine. At first, I honestly thought it was a security guard's flashlight, or maybe someone messing around with a strong LED or something. But then it slid out into view, like it wasn't attached to anyone, just a light. And I'm not talking about a little flicker or a reflection. This thing was a full-on ball of light, about the size of a basketball, maybe a little bigger, and it was bright. Not see-through, not like a bubble. More like a solid, glowing orb with this weird energy to it. Like the edges couldn't decide what shape they wanted to be. The glow shimmered and shifted, like it was alive in a quiet way. It started hovering toward me. I remember just freezing, like my brain couldn't pick a reaction. I wasn't screaming, I wasn't running. I was just stuck there, staring, feeling my heart thumping like it was trying to warn me. Hey, this is real. This is happening. When it got close, it didn't stop right in front of me like in a movie. It drifted slightly to the side, almost like it was circling, and then floated behind me. I felt my whole body go tense, because you know that feeling when you can't see what's behind you, but you know something is there. Then it rose, slowly, quietly. It hovered up the stairs toward my front door and kind of wandered around up there, like it was looking for something, or like it already knew exactly where it wanted to be. I finally snapped into that panicked, desperate mindset where you just want another human being to show up so you're not alone with whatever this is. I remember turning my head, scanning the walkway, the parking lot, the corners between buildings, hoping someone would appear. A neighbor, a friend, anybody. But it was like the whole complex decided to go silent at the exact wrong moment. So I yelled for my parents, loud, like, "Mom, Dad!" the way you do when you really need someone. But either they couldn't hear me, or they assumed I was being dramatic because nothing. No one came. No one answered. And there I was, alone, just staring at this glowing orb like I'd been dropped into someone else's reality. After a minute or two, though it felt longer, it floated back down the stairs again, passed near me, and then drifted away toward the back area between the buildings across from mine. Smooth and steady, like it had done this before, like it had places to be. And even now, years later, that's the part that messes with me. Because sometimes I'll lie awake and wonder, was I being watched? Did it somehow know my sister was going to leave and I'd be alone? Was it coincidence that no one walked by, not even once? And what if I had followed it? What would I have found behind that building? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it was some bizarre natural thing or some explanation I'll never learn. But it didn't feel like nothing. It felt intentional. And that's what I can't shake. And I swear, every so often, I still catch myself thinking, has anyone else ever seen something like that? Like a glowing ball of light that moves like it has a purpose. Because if you have, I would honestly love to know I'm not the only one. So, let me set the scene for you. We live out in southeast Michigan, kind of that in-between place where it's not quite countryside, not quite suburb. We've owned our house for a long time now, over 2 decades, and I've always felt like we've kept it good. Physically cared for, sure, but also held in a certain way. Like you can feel when a place has been lived in with respect. My partner, Mara, and I have raised our kids here. They're grown now. Our daughters especially are in that adult but still close phase. And our family's been involved for years in Red Road-style practices. Sweat lodge, ceremony in the summer, prayer, that kind of life. We used to have a sweat lodge out back, but it's inactive right now. It needs rebuilding. We took it down the right way when it was time, and the space has been resting, but still, there's history there. Our lot's about an acre, with a lot of old trees. Big ones. The kind that make the yard feel like its own world at night. And I've always loved that. I've walked that yard in the dark for years, barefoot sometimes in summer. Never had that something's wrong feeling. It's always felt like home. But here's where it gets strange. Over the last year or so, Mara and our daughters, Nina and Elsie, started telling me about this thing they'd hear at night when they were sitting on the back steps. Not footsteps, not a raccoon. They described it the same way every time. This sudden shift in the air, like your senses sharpen without your permission. And then a sound behind them, like a big animal breathing, wet, heavy, followed by this low, rough growl. And then, pause, running. Fast, coming toward them. They'd whirl around or bolt inside, and there'd be nothing there. I didn't know what to do with that. I believed them, but I hadn't experienced it myself, so my mind kept trying to file it under night sounds or your nerves messing with you. You know how we do. And then, a few weeks ago, it happened to me. It was around 11 at night. I was standing in the backyard near the house, just enjoying that quiet. Crickets going, fireflies blinking in the tall grass, stars out. That kind of stillness where you feel like you're part of the land instead of just living on it. And all of a sudden, right behind me, close, like 20 feet, maybe less, I heard it. That slobbery, breathy animal sound. A growl, but not like an angry dog barking. More like something big deciding it's there. My whole body lit up. Pure fight or flight. No thinking, just electricity. And then I heard the running. Paws tearing through grass, closing distance. I spun around, and I didn't even plan what came out of my mouth. I just roared at the dark, like something in me snapped on. I shouted, "Hey!" And then, loud, shaking, half rage, half fear, "This is my house!" And when I turned, nothing. Nothing in the yard, nothing near the trees, nothing moving. Just the fireflies in the night like it hadn't done anything at all. Now, I want to be careful how I say this. It didn't feel like some movie version evil. It wasn't dripping with menace like that. But it did feel intrusive. Like something big had stepped into my space without permission. Like a presence that didn't belong, and didn't care that it didn't belong. And I'll tell you something else that made me second guess myself. Our neighbors have 2 big, nasty dogs behind a chain link fence on the other side of the yard. Loud, aggressive dogs. And part of my mind tried to go, Okay, maybe sound is bending weird. Maybe it's echoing. Maybe it's carrying through the fence line. Then, just a few nights ago, another thing happened. This time out front. Our daughter Nina was on the porch around 4 a.m. She works late shifts, so for her, that's basically evening. She heard rustling in the front yard. Figured it was a possum or something. Normal stuff. And then she said she saw movement. Fast. Not like an animal weaving through bushes. More like a blur that jumped distance. Like something went from one spot to another in a way that didn't match the space between. She said it moved up to her left, maybe 50 feet away. Just gone and then there. And right as she's trying to process that, our motion-sensing garage light flicks on. She looks. Can't see anything. And then she felt more than saw, something shifting toward her. She didn't stand there trying to be brave. She did exactly what you'd want your kid to do. She sprang inside and slammed the door like her life depended on it. And when she looked again, nothing on the porch. Nothing obvious in the yard. Just that light, on, shining over emptiness. So after that, Mara and I said, "All right, no more pretending it's nothing." A few nights ago, we smudged the perimeter, walked the whole yard with sage, and steady, with intention. Not frantic, not scared, more like reaffirming. Like drawing a line with prayer and saying, "This place is held. This place is cared for. This place is not available." Because I believe something pretty strongly. Attention feeds things. Fear feeds things. If something wants a reaction, giving it panic is like tossing it food. And I've been trying not to do that. At the same time, I'll be honest with you. I'm not walking around trembling. I'm more irritated, offended, like someone stomping around in my living room with muddy shoes. It feels like theft, stealing peace, stealing ease. And that's what gnaws at me. Not terror, the disrespect. This property has been good to us. I've got a relationship with these old trees, especially the black walnut in the back corner. I talk to it. I've leaned my forehead into its bark more times than I can count. It's given us sap I've boiled down. It held a swing when our kids were little. It shades the yard like it's doing us a favor. Even the ground feels generous here. Mycelium that pops up golden oyster mushrooms after rain, and once in a while morels like little gifts. Plants come and go, and the ones that stay feel like they belong. It's been a balanced place. And we've had years of ceremony and laughter and prayer in that lodge area. Friends gathered. Good medicine. And then, this. What really got me too was hearing from two of our older kids, both in their 30s now, that they experienced something similar years ago. They just didn't tell us at the time. Didn't want to freak anyone out, I guess. Which means this might not be new at all. It might just be that now it's pushing harder, or we're noticing more. We're planning to sit down with close friends of ours, Tommy and Ray, who've walked this path a long time too. We want to talk it through with people who understand the ceremonial side of things. Part of me wonders if the lodge space being idle matters. Not because we did anything wrong. We've always been careful and respectful. But because an old ceremonial space has a kind of gravity, you know? And when it's quiet for a while, maybe something decides to nose around. I don't know. I just know this. We've lived here a long time. We've treated this land like a relative, not a possession. And whatever this is, sound, presence, animal, something we can't name, it doesn't get to claim the yard with fear. Because this is our home. And I'm not interested in sharing it with something that runs at you in the dark and then hides when you turn around. So I used to work as an inspection clerk for a real estate agency in this medium-sized mining town. Nothing huge, but busy enough that I was in and out of houses constantly. And I'm telling you, when you see as many homes as I did, you start to notice something people don't talk about much. A lot of houses feel creepy. Not haunted creepy necessarily, just off, especially the older ones. And when you're doing a full inspection, you can be inside for hours, sometimes right up until the light starts fading and the shadows get long. My job was simple on paper. Take photos and notes for every category you can imagine: walls, ceilings, floors, windows, cupboards, fixtures, everything. If there's damage, if there's wear, if there's anything unusual, it goes in the report. And yeah, houses make noises, clicks, taps, a little settling, pipes shifting, roof expanding when it heats up, then contracting when it cools. I'm used to all that. I'm the kind of person who explains things away automatically. But one afternoon, one of the agents, her name was Marissa, comes up to me and says, "Can you do this one for me?" I laughed a little, like, "What's the problem?" And she didn't laugh back. She just said, "I can't. I don't want to go in there again." That alone was enough to make me take it seriously. The place was an older rental on the edge of town. Weathered fence, dusty yard, one of those houses that looks tired even in the daytime. The moment I stepped through the front door, my whole body reacted. Not like fear exactly, more like this deep animal urge that said, "Get out. Something's wrong." I'm usually alert on inspections anyway, mostly because I'm always aware someone could come in behind me. So I locked the gate, locked the main door, and kept my keys in my pocket. Normal routine. I told myself to shake it off. Just a weird vibe. I started working through the front areas. Entryway, dining space, then the living room. In the living room, there was this old door that opened to the front yard, and the curtains and window fixtures were this dated style, heavy, older hardware. It made me think the house had been standing there a long time. And while I'm photographing the skirting boards, I hear it. A soft shuffle from the hallway behind me. Not a sharp footstep, not a creak. A shuffle, like someone in slippers, half awake, dragging their feet on the way to make coffee. I froze, just listening. Nothing after that. So I did what you do when you're trying to stay professional. I pretended I didn't care, kept moving. Down the hallway, there was a mirror at the far end. 2 bedrooms on the right, and on the left, 2 bathrooms, side by side, like the house had been modified at some point. I went into the first bedroom on the right, and the smell hit me immediately. It was strong, sour, damp, like old fabric that had been wet for too long. My first thought was the carpet. The place was stained, dark patches, weird discoloration, and I remember thinking, that's going to need replacing. Later I found out the underlay had rotted in places. I'm crouched down, taking photos and typing notes on my phone when I hear a voice. Just a voice, out of nowhere. At first, I genuinely assumed it was Marissa calling out, checking if I was okay. So I stood up and walked back toward the front door, like, "Hello?" No one. The house was still locked. The yard gate was still latched. No footsteps. No movement. I went back into the room, telling myself I'd imagined it. Then, while I'm looking down at a stain near the corner of the bed frame, I hear it again. A sharp, angry "No!" I stopped so fast, I swear my heart slammed into my throat. I just stood there, staring at the stained carpet like it had spoken to me. I scanned the room, closet, corners, behind the door, under the bed, anything that could hide a person. Nothing. I forced myself to finish the photos and backed out into the hallway. Next was the main bedroom. Bigger, quieter, less smell. I did the usual: windows, walls, ceiling, wardrobe doors. Nothing happened in there, and that almost made it worse, because it felt like the house was holding its breath. I stepped out into the hall, looking down at my phone while typing. and out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the mirror. A figure. It looked like a person standing at the end of the hallway, just a shape, upright, human-sized. I turned my head fully to the mirror and... gone. I looked straight down the hall. Empty. I actually made this involuntary sound, like a little gasp I couldn't hold in, and then I let out this weird, nervous chuckle, like I could laugh it off and make it less real. Okay, I muttered to myself. All right. I moved to the next room, one that opened into a kind of entertainment area at the back. As I stepped through, I heard the shuffle again. This time it was closer, and it felt deliberate. I stopped and listened, completely still. And then the first bedroom door behind me slammed shut. Not a gentle swing, not a breeze. A hard, sharp slam that echoed down the hallway. I panicked. Full panic. I went charging back through the house, checking every room, every bathroom, every space big enough for someone to crouch. I even checked the back door and the yard, thinking maybe someone had slipped in somehow. Nothing. My hands were shaking. Then from somewhere in the house, a woman's voice, loud and commanding, barked, "Move." And I mean, I heard it. There was no maybe left. I stood there in the hallway feeling my skin crawl, and all I could think was, I'm done. I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. I headed straight for the front door. I didn't care about the rest of the inspection. I just wanted daylight and air and distance. As I reached the entryway, the bedroom door behind me, one I'd reopened earlier, slammed shut again. That was it. That was my limit. I stepped out onto the front path like the house had spit me out. I stood there for a second with my palms on my thighs, breathing hard, trying to get my nerves under control. I remember looking around like someone might see me and ask what happened, and I'd have to explain it out loud and sound insane. I whispered a quick prayer, something messy and rushed, not even sure what I was asking for, and then I forced myself back inside, because the job still had to get done. After that, it eased up. No more slamming doors, just faint shuffling now and then, farther away as I moved through the back area. Like whatever it was had made its point. When I finally finished and went to leave for real, I unlocked the front door and heard one last word in that same voice as before. Now. I didn't even argue with it. I just said, out loud, like I was talking to an impatient stranger, Yeah, I'm going. And I got out of there as fast as my legs would carry me. What I do know is this. He vanished for months. Rent unpaid, no contact. Eventually, he was evicted. After the maintenance crew finished up, one of the guys, Dale, caught me outside the office and said, "Mate, that house is unsettling." He told me his team had their own stories. Lights flicking on when nobody was near the switches, strange noises, low moans in the hallway. The kind of stuff people say half joking, but their eyes don't match the joke. These days, I heard the mine's rented out for workers. And honestly, I haven't checked in to see how it's going. Part of me doesn't want to know. So, yesterday, well, technically it was this past Saturday, Ethan and I decided to be a little impulsive. We had the whole day open, no plans, no obligations, and that kind of freedom always makes us feel like teenagers again. We tossed a couple of water bottles in the car, grabbed our dog, Maple, and headed north toward Ukiah just to hike, wander, and see where the road took us. And honestly, the day started out perfect. We drove through these gorgeous stretches of trees that felt like driving through a living cathedral. At one point, we even veered off toward the coast, took Highway 1 for a bit, just because it was there, and the ocean looked unreal. The whole time, Ethan was in his element, stopping here and there to take photos. He always does that, and usually he'll tell me, "Hey, I'm hopping out for a second." So I'm not just sitting there wondering where he went. Except there was this one weird moment earlier in the day. We pulled into this totally random rest stop, one of those places you can't even picture afterward because it's just asphalt, a bathroom, and some trees. I ran inside real quick, and Ethan took Maple for a short walk. When I came back out, Maple was there, but Ethan wasn't. I could see him off to the side, kind of absorbed in his camera like he'd drifted away without thinking about it, which was unusual. Not alarming exactly, just off. I remember thinking, that's new. And then I shrugged it away, because what else do you do with something like that? Anyway, we kept going. We hiked, met a couple of friendly strangers on the trail, laughed at how Maple acted like every single stick was a treasure. Later, we grabbed food. Nothing fancy, just one of those quick roadside meals. And of course, we got coffee. Because we're those people. We ended up with iced drinks in hand and the kind of tired happiness you only get after a full day outside. And then we started driving home. Now, here's where things get hard to explain without sounding like I'm telling a campfire story. But I swear to you, I'm telling it exactly the way it felt. There's this stretch of road between a Redwood Park area and a campground. Ethan had been talking about it all week like it was his favorite part of the whole drive. He kept saying, "Just wait till you see it. It's unbelievable." So I was expecting something beautiful. But as it got later, the light started to indicate dangerously shifting into that dusk dark, and I got this sudden, heavy feeling in my body. Like, my stomach felt tight and bloated, and my heart started doing that quick, nervous flutter. No reason, no trigger, just this wave of "please don't stop here." I actually said it out loud. I was like, "Hey, can we not pull over? I don't want to stop for pictures right here." And to my surprise, Ethan immediately agreed. He didn't tease me or brush it off. He just said, "Yeah, I feel weird too." So I thought, okay, we're on the same page. We'll just drive through. But then we hit this bend in the road, one of those curves that tucks you under a canopy of enormous trees, where the branches kind of knit together overhead, and the car slowed. And then it stopped. Not like he pulled over into a turnout. It just came to a stop like his foot decided on its own. I looked over at him, expecting him to shake it off and keep going, but instead he unbuckled his seatbelt. I remember saying, "What are you doing?" And he turned toward me with this blank, confused expression and said, really softly, "I don't know." And then he opened the door. Maple, who usually loses her mind at the idea of new smells or a new place, climbed off Ethan's side and came over to me. Very slowly. She planted herself on my lap and just stared straight ahead. No whining, no sniffing, no pawing at the window. Just still, like she'd turned into a statue. And the air. This is the part that haunts me. It didn't smell like a forest. It smelled sterile, like an air-conditioned off-building. That clean, chilled, artificial freshness that doesn't belong between redwoods at dusk. And everything went quiet. Not normal quiet. Not, "Oh, it's peaceful out here" quiet. More like the world had muted itself. I tried to break the tension by whistling a tiny little tune, something absent-minded, just a few notes, and it felt like the sound didn't travel, like it got swallowed immediately. No echo, no bounce, nothing. I looked around, and it was weirdly tidy. No fallen branches, no mess, no brush. The forest floor looked almost staged, and I noticed something else that made my skin prickle. There weren't any other cars. No headlights, no distant engine sounds. Nobody. Not even those emergency call boxes you sometimes see. It was just us, parked under this canopy, inside this pocket of wrongness. I glanced at the clock when we rolled under the trees. 7:41 p.m. I remember because I fixate on time when I'm anxious. Ethan, despite agreeing we wouldn't stop, started taking photos, still from inside the car, like he didn't even trust himself to step out. His movements were slow, almost dreamlike, and he didn't really answer me when I asked him to just drive. And then, like a needle scratching across a record, a black car passed us, then a lighter-colored one right behind it. And the second those cars went by, it was like the pressure popped. Ethan blinked, like he'd just woken up. He rolled the windows up fast, shut the door, started the car, and drove off without me even needing to say anything. And here's the part that makes my stomach drop every time I replay it. When we were fully out of that stretch, I looked at the clock again. It was 8:16 p.m., but it genuinely felt like we'd been stopped for maybe 5 minutes. A short, tense conversation, a few breaths, a few pictures. That's it. And as we pulled away, right as the trees started to thin, some bird, somewhere up in the dark, whistled back the exact little tune I'd done earlier. Same notes, same cadence, like a reply. Maple didn't move off my lap until we passed the campground area. Not even once. She stayed pressed into me, rigid and silent, like she was waiting for permission to relax again. Later, once we were somewhere normal, somewhere with streetlights and other cars and the feeling of reality, I tried to talk it through with Ethan. And he looked at me and said, "I don't remember any of it." He remembered entering that canopy, and he remembered driving out. But the middle? The stopping? The open door? The windows? The photos? The time jump? Nothing. So now I'm sitting here trying to tell myself there's a reasonable explanation. That we misread the clock. That we were more tired than we realized. That the light played tricks. That anxiety makes time feel strange. But I'll be honest with you. It didn't feel like anxiety. It felt like something else reached in and grabbed the moment. And I keep going back to that sterile smell, and Maple's stillness, and that bird repeating my tune like it had been listening the whole time. So, yeah, that's what happened. And if you've ever driven through that area, between the redwoods and those campgrounds, have you felt anything like that? Even just a weird gap in time, or a sudden wave of dread, or like the world got too quiet. You know how some houses feel like they're holding their breath after dark? Heel House, this old, rambling 14-bedroom place tucked into the countryside in Devon, had that kind of feeling. Beautiful in the daytime, heavy at night. And then, on certain nights, no pattern, no warning, she'd appear. The first time someone mentioned it, I brushed it off. Guests would whisper about a woman in pale, old-fashioned clothes. Late Edwardian, they said, moving through the corridors like she belonged there. Not rushing, not sneaking, just searching. Like the house was a file cabinet, and she was sure something important had been misplaced. Sometimes people swore they saw her seated at the piano. Other times, she'd drift along the upstairs hallway and slip right into bedrooms, as calm as someone checking on sleeping children. A few guests actually woke up and watched her leave their room, quietly, as if she hadn't meant to wake them at all. But the part that got under my skin? The owner, Graham Whitfield, that practical, level-headed type, told me he'd woken up more than once with her standing at the foot of his bed. He said it wasn't a nightmare feeling. Not exactly. It was the light. A faint, bluish glow, like moonlight filtered through water, and it was bright enough that his eyes snapped open before his brain even caught up. And almost always, almost like it arrived with her, there'd be music. Not loud, not like someone was down in the drawing room putting on a performance. More like piano notes carried through distance and walls. Soft, patient, unmistakably classical. A few times guests insisted it sounded like Chopin, the kind of melody that makes you feel lonely even when it's beautiful. Now Graham, he didn't panic. He got curious. He kept saying there had to be a rational explanation. Wiring, old pipes, some trick of exhaustion and suggestion. He even tried keeping notes, as if the haunting could be solved with enough data. But friends and family staying over? They were not treating it like a science project. They were terrified. You can laugh at ghost stories until you're the one lying in an unfamiliar bed, hearing a far-off piano, and watching a figure glide out of your room like she'd been standing there the whole time. What struck everyone, though, was the intent of it. She didn't feel angry, didn't feel violent. She felt focused, like she was looking for something she'd lost, and the house wouldn't let her rest until she found it. And then, this is the part that still makes me shake my head. It all shifted because of the most ordinary thing in the world, a stop at a dusty little secondhand place in town. Not a quaint antique shop, more like a cluttered, no-frills junk store with a hand-painted sign out front. Graham was poking around shelves of chipped china and old lamps when the shopkeeper came over and squinted at him like she was putting together a puzzle. "Sorry," she said. "Are you the one who lives at Heel House?" Graham blinked. Yes, I'm the owner." And the shopkeeper didn't hesitate. She just nodded like that answered everything. "I've got something that belongs there," she told him. "Something that needs to go back." She led him behind the counter and pulled out a framed painting wrapped in brown paper. The glass was shattered, like it had been dropped years ago and nobody bothered to repair it properly. And when Graham saw what was inside, he said his stomach turned cold. It was a portrait of a woman seated at a piano. Not just any woman, the woman. Graham bought it on the spot and carried it home like it was made of thin ice. After that, he did what anyone would do when reality starts behaving like a story. He dug into the history. Old records, local archives, the names tied to the estate. And eventually, the portrait gave him what the ghost never had, an identity. Her name, it turned out, was Eleanor Blythe. She'd lived in the house in the early 1900s, married into a family that had money, until it didn't. The story went that they'd fallen into debt, and in the final years, everything was sold off. Furniture, heirlooms, anything of value, including her portrait. And apparently it wasn't just any portrait. It was one of her prized possessions, painted during a trip abroad by a fashionable artist of the day, Rene Carver, if you believe the old notes Graham found tucked into the back of a ledger. So suddenly, all those night wanderings made a kind of heartbreaking sense. Imagine loving something, really loving it, and then watching it taken from you when your world collapses. Imagine the house staying behind, but that one beloved piece disappearing into strangers' hands, lost to time, lost to dust and bargain bins and broken glass. Graham didn't do anything dramatic. No seance, no priest, no shouting into the dark. He just hung the portrait in the drawing room, right where it belonged, facing the piano like it had been waiting there all along. And then, nothing. No blue glow at the foot of the bed, no quiet figure drifting across the landing, no soft, faraway Chopin. The house, honestly, felt lighter, like someone finally finished a sentence they'd been trying to say for a century. Later, Graham admitted they tried to reach out, just once or twice. Curiosity, I guess. A polite invitation, like, "Are you there? Are you at peace?" But there was no answer. And somehow that was the most comforting part. Because it didn't feel like she vanished in anger. It felt like she left because she was done. So when people ask if Hill House was haunted, I always think about it differently. It wasn't a story about a cursed object at all. It was a story about an object that ended a haunting. Like returning a lost thing to its rightful place was all she ever wanted. Hey, so this is kind of a heavy one, but I'll try to tell it the way it happened to me. Growing up, I carried this sadness around for as long as I can remember. I didn't have a reason for it. It was just there, like a shadow that followed me everywhere. I was way too young to be thinking this, but when I was in elementary school, I remember standing in the kitchen with a knife in my hand, pressed close enough to scare myself. I honestly thought about ending it. I didn't do it, not because I suddenly felt hopeful, but because I was terrified. And then time just kept moving. For years, nothing really changed. I'd go through the motions, but inside I felt empty. The one thing that made me feel anything good was gaming. It sounds small, but it was my escape. It was where my friends were, where I could actually breathe for a while. Then when I was 16, my parents decided we should move. Not just a new neighborhood either. Like, we moved out to this quiet place surrounded by trees and dirt roads, the kind of place where the nights are too quiet. The worst part was the internet. It was so bad I couldn't even play online anymore. I lost that one thing I depended on, and it felt like the floor dropped out from under me. That's when things got darker. I started hurting myself. I thought about suicide every single day. I also got rejected by someone I really liked. Let's call her Maya. And I know rejection isn't the end of the world, but in that moment, it felt like proof that nothing was ever going to get better. I was angry all the time too. I couldn't stand people. I felt like I was made out of nerves and bitterness and pain. And then, that night happened. The night that still doesn't make sense to me. I fell asleep like normal, and then I woke up. Except I wasn't where I was supposed to be. I was back in my old house, in my old bedroom, in my old bed. And the weird thing is, I knew it was a dream. I knew it. But it didn't feel like one. It felt solid, like I could feel the air, the weight of the blanket, everything. Only, something was different. There was a door in front of my room that wasn't supposed to be there. In real life, that spot would have led toward my brother's room. But this was a different door. It looked old and black, like it had been burned or stained by something. And behind it, I heard screaming. Not like someone fell screaming. Not like a scary movie. It was the kind of screaming that makes your stomach turn. The kind that feels wrong, like it shouldn't exist in the world at all. And the closer I looked at that door, the worse it felt. Like it was loaded with something. Pure negativity. Like standing near it made my skin crawl. Here's the part that messes with me the most. My body started moving on its own. I was trying to stop. I was telling myself, don't go over there. Don't touch it. But my feet kept walking, step by step, right toward that door. The screaming got louder, and then I started hearing whispers too, right by my ear. I couldn't make out the words, but I could feel them, like cold breath and pressure, and something trying to pull me in. I lifted my hand. My fingers were inches from the doorknob, and right before I touched it, someone grabbed my wrist, hard. I got yanked backward, and I turned, and there was this man standing next to me like he'd been there the whole time. He had a calm face, a short beard, long hair, and these small round glasses, like the kind you'd see on an old professor. He was wearing a simple white tunic, like something out of a painting. In this really steady, gentle voice, he said, "Evan, we need to talk." That's it. That's the line. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't threatening. It was almost comforting, like the way someone talks when they're trying to bring you back from the edge of something. And then, this bright flash, like someone set off a camera right in my face. Boom! I wake up. And the crazy part is, I don't remember the conversation. I don't remember what we talked about at all. It's just blank, like my brain isn't allowed to keep it. But I remember how I felt when I woke up. It was like someone had unhooked a weight from my spine, like a mountain had been lifted off my chest. All the stress, the fear, the anger, the constant darkness, it was just gone. Not smaller, not manageable, just gone. I laid there thinking, wait, is this what normal feels like? I felt calm. I felt safe. I felt weirdly grateful. I actually fell back asleep smiling, which is something I hadn't done in a long time. And ever since that night, I haven't gone back to the way I was before. It's been about 5 years now. I'm 21. I still can't explain who that man was, or why he was there, or what was behind that door, or what he said to me. But I know this. Something shifted. Something inside me turned around completely. Even my personality changed. I used to have anger issues. I used to hate being around people. Now I've got friends, real friends. I can actually enjoy life. I care about people. I'm social. It's like that dream didn't just make me feel better. It rewired something. So yeah, I don't know what to call it. I don't know if it was my brain saving itself, or something spiritual, or just a once-in-a-lifetime kind of dream. But whoever that mystery man was, the one with the round glasses, I still think about him sometimes. And honestly, if that was some kind of rescue, then it worked. So we moved into our place back in late 2020, right as everything was getting cold and quiet for the year. The house itself wasn't even old, built in the early 2010s, so it felt like a pretty safe bet. Nothing creaky, nothing historic, nothing that should come with a story attached. But of course, later on, we started hearing the story. Apparently, where our home sits now, there used to be 2 separate houses. An older guy, people in the neighborhood called him Gordon, I think, owned both. He lived in one, and his adult son Travis lived in the other. And from what we were told, the son's place had a reputation. Like everybody knew it was the kind of house people came and went from at weird hours. The kind of house you don't make eye contact with when you drive by. Eventually, the police raided it. After that, Gordon sold the whole stretch of land to a local builder. The old houses were torn down, and a few newer homes went up in their place, including ours. I'm not saying I know exactly what happened back then. I don't. But you hear raid, you hear drug house, and your brain fills in the blanks, you know? Anyway, when we first moved in, everything was honestly great. The house felt comfortable, normal. We were happy, settled. And then, I started noticing little things. It's hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but I'd catch what looked like a shadow out of the corner of my eye, like a silhouette shifting in a doorway or passing down a hall. And it wasn't constant or anything, just enough to make me pause and go, wait, was that something? It didn't freak me out. Not really. I figured I was tired, stressed, imagining things, so I mostly ignored it. Then a few months later, we had this couple over for dinner, our friends Maya and Chris. We're eating, talking, totally normal night, and at one point Maya steps out onto the back patio. A minute later, she looks back in through the kitchen door and just freezes, like her whole face changed. She actually gasped, full-on, audible gasp, and she goes, I just saw someone standing there, right in the doorway. She described it as a dark figure, like a shadow man, just standing still. And the way she said it, she wasn't joking. She wasn't trying to spook anyone. She looked genuinely startled. Chris kind of laughed like, "Sure you did." And we all tried to play it off, but my stomach dropped because I had seen something similar. I told her, "Okay, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I've noticed shadows too." After that, though, things calmed down. Like nothing. For a long time. Fast forward to 2023. We've got a little one now, our toddler, Beck, who's at that stage where he's glued to my wife, Lena, constantly. He'd been sleeping in our bed a lot, and I'd end up on the couch more nights than I'd like to admit, just so everyone could actually get some sleep. And one night, this is the one that still gives me that weird heat in my chest when I think about it. I wake up, and I'm instantly alert. Like my body woke up before my brain did. I open my eyes, and I swear I see a dark silhouette standing in the living room, maybe 10 feet away from the couch. Not moving, just there. And listen, I'm not proud of this, but I think I yelled. Like a real, startled, half-asleep scream. Because the next morning Lena was teasing me. She's like, "What was that last night? I heard you from the bedroom." I tried to laugh it off, but I remember sitting there thinking, okay, that one didn't feel like a trick of the light. I got up, turned them off, checked the doors out of habit, and went back to bed. A few nights after that, I wake up again, dead middle of the night, to this sound that's so specific it's hard to mistake. Like a hand slapping the blinds. Not ripping them or pounding them, but a steady smack, smack, against the slats. Harder than a breeze. Harder than something shifting from air pressure. It sounded like someone testing them. I just laid there listening, completely still, trying to decide if I was about to get up and investigate, or if I was about to pretend I never heard it. And honestly, I didn't find some dramatic explanation. No big ending. No, then we moved out the next day. We didn't. Because the truth is, we love this house. We really do. It's home. It's where our life is. And whatever this is, if it's anything at all, it hasn't felt violent or threatening. More like strange. Like the house has an echo of something that happened long before we showed up. So yeah, I don't even know what I'm looking for by telling you this. Maybe just to say it out loud. Maybe to see if it sounds as weird to someone else as it feels when you're lying there in the dark, staring at a doorway that suddenly feels just a little too full. But all in all, I'm not panicking. I'm just curious, and maybe a little creeped out. Could be nothing at all, but it's definitely interesting. So, let me take you back to the early 90s, around 93, I think. I was about 8, maybe 9, and my baby sister Ellie had just arrived, so our little place suddenly felt tiny. There were 6 of us all together, and because money was always tight, we'd been on a council waiting list for what felt like forever. When we finally got offered a house, it felt like we'd won something. It was a pretty normal 3-bedroom semi with a big back garden. Honestly, the garden was amazing. For a few weeks, everything was fine, even exciting. And then, something shifted. I was a laid-back kid. No big fears, no anxiety, nothing like that. But about a month after we moved in, I started getting this creeping unease. Like the air inside the house had weight to it. That's the only way I can describe it. Like you were walking around with something pressing down on you. The worst of it was in the bedroom I shared with my older brother, Callum. During the day it was faint, but at night, it was like someone was there, watching. Not in a dramatic Hollywood way, more like that awful feeling you get when you're sure you're being stared at, even though you can't prove it. Then came the sounds. My parents wrote everything off as old house noises, pipes clanking under the floorboards, soft scratching up in the loft, the usual stuff. But there was one sound I couldn't explain, and it's the one that still makes my skin prickle when I think about it. It was like whispering, like a television turned down so low you can't catch the words, only the shape of them. A muffled, bassy murmur. You could hear it, but you couldn't understand it. And somehow, that made it worse, because my brain kept trying to turn it into language. After a few months, I was a mess. I'd sit at the top of the stairs crying night after night, too scared to go into the bedroom, too scared to even turn around and look down the hallway behind me. My parents thought I was playing up, trying to dodge bedtime, trying to get attention. So they ignored it. And most nights, I'd just fall asleep right there on the landing. Then one evening, my mom and dad had a neighbor over. Just a casual drink, a bit of a chat. I remember lying there on the stairs, pretending I was asleep, listening. My mom started telling her about me, the crying, the fear, the strange things I'd been saying. And the neighbor, this woman named Denise, gave a little laugh and went, "Oh, it'll be old Arthur then." I remember lifting my head like, "What?" She said there'd been an elderly man living in the house before us. Quiet, kept to himself. Apparently he kept pigeons, had them out back, and always had a couple of dogs. And then she said, all casual, like she was talking about the weather, that he'd died in the house. And nobody found him for ages. Not days. Months. She said the council only got involved because the garden had turned into a jungle, brambles everywhere, and people started complaining about the smell. The place had been empty for a while after that, while they cleaned it and made it fit to rent again. I don't know what happened in my head after hearing that, but it was like a switch flipped. I went from frightened kid scared to absolutely convinced something was wrong in that house. My parents finally clocked that this wasn't me being dramatic. Not long after, we managed to do a house swap closer to my nan, who wasn't well at the time. We stayed in that place about a year in total, but it felt longer, like it left a mark on me. And here's the part that gets me. I got chatting to one of his colleagues. Her name was Mariah, and we started talking about the old area. Somehow that house came up. I made a joke like, "Oh yeah, the haunted one." And she laughed, this weird little laugh, and said, "Wait, are you talking about the house on Hawthorne Close?" I just stared at her. Turns out she'd rented it within the last year, and she told me, no hesitation, that she lasted 3 weeks. 3. Because her kids started complaining about the same things I used to. Feeling watched at night, weird noises, that heavy feeling in the air. Then she went quiet and said the final straw happened when she was home alone. She swore a broom was thrown, properly thrown, down the stairs at her, like someone had picked it up and hurled it, hard. She said she grabbed her keys and the kids and didn't go back in that house unless she absolutely had to. And the cherry on top? She said the neighbor next door told her it's basically a running joke on the street, that the house is haunted by an old man, and the story people tell is that he was eaten by his own dogs. I just sat there, listening to her, feeling about 8 years old again, because for years I'd told myself it was nothing, that I was a kid in a dark house, letting my imagination run wild, that my brain was just filling in gaps. But hearing someone else, years later, no connection to me, describe the same feelings, the same sort of experiences, it was strange, kind of bittersweet. Like that chapter of my life reached out and tapped me on the shoulder and went, "You weren't imagining everything." And honestly, I still don't know what I believe. but I know that house made me feel something I've never felt anywhere else before, or since, and part of me still wonders if I was right all along. So, this happened a few years back when I was working nights at a big retail store in Conroe, Texas, around 2018 or so. I was pretty close with a coworker named Marisol. She was older than me, the kind of woman who always showed up and did her job, but you could feel this quiet weight around her, like she'd been carrying something heavy for a long time. One afternoon, she pulled me aside and asked, real softly, if I'd be willing to stay the night at her place on a certain date. At first I thought maybe she was sick or scared to be alone, but then she told me why. It was the anniversary of her son's death. She'd been thinking about reading his autopsy report, but she didn't know if she could handle it. And she lived alone, no family nearby, no one to sit with her or distract her, even just for one night. I told her yes, of course I did. And then I went home and tried to carry on like it was just a normal plan. But the next night, before I ever went to her place, something happened that still makes my stomach flip when I think about it. I was at home, doing one of my favorite things, coloring. I had one of those super detailed fantasy coloring books. You know, tiny patterns, vines, animals hidden in leaves. I was totally relaxed. And then, out of nowhere, it was like my brain got hijacked. I didn't see something with my eyes. It was more like a sudden memory that didn't belong to me. A man's image just snapped into my mind, sharp as a photograph. He looked ordinary, but weirdly specific. Buzzed hair, a baseball cap, an old white sleeveless shirt, and faded denim jeans. The kind that look like they've been worn every day for years. And the part that made my skin go cold, he was missing part of one ear, like it had been torn or blown away. I could not shake it. I tried going back to coloring and telling myself, okay, that was a random intrusive thought. But it wouldn't stop. The image stayed planted in my head. And then came the words. Not like I heard a voice in the room, more like a sentence drifting through my thoughts that didn't feel like mine. Tell Mama I'm okay. I'm all right. It just kept repeating, over and over. Tell Mama I'm okay. I remember actually putting my pencil down and sitting there like, what is happening to me? Because I'm not someone who normally has experiences like that. I don't mess with seances. I don't go looking for ghosts. I'm just me. Finally, in my head, I kind of snapped back at it. At him, at whatever it was. Like, who are you? Why are you in my mind? And the only thing that came back was the same message. Tell Mama I'm okay. Then another phrase dropped in, just as clearly. Blue flowers. Tell her about blue flowers. She'll know. That's when I got scared. Not horror movie scared. More like, this is going to break somebody's heart scared. Because I knew exactly who Mama was. And I avoided Marisol the next day. I'm not proud of that, but I did. I kept thinking, what if I'm wrong? What if I say this and I hurt her and I look completely unhinged? I hadn't even known what her son looked like. She'd never described him. She'd never told me how he died. So why did I have this whole picture in my head? I asked another coworker, someone I trusted, without giving all the details, just enough to say, something weird happened, and I think I need to tell Marisol something, but I'm terrified. And my coworker just looked at me and said, if it's for her, you have to. She didn't interrupt once. She just stared at me, like she was trying to decide whether I was lying or crazy or something else. And the second I finished, her face crumpled. She broke. Not just teary-eyed, she collapsed into this deep, shaking sob that sounded like it had been stored up for years. I panicked. I grabbed her hands. I started apologizing over and over like, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. And she cut me off. Through tears, she said, No, don't you apologize. Then she told me the truth she'd never said out loud at work. Her son had taken his own life. He shot himself in the head. And that's why, the ear. Then she said, almost whispering, and his favorite flowers were bluebonnets. I swear to you, I felt my whole body go numb. She told me she'd been praying, begging, really, for a sign. She wanted to know if she should read the autopsy report, if it would bring her closure or just rip her open again. And she'd asked him specifically, if you don't want me to read it, please send me something, anything. And then I showed up with a message. Tell Mama I'm okay. Blue flowers. We stood out there in the parking lot for a long time. The air felt thick, like the world had slowed down around us. I hugged her, and she kept repeating, He's okay, he's okay. I went home that night and just sat in silence. I couldn't even explain what I was feeling. I wasn't proud or excited or anything like that. I was just stunned. And honestly, a little shaken. Because nothing like that had ever happened to me before. Not once. And it never happened again. So I still don't know what I am in that story. I don't know if I was just in the right place at the right time, or if, for one strange moment, I was a conduit for something I can't explain. All I know is this. It felt like he didn't want her to hurt herself by digging into details she could never unsee. It felt like he wanted her to hold on to the only thing that might actually bring her peace. That he was okay. And sometimes, even now, I wonder, why me? Why that night? Why did it come through so clearly? I still don't have an answer, but I'll never forget it. Okay, so this happened not too long ago, over the course of maybe 5 months, give or take. And I'm going to tell it like I lived it, in chunks, because if I try to do the whole thing in one go, my brain will wander off and start thinking about laundry or soup or the concept of time. So first, you should know, I've always been a ridiculously vivid dreamer. Even as a kid, I'd have these repeating dreams about specific faces, specific streets, specific rooms, and then years later I'd stumble into those exact people or places in real life, like my subconscious had been quietly pinning them on a corkboard for later. So I learned to pay attention, not in a I'm special way, more like, okay, clearly my brain is doing something weird again. Then, last year, this old woman started showing up in my dreams. But here's the thing, I wasn't dreaming about her. It was more like she would just appear, almost like she'd stepped into the dream from somewhere else. No dialogue, no storyline, nothing symbolic, just her, interrupting everything. And the moment she arrived, I'd pop awake like someone had yanked me by the collar. She had this pale, drawn face, deep-set eyes, a mouth that looked permanently unimpressed with the human experience, and she wore these faded robes that felt almost old world, like something between a monk and a peasant dress, honestly, kind of medieval. Tall, too. Too tall. The vibe was very stern statue in a forgotten church. Not exactly comforting. This went on for a couple of weeks, not every night at first, but it started happening more often. And then I noticed something that made my stomach do that slow little drop. Every time she appeared, I woke up at the exact same time. 3:30 a.m. on the dot. Now, I'm observant, but I can also be hilariously slow at connecting dots when I want things to be normal. So I was like, sure, it's probably nothing. Right up until the night it very much became something. Because one night, the entire apartment jolted awake. Me, my partner Miles, the dog, the cat, everyone. Because one of the guest room doors slammed shut with this violent, final sounding bang. And yep, you guessed it. 3:30 a.m. We live somewhere warm, like humid warm, so we sleep with the windows open. And we're close enough to the water that wind sometimes whips through and makes the curtains jump, frames rattle, all of that. But that night, the air was dead still. No breeze, no weather, nothing. Also, these weren't light doors. These were heavy wooden doors, the kind that feel like they belong in an old hotel. And we had these strong wall magnets near the baseboards that hold the doors open. You have to tug to pull a door off them. So for that door to slam shut like that, it wasn't a casual drift. And in a moment of pure, classic horror movie decision-making, I got up alone to investigate. Because of course I did. I opened the guest room door and stepped inside, and immediately, it felt like I'd walked into a refrigerator. Like sharp, unnatural cold. The kind that makes your skin tighten. Which again, makes no sense. Our place never gets that cold. Ever. And standing there, I could feel it. Presence. Not in a jump scare way. More like the room had an extra weight in it. Like the air had a mind. I didn't feel threatened exactly. I wasn't trembling. But I knew I wasn't alone in there. And in my head, I just went, oh, it's her. When I crawled back into bed, I leaned close to Miles and whispered, half awake, like I was commenting on the weather. I think we have a ghost. He made a noise that was basically, "Oomph," and we all went back to sleep. But after that, I started noticing things. Like once your brain admits, okay, something's off, you can't unsee it. And Miles, who stayed up late gaming, started seeing her too. Not full on, not like, hello ma'am, but like a shape drifting from room to room, or a figure standing just outside his peripheral vision. Enough to make him pause and take his headphones off and go, babe, no. She never really bothered me, but the constant movement, the pacing through the space, it was unsettling everyone else. It felt like she wanted my attention, specifically, like she was waiting for me to do something. The problem was, I'm sensitive, but I'm not exactly trained in how to have a calm conversation with an ancient, terrifying dream nun. So I called my friend Leora. Leora is one of those people who can tune in like it's a radio station. She's a channeler, very grounded, very normal about it, which somehow makes it even weirder. A session with her feels like chatting over tea, except then she'll suddenly say something so specific it makes your scalp prickle. So I told her everything. The dreams, the door slam, the cold, the timing. We opened the session and almost immediately she described the woman. Perfectly. The height, the robes, the hollow eyes, the harsh mouth. Like she'd seen her herself. And then she got quiet for a while. Like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. Finally, she said, very carefully, "You knew her before." And what she explained, this is where it gets heavy. She said that a long time ago, she placed it around the late 1400s or early 1500s, I'd been under this woman's control. Not a friendly mentorship, more like captivity dressed up as teaching. That I'd lived in her house, kept hidden, learning practices I didn't fully understand, working with energies that weren't exactly benign. That she dictated everything. When I slept, when I ate, whether I was allowed outside. That the relationship was power-heavy, manipulative, and that she benefited far more than I did. And I remember sitting there like, okay, cool, love that for me. So I asked the obvious question, why now? What does she want? And Leora said, she wants to teach you again. She thinks it's her turn to come back into your life, to help sharpen your intuition. She'll wait until you're ready. And if you don't want this, she will leave, but you have to tell her to. Then she checked in with my guides, because yes, Apparently, I have a celestial advisory board, and their energy was basically one big caution sign. Like, be careful. If you engage, be crystal clear on your boundaries. And also, this part made my stomach twist. She warned that the darker energies connected to that old life might still recognize me, like old acquaintances hearing your name again and showing up uninvited. And I've dealt with dark attachments before. Once was enough, so I was not thrilled. But I'm also a curious idiot, so part of me went, well, what if I could learn something? So with Leora's help, I essentially told the old woman, you can stay for now, but you need to stop creeping around my home. Stop scaring the animals. Stop terrorizing my sleep. If you're waiting, you wait respectfully. We closed the session. I went home, and for a moment, I thought it worked. And then the apartment went completely sideways. For the next few days, it was chaos. Random knocks, shifting shadows, that feeling of movement just out of view. The pets were constantly alert, nervous, skittish. Miles and I barely slept. And when we did, the dreams were intense and nasty, like our minds were being dragged through muddy water. I'd find myself whispering into empty rooms, hey, we had an agreement. You can't stay if this keeps happening. Which, yes, I know. Issuing ultimatums to invisible entities is not exactly a power move, but I was tired. Eventually things calmed down again. Sort of. But then came the smell. So now I wasn't just dreaming her. I wasn't just sensing her. I was smelling her. Nope. Absolutely not. I knew then. She had to go. But I also knew I didn't have the strength, or honestly, the clean focus, to do it alone. And that's when my other friend came into it. Santi, who's a shamanic practitioner. He was visiting, and when I told him what was happening, he didn't flinch. He just went, okay, we can clear it. Then he listed what I needed to gather. Florida water, red and white carnations, sandalwood oil, sage, candles, a bell, newspaper. And then, casually, he said the word exorcism, which is one of those words that makes your body go cold even if you don't believe in it. The night before he came over, I was nauseous, like deep, rolling nausea that wouldn't quit. I barely slept. The dreams were awful. The pets were edgy. Miles was tense. The whole apartment felt like it was holding its breath. In the morning, after Miles left for work, Santi arrived and immediately had me open every window and door. We lit candles. We smudged every corner. And the sage, this was wild. It didn't just smoke. It cracked and popped, spitting little sparks into the air like it was angry. I'm not proud to say it, but I sacrificed 2 duvet covers that day. Little burn holes. Tiny casualties of spiritual warfare. Both animals vanished under their beds and stayed there like, good luck, humans. Santi pulled out his phone compass to confirm directions for calling the corners. East, west, north, south. And his compass was completely off. Like, wrong enough to notice. I corrected him because I know the layout of my home, but I remember thinking, is she messing with this? Then we started. Santi began drumming, low, steady, like a heartbeat, and calling on protectors, the elements, the animal spirits, all of it. I followed behind, ringing my altar bell while he sprayed Florida water through the space. And I swear to you, 2 thoughts kept looping in my head the entire time. What are the neighbors thinking? I am absolutely going to throw up. Spoiler, I was right. He moved room to room with the red carnations, dipping them in the spirit water and sweeping them through the air like he was brushing something invisible off the walls. He tossed the used flowers onto newspapers spread out on the coffee table. And halfway through, he suddenly stopped, rushed to the bathroom, and got violently ill. And the second he did, my body went, oh, we're doing this too. And I sprinted for the other bathroom. Two grown adults, spiritually cleansing an apartment, simultaneously throwing up in separate bathrooms. Just very glamorous work. When we recovered, he finished the ritual, drumming faster now, singing loud, like he was pushing something out with sound. And I could feel the energy shifting, like pressure changing before a storm breaks. My throat was raw from smoke and being sick, but I joined in anyway. I sang as loud as I could, because something in me knew. Whatever this was, it responded to force, to intention, to vibration. When it was over, he placed the white carnations in a vase on the table and said, "If the clearing worked, these will still be white tomorrow." After he left, I wrapped the red carnations in newspaper and carried them down near the shoreline and buried them under a big tree, something thick and rooted, like it could hold what I was releasing. I didn't even have the energy to analyze how the apartment felt afterward. I just collapsed into bed and slept for hours, mourning my poor, scorched bedding like a responsible adult. The next morning, I woke up and went straight to the vase. The white carnations were still white. And later that day, I buried them too, under a different tree in the park, and I was suddenly starving. I went home to an apartment that felt normal, quiet, ordered, like the air belonged to us again. I kept paying attention for days after, waiting for 3:30, waiting for the cold, waiting for the smell, waiting for her shadow at the doorway. But she was gone, and nearly a year later, still gone. So, yeah, that's the story. I know it's a lot. My life has been sprinkled with weird, spooky things like that. But this one really left a mark. If you ever want to hear another, you tell me. So I've got this question that's been sitting in the back of my throat for years, and being down here again has finally pushed it up into the open. My partner, Evan, grew up around this part of southern Arizona. Not exactly in the middle of nowhere, but close enough that the mountains feel like they're always watching the edge of town. He was raised outside a little mining place called Lowell Ridge, not far from the border, and he left young. Ever since I've known him, he's acted like that whole stretch of country is something you don't poke at. Like you don't go digging around in it, you don't wander too far, and you definitely don't stay out after dark. For a long time, I thought it was just complicated feelings, family stuff, old memories, the kind of place you outgrow and don't feel like revisiting. But every time I'd suggest we go back, he'd shut it down fast. Not angry, not defensive, just flat, final. And once, he said something that stuck with me because it felt so oddly chosen. He said, "Something's not right in those mountains." Not dangerous, not rough, not there are people you don't mess with, just not right. Well, this summer we had to come down. Evan's got family business to handle, and I managed to convince him to let me bring the kids, Mara and Jules, so it could be a real trip instead of him doing it alone and tense and exhausted. And the thing is, the town itself is lovely, like genuinely. Bright mornings, friendly little restaurants, the smell of dust and creosote after the sprinklers kick on. I've been enjoying it more than I expected. But Evan's been acting like someone put a tight wire inside his chest. In the daytime, he's almost normal. We've gone on drives, those winding roads where the saguaros stand like they're posing for postcards. We've done short hikes. We'll stop for cold drinks, take pictures, listen to the kids bicker about who saw the most lizards. But the minute evening starts to settle in, like right when the light goes from gold to copper, he changes. It's subtle at first. He starts checking the sky, checking the horizon. He'll glance down side roads like he's counting how many exits we have. His voice gets clipped, like he's trying not to let the kids hear tension in it. And then he gets insistent. We're going back. Now. Not after dark. And it's not the normal kind of caution. It's not, I don't want to hit a deer. It's not, I'm tired. It's, Like he believes the rules are real. Like if we break them, something notices. One night we were just outside town, barely. We'd taken the kids to look at the sky because it's so clear here, and Mara loves constellations. We weren't even deep in the mountains, just near a turnout where you can see the ridgeline. The sun dropped, the temperature dipped, and it was like someone flipped a switch in him. He said, "We're leaving." And the way he said it made my stomach tighten. Not because he was loud, because he was quiet. The kind of quiet where you realize he's not asking. Back at the hotel, he didn't relax until the door clicked behind us and the deadbolt slid into place. Then he finally exhaled like he'd been holding his breath the whole drive. So I asked him again. I've asked him before, but this time I tried to do it gently, like I wasn't cornering him. "Ev," I said, "what is it? Are you worried about wildlife? People? What?" And he did the same thing he always does. He gave me the vague version, the foggy version. "Weird stuff happens out there." That's it. That's all he offered. And I pushed a little, because I couldn't help it. Weird stuff like what? And after that, he shut down completely. The next day we were on a trail. Nothing intense, just a family hike. The kind with scattered shade and little rocks that crunch under your shoes. The kids were ahead, arguing about who got to lead, and I was behind Evan, enjoying the breeze and the smell of sun-warmed pine. Then he stopped so abruptly I nearly bumped into him. He didn't say, "Let's take a break." He didn't point at anything. He just went still, like he was listening. His shoulders tightened, his jaw clenched, and he said, "We're turning around. Right now. No debate." I glanced around, thinking maybe he'd seen a snake or fresh tracks, something practical. But there was nothing. Just trees, shadows, the trail curving ahead like it always does. And I'll be honest, I felt it then too. Not fear exactly, more like the air had changed texture. Like the space between the trees was suddenly deeper than it should be. Like there were places your eyes slid away from without realizing it. The hairs lifted on the back of my neck for no reason I could name. We went back down the trail quickly. Evan kept glancing over his shoulder, not in a dramatic way, more like he couldn't stop himself. Like his body remembered something. That's what's getting under my skin. Because Evan isn't easily spooked. He's a veteran. He's been in places where unsafe is the default setting. He's calm in emergencies. He's the person who stays level when everyone else is panicking. So when he is scared, when he's scared in that quiet, controlled way, it makes me think this isn't just childhood imagination or family baggage. And now I'm here, in a town I actually like, with my kids sleeping a few feet away, and I keep thinking about how the mountains look at dusk, how the shadows stretch down the slopes like fingers, how quickly the dark arrives. And I find myself wondering, half curious, half uneasy, if there are stories people tell down here. Legends locals repeat with a laugh that's just a little too forced. Because Evan won't give me a straight answer. All I know is this. He treats the mountains like they have rules. And he treats nighttime like a door you don't open. So if there's a myth for that, if there's a name for the thing he's afraid of, I feel like I need to hear it. Not to prove him right, just to understand what he's been carrying all these years. And why, the moment the sun starts to slip, it feels like the whole landscape is holding its breath. So, this is something my mom and I do together, and I know how that sounds right out of the gate. We go on paranormal investigations, like, for real, weekend trips, late nights, flashlights, recorders, the whole thing. And honestly, it's been weirdly healing for us. We used to butt heads a lot, but when you're standing shoulder to shoulder in an empty building at 1 a.m., you learn how to trust each other again. We've traveled all over the Midwest, old schools, abandoned hospital wings, a former psych facility once that still gives me chills to think about. But the story that sticks with me most happened at this one big old estate. It's not a manor anymore, not officially. These days it's used for something else, and they don't really want public ghost groups coming through like they used to. So I'm not saying where it is, and I'm not using the real names. I'll just tell you what we learned and what happened. I'll call the couple who built it Edwin and Lillian. Edwin and Lillian were the kind of people who hosted parties with real silverware and a string quartet, local royalty, the it couple of their little region. The house matched that energy. Basement, 3 full stories, attic, and a ballroom on the top floor because Lillian loved to entertain. And this was back when indoor plumbing with hot and cold water was something you bragged about like it was a sports car. But the thing is, Lillian was bold. She liked European art, Renaissance stuff, and she had this mural painted on the ceiling of her bedroom. A woman in it, kind of sheer and dreamy and unapologetic. Lillian loved it. The town? Not so much. People came over, saw it, and suddenly Lillian wasn't charming anymore. She was scandalous. The invitations dried up. The smiles turned thin. And while all that was happening, Edwin kept getting pulled away for legal trouble, months at a time, not just in their local courts, but out east in D.C. So Lillian was stuck in this massive house that had been built for laughter and music. And she was just there, alone in it. And then, the part that always makes my stomach drop. Lillian got sick. Stomach cancer, from what we were told. Morphine for the pain. One night, with Edwin away, she took too much. Whether it was an accident or something heavier than that, I don't know. But she didn't wake up. After that, the building changed hands and changed purposes. At one point, it was used like a sanitarium, later a nursing home. The records from those years are messy. People whisper about things that happened there, the kind of things that don't end up in neat little history books. A lot of it is guesswork and rumor, but even the idea of it makes the air in the place feel stained. Anyway, that's the setup. So the night we investigated, things started happening early, like the building didn't need warming up. Now, I should tell you, I'm the type of person people label sensitive. I don't go around advertising it because it sounds dramatic, but I pick up on things. Emotions, presences. Sometimes it feels like walking into a room and immediately knowing someone had just been crying there, even if the room is empty. So we're on the 2nd floor at one point, and Lillian's bedroom is behind me. A few of us are talking quietly about her, about how lonely she must have been, how the house that was meant for parties turned into this kind of gilded cage. And there's this music box sitting on a stairwell between the 2nd and 3rd floor that is absolutely losing its mind. Like going off again and again, louder than it should, faster than it should. Everyone's staring at it, arguing about whether it's a glitch or a draft or whatever. And right behind me, from inside Lillian's room, I hear, clear as a person standing close to your ear, "I'm here." I froze. I turned, and in the center of the room, there was a mannequin wearing this old dress, and right in front of the dress, like it was hovering in the fabric, was this big white orb. Not a little floating speck, big, like the size of a grapefruit, maybe bigger. It floated, slow and steady, and then it just drifted out of view and vanished. And of course, I was the only one who heard the words. Someone had a recorder going, and later you can barely catch it, but the music box is so loud it's almost swallowed. Still, I know what I heard, and I need what I saw. Later on, the investigators wanted to try something on the 3rd floor. Up there, when you reach the top of the stairs, there's a hallway straight ahead, and then stairs going up to the attic. Ballroom to the left. To the right, this smaller hallway that always felt wrong to me. The wall on one side doesn't go all the way up to the ceiling. There's this open gap at the top, like 2 or 3 feet of space where you can see over into the next area. It shouldn't matter, but it does. Something about it makes you feel exposed. They decided to sit me there alone, blindfolded, noise-canceling headphones, spirit box in my hands. Everyone else went down to the second floor to ask questions, and I was basically supposed to be a human antenna and listen. Apparently, they'd tried it earlier with someone else and gotten almost nothing. With me, it was like somebody turned on a faucet. Answers came fast. Dates, times, how many people were in the house, who they wanted to talk to. One voice got sharp and annoyed when a certain investigator spoke, like immediately reacted. And the weirdest part? They told me later that my voice changed while I was answering, like I'd shift tone and cadence depending on what was coming through. I don't remember doing that, but I believe them. My mom's not the kind of person who makes things up to be spooky. It was supposed to last maybe 5 minutes. It went on for almost 20. Every time they'd say, "Okay, we're pulling her out," the spirit box would spit out something like, "Not yet," or "We're not done." And I know that sounds like a horror movie line, I know. But that's the truth of it. We left. Got food somewhere like people do after something intense. Tried to joke about it. Tried to come down from the adrenaline. And I thought that would be the end of it. It wasn't. About 6 months later, I started dreaming about that estate. And not vague dreams, specific. Like my brain had a map. In the dream, I'd pull up to the building and immediately recognize it. I'd walk through the entrance, past displays on the first floor, mannequins dressed in old outfits, hats in glass cases. Then I'd start up the stairs toward the second floor, and at the landing, there's this mirror. In the dream, I always stopped there, and I would just stare into it, waiting, like I knew something was supposed to step out. Then I'd end up in Lillian's bedroom, and she'd be there, this woman, head tilted slightly like she's trying to understand something that doesn't make sense. And she'd ask me every time, "Where is everyone?" And then, softer, almost hurt, "Why aren't they coming to see me anymore?" And then the dream would jump, like someone snapped their fingers, and suddenly I'm on the third floor, back in that same hallway where I'd been blindfolded during the session. Except now it's different. I'm not seeing it from inside my own body. I'm watching myself like I'm standing off to the side, like a spectator. I can see myself sitting there, blindfolded, hands resting, completely unaware. And above me, hanging over that half wall that doesn't reach the ceiling, are these black humanoid shapes. 3 of them. Their arms draped over the top of the wall like they're leaning on a railing, just watching me. No faces, no details. Just the shape of something person-like, made out of darkness. And then, every single time, my dream would rip me out of that house and drop me somewhere else. A different location entirely, about a couple hours away. I'd be outside long enough to recognize where I was, and then I'd be inside, standing in this infamous corridor that locals call something like the Runner's Hall. A place people talk about the way they talk about sinkholes, like it's just waiting. Everything would be silent. And then a voice would say, "Where's Nolan?" And that was the cue. That exact moment. Every time I heard that question, I would jolt awake. This happened 6 nights in a row. 6. By the 3rd night, I was tired. By the 5th, I was unsettled in a way I can't explain. Like it wasn't just my subconscious remixing a scary memory, like something was using the dream to get a message through. So I finally reached out to the people from the investigation team and told them what I kept hearing. That Lillian was asking where everyone went, why nobody was visiting anymore. That helped a little, but the dreams didn't stop. And then on the next night, when the dream jumped to the second location and the voice asked, "Where's Nolan?" It hit me. This wasn't just about Lillian. It was like the second place was calling for him. I didn't have a way to contact Nolan directly, so I had to tell someone else who could reach him. I basically said, "This is going to sound insane, but please tell him that location is calling out for him." And after that, the dreams stopped. Mostly. Where is everyone? And it's not as relentless as it was then, but it's enough to remind me. Some places don't just hold memories. Sometimes they hold on to people. Welcome to the Paranormal M channel. I'm finally sitting down to share my own paranormal experiences with you. Thanks so much for sending in your stories. Keep them coming. And don't forget to drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. Ready for today's stories? Put on your headphones, get comfortable, and let's dive into tonight's eerie tales. Oh, and make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. All right? Let's begin. All right. I've kept this to myself for a long time, and I'm only telling it now because it's been sitting in my head for years, like a stone I can't put down. This happened back in 2018, right around the time I was turning 19. I'm in my mid-20s now, and I still don't talk about it with anyone in my real life. Not because I'm trying to be mysterious, more because I know exactly how it would sound. People would either think I'm lying, or they'd look at me like I'd lost my mind. And I've always been the kind of person who hates being called a liar. Like, it genuinely gets under my skin. So I just don't bring it up. If someone asks me if I've ever had anything weird happen, I usually shrug and say, "Nah." But the truth is, yeah, something happened. And before you picture me as some paranormal superfan, no, I'm not religious. I'm not out here chasing ghost stories or UFO stuff. I'd call myself skeptical, maybe mildly agnostic. I like explanations that make sense. I usually assume there's a normal reason for things, even if the normal reason is boring. This one never got a normal reason. So here's the setup. My mom, my little brother, and I went down to visit my grandparents near a small town in southern Missouri, out near the Ozarks. Not exactly the middle of nowhere, but the kind of place where neighbors can still mean a mile or two down a gravel road. My grandparents had this house tucked into the hills, and we were staying in a little camper a short walk from their place. One afternoon, a few hours before dusk, I decided to take their four-wheeler out. I'd ridden around the property before, but that day I wanted to go deeper, follow the trail that locals used for horses and ATVs. My grandpa told me, "You can't really get lost. It's basically one main route." So I filled it up, found the trail, and headed out. At first, it was perfect. Trees swaying, birds going nuts, insects buzzing. Just that living, breathing sound the woods have when everything's doing what it's supposed to do. I rode for a while, longer than I meant to. By the time I checked the gas, I was thinking, okay, I should turn around soon. But the trail was narrow, and I needed a wider patch to do a proper U-turn. So I kept going, scanning for a clearing. And then, it happened. All the sound stopped. Not faded, not quieted down. Stopped. Like someone hit a switch. No birds, no bugs, no wind in the leaves. Nothing. It was so silent it didn't feel natural. The only sound left was the four-wheeler's engine, and even that sounded wrong. like it didn't belong in the world anymore. I got full-body goosebumps so fast it was like my skin decided before my brain did. Something's off. I kept rolling forward slowly, and as the trail dipped down a slope, I saw it. A deer, or something shaped like one. It was standing right in the middle of the path, maybe 40 or 50 feet ahead. And I swear to you, 1 second it wasn't there, and the next second it was. This thing was huge. Not big deer huge, wrong huge. Like the proportions didn't add up. And the antlers, I don't even know how to describe them. They weren't like normal antlers. They looked tangled, like branches or roots, all spindly and twisting, like something that grew instead of something that shed and regrew. But the worst part was the eyes. They were black, not dark brown, not shadowed, black, like holes. And it didn't move. It just stared at me like it had all the time in the world. Then the wind started up again, just a little. But it didn't sound normal. It sounded like the trees were whispering, or like the wind was carrying something that wasn't words but still meant something. And I got this feeling, clear as a command. Leave. Don't come back. Nobody spoke. Nothing said it out loud, and was just pressed into me. You know that feeling when someone is furious at you in another language, and you don't understand the words, but you understand the message? It was like that, except it was the woods themselves telling me. And in that moment, I didn't care how crazy it sounded. I listened. I tried to turn the four-wheeler around right there on the narrow trail, and I almost dumped it. The edge dropped off into this nasty slope, and I remember the thought flashing through me. If you flip this thing, you're done. But I somehow whipped it around, slammed the throttle, and took off back the way I came. And the silence stayed. That dead, sealed silence. Like being inside a soundproof box, except I was flying through a forest that should have been roaring with life. I drove like an absolute maniac. Too fast for the turns, too fast for the drop-offs. I wasn't thinking about safety. I was thinking about distance. I just wanted to get away from that spot, away from those eyes. Then, about halfway back, maybe, I started seeing animals. Deer, birds, a raccoon. I even saw a bear once, which I'd never seen out there before. They weren't in my way. They were off to the sides, between the trees, maybe 15 or 20 feet back. And they were all doing the same thing. Watching me. Not moving, not making noise, just staring. Even the birds were quiet, sitting in branches like decorations, heads turning as I passed. I felt their gaze like heat on my back, like the woods had 1,000 eyes and they were all trained on me at once. And then things got even weirder. I started passing places I didn't recognize. The trail was supposed to be one straight route, no turnoffs, no side paths. But suddenly the trees looked different, thicker, older, moss hanging off them. The ground looked darker. I saw this one massive tree, covered in moss like it belonged in a fantasy movie, and I remember thinking, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed that on the way in. Even my tire tracks were gone in places, like the earth had smoothed itself back over. I had this cold panic rising in my stomach, like, did I somehow leave the trail? Did I miss something? But it didn't make sense. I couldn't have. So I just kept going. I refused to stop. I refused to turn around. I didn't want to give the woods a single extra second of me. And then, just as suddenly as it changed, The trail looked normal again. The familiar trees came back. My tracks reappeared. The world snapped back into the version I recognized, and I don't know how else to say it except it felt like I'd been pushed through a place I wasn't meant to be, and then allowed back out. Not long after that, the wind returned, and it had that same strange, almost language sound. But this time it felt different. Less warning, more like encouragement. Like, yes, keep going, you're doing the right thing. I finally reached the trail entrance where it met the road in a big Y shape. The branch I'd taken was on the right, another trail went left, and the bottom of the Y led back toward my grandparents' place. I pulled out onto the shoulder of the road and, I swear, the silence slammed back down again. I turned my head toward the entrance. The same animal, standing just inside the trees. Only this time it moved, stomping one hoof, tossing its head like a horse, antlers shifting like a living crown of twisted wood. And again I got that message, heavy and unmistakable. Don't come back. Then it stepped into the trees and vanished behind them. A few seconds later, like someone released the world, the birds started singing again. Bugs buzzed, leaves rustled. Normal sound rushed back in so fast it almost made me dizzy. I sat there shaking, staring at the trail like it was a doorway I'd barely escaped. On the ride back to my grandparents' place, I passed a local guy on one of those utility ATVs. He gave me a friendly wave, and I waved back, but I remember thinking, probably because I was already freaked out, that his face had this look like he knew, like he'd seen people come out of those woods before, looking the way I looked. Maybe that part was just my imagination trying to make sense of things. But everything else? I don't know. I've tried to explain it away. Hallucination, panic, some weird atmospheric thing, an overactive brain plus an unusually big deer. Except, it didn't feel like danger. That's what messes with me most. I was scared out of my mind, but I never felt like it wanted to hurt me. It felt like it wanted me gone. Like I'd wandered somewhere I had no business being, and whatever that was, it was pushing me back towards safety. Even now, in my nightmares, it's not attacking me. It's just there, watching. Sometimes it even feels like it's leading me out of the dream, like some terrifying shepherd pulling me away from a place I shouldn't be. So, yeah, that's why I don't go back. Not there. Not deep into mountains like that. Call it superstition if you want. Call it paranoia. I can live with that. All I know is I saw something on that trail, and the woods went silent around it like the world was holding its breath. And whatever it was, it didn't want me there. So my sisters and I have this thing. We like to travel, but not in the cute cafes and matching outfits kind of way. We're the type who'll drive hours out of the way just to spend the night somewhere with a reputation. Somewhere people whisper about. Somewhere with a story. A while back, we booked a stay at this beautiful old Victorian bed and breakfast in Detroit. It was called the Hawthorne House on Ferry Street. And honestly, it was gorgeous. Not tacky, not theatrical, not the kind of place that tries too hard with fake cobwebs or creepy mannequins in the hallway. It was elegant, the kind of old building where the silence feels expensive. And also, if you're being real, the kind where you can't help wondering how many people have walked those same stairs over the last 100 years. This was early in our haunted travel era, so we didn't have any equipment. No EMF readers, no spirit box, nothing. Just curiosity and a little too much confidence. And because we were impulsive geniuses, we stopped at a big box store on the way. Target, I think, not even kidding. And we went hunting for a Ouija board like it was a normal vacation purchase. We found exactly one. It was some ridiculous pop culture themed version. Bright colors, trendy packaging, the whole thing. And we actually laughed in the aisle like, yeah, okay, this is definitely going to do absolutely nothing. Still, we bought it. And here's the part that gets me. Out of all the weird places we've stayed since then, all the creepy tours, all the "did you hear that" moments, this is the only time we ever got anything that felt like real activity on a Ouija board. Before I tell you what happened, there's something important you need to know. My sister Marisol had lost a friend just a couple months before this trip. Her friend's name was Tessa, and the loss was still raw. Like fresh wound raw. And the three of us had actually agreed on a rule. We wouldn't try to contact anyone we knew personally. Not out of fear, more out of respect. Because if it did work, that could mess with you. It could wreck you. So when we sat down that night in the room, low lamps, antique furniture, the whole vibe, we promised each other we'd keep it light. We'd ask general questions, nothing personal. We put our fingertips on the planchette, half laughing, half waiting. And then it started moving. Not dramatically at first, just a slow drift, like someone easing into the conversation. We asked, "Is anyone here with us?" Yes. We asked a few more, basic stuff, and the planchette kept answering, steady, deliberate. Then Marisol, without really meaning to, asked something like, "Who are you?" And the board started spelling. K-D. Just those two letters. And I swear to you, the air in the room changed. Because Tessa, Marisol's friend, used those exact initials online. She'd sign her posts that way. She'd even had it in her handles sometimes. It wasn't a coincidence that could be shrugged off as, "Oh, it's a common thing." It was her thing. Marisol and I just looked at each other, frozen. That kind of look where neither of you wants to be the one to say it out loud, because saying it makes it real. And here's what makes it heavier. Tessa had been sick. She'd needed a transplant, waiting, hoping, begging the universe for time. She posted videos, updates, pleas. You could feel how badly she wanted to live, not in a dramatic way, but in a human way. She wanted more mornings, more normal days, more time with the people she loved, and she never got it. While all this is happening, Marisol starts complaining her head hurts. Not a little headache, like pounding. She kept rubbing her temples, blinking hard. Then I noticed her eyes, watering. Not crying, not emotional, just leaking, like her body was reacting to something her mind hadn't caught up with yet. She looked almost startled by her own face, like she didn't recognize what was happening to her. And I hate admitting this, but we didn't stop right away. We should have. But you know how it is when you're in it. You tell yourself, just one more question, just a little longer. We also recorded the session on our phones, mostly because we thought it would be funny later, like proof of how little would happen. At one point, my phone glitched, froze up, stuttered, the recording acted weird. Nothing that would convince a skeptic, but enough that I remember it clearly because it felt off in the moment. Then the next day, we're checking the videos, and Marisol goes quiet. She's staring at her screen like it's not making sense. I'm like, "What?" And she says, really flat, "Someone watched my clips." I'm thinking, okay, sure, maybe one of her friends, maybe someone random. But then she tilts the phone toward me. And there it is, listed as a viewer on the story. Tessa. Not a repost, not an old interaction, not some memory notification. It was showing her name as having viewed the Ouija videos. Marisol was shaking. She kept repeating, "That hasn't happened, not once." She told me that since Tessa died, her name had never shown up watching anything. No views, no activity, nothing. And suddenly, on the one set of clips where we'd asked the board who was there she was, watching. Now, could there be an explanation? Maybe. Some weird app cache thing, some delayed view, a glitch in the way stories update. I get that. But still, the timing of it, the initials, the headache, the watery eyes, the way the room felt heavier the longer we kept our fingers on that planchette. And the part I can't shake is this. If there's any kind of after, any thread that lets a person tug on the living world, wouldn't it be someone like her? Someone who fought so hard to stay. Someone who didn't want to go. So yeah, I'm not saying it was a ghost, definitively. I'm not saying the board opened a portal and we chatted like it was a group text. But I am saying that night at that old inn was the first time I understood why people come away from experiences like this a little quieter than they were before. Because sometimes, whether you believe it or not, something happens that doesn't fit neatly back into the normal world. And once you've seen it, really seen it, you don't forget. So this happened in Carolina, Puerto Rico, back in late summer, a few months ago. And I'm putting sighting in air quotes right from the jump, because I honestly don't know if I caught something real or if my brain just decided to get creative. So yeah, take it like a campfire story, maybe even a satire, but I swear it felt real in the moment. That night, I walked with my dad, well, my stepdad, Raphael, to a little drugstore nearby. Nothing exciting, just one of those casual walks where you're half talking, half not. When we got close to my place again, I told him I was going to peel off for a bit and head toward the beach, since it was close enough to do on foot. I had this spot in mind, an abandoned building I'd been curious about for a while. I've always been that person, you know, the one who slows down when they pass an empty house, the one who reads old ghost stories for fun. Ever since I was a kid, I've been weirdly drawn to abandoned places and anything remotely paranormal. So I walked a couple miles east along the quieter roads until I could finally see it. This old condominium right on the ocean line. Before I went, I'd asked my stepmom Iris, she's lived in Puerto Rico her whole life, what the deal was with it. She told me it basically got wrecked and left behind after Hurricane Maria. And because it sits right against the water, it took a beating worse than most buildings. When I got there, it looked exactly like something the island had just given up on. The whole place was wrapped in barbed wire, and there were no trespassing signs everywhere, like they were trying to shout you away. The main gate was chained up with this thick, serious lock. Like they weren't just discouraging people, they were daring them to try. But what really threw me? The entrance area felt weirdly cold. And I don't mean, ooh, spooky cold. I mean like, genuinely out of place cold. The air around the gate felt like it belonged to a different night entirely. Puerto Rico doesn't do that. Not like that. Also, cats. Everywhere. Like the place had become some kind of stray cat kingdom. I could hear them and see them moving through gaps in the fencing. And the smell. Man, the smell was brutal. Cat pee, trash, damp rot. Like the building had been marinating in abandonment for years. Still, I wanted in so bad. I found this narrow little opening where the fence didn't meet the wall cleanly, and I squeezed through, scraping my arm a bit in the process. But getting through that gap didn't put me inside the building. It just got me into this cramped, useless strip of space between barriers. So I start scanning, circling, looking for anything. A loose panel, a busted door, a gap big enough to slip through. Nothing. Nothing at all. I remember just standing there and whisper cussing like, seriously? This is it? And I felt stupid for even trying, but mostly I was just annoyed. Not devastated, just disappointed. Like the night hadn't delivered on what I wanted it to be. So I sat down on the sand a short distance away and just stared at the building for a minute. It looked bare and unfinished, like it never even fully became what it was supposed to be, like it was stuck halfway between being built and being erased. By then, it was getting late, past midnight, and I realized I should probably head home. Before I left, I pulled out my phone and took a few clear photos with the flash, just because. Proof I'd been there. Something to look back on. I got home, fell into my bed, and just scrolled around for a while. Couldn't sleep right away. And that's when I opened the photos again. I'm zooming in, mostly out of boredom, and I noticed something at the top edge of one of the walls. Just something that didn't match the shape of the concrete, like a bump, a curve, a presence. So I zoom in more, and what I swear I saw, what it looked like, was a head. Not a normal head, not like some guy peeking over a wall. It looked like the head of a dead woman. And I know how dramatic that sounds, believe me, but the way it registered in my brain was instant. Like pale skin, patchy hair, or almost no hair, and those empty-looking eyes. Like something that had been in water too long. Like a body that wasn't supposed to be seen. The weirdest part wasn't even the image itself. The weirdest part was realizing I hadn't seen anything while I was standing there in person. Because I'm usually observant. I'm the type that notices small details. I notice when somebody's following too close, or when a window is open that shouldn't be. But that night, in real life, nothing. Just a cold entrance, a bunch of cats, and a locked gate. It didn't feel like a "holy shit, I'm haunted" moment. It felt more like a slow, crawling kind of unsettled. Like your stomach drops, but quietly. Like you're not scared of being attacked. You're just bothered by the idea that something might have been there with you, and you didn't clock it. So yeah, that's my little sighting. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was a shadow and my brain filled in the blanks. Maybe it was a trick of flash and angles and grime. I honestly couldn't tell you. But I'll say this. I slept with my phone face down after that, just in case I didn't feel like seeing anything else staring back at me. So, last fall, my partner Evan and I were tucked away in this quiet little cabin outside Red River Gorge in Kentucky. One of those places where the trees feel like they go on forever, and the night sky is so sharp it almost looks fake. We couldn't sleep, so we grabbed a blanket and went out to stargaze. It had to be somewhere around 2 a.m., that deep, late hour where everything feels muted, like the world is holding its breath. And that's when I saw it. Right out in front of us, maybe 12 feet away, hovering at about the height of a low tree branch, this thing appeared. I still hate calling it an object because it didn't feel like one. It was more like a presence, like something that simply decided to be there. It looked like a glowing orb, about the size of a basketball, maybe a little bigger. And the color, God, the color, was this electric teal blue, almost like the brightest part of a flame, but smooth and round. Not blinking, not pulsing like a flashlight, just glowing intensely. I remember my brain trying to catch up, like, is that a drone? A reflection? Am I tired? But my body knew before my mind did, because I started lifting my hand to point and say, "Evan, what is that?" And right as I'm about to speak, Evan does this totally instinctive thing. He snaps his headlamp on and aims it straight at the orb. The second the light hit it, it shot up and over us so fast it was like watching a streak of light in reverse. I actually ducked, like I thought it might hit us. And when I spun around to track it, nothing. Gone. No fading, no drifting away. Just not there anymore. From appearing to disappearing, it was maybe 4 seconds, 5 at the most. And here's the part that still messes with me. Evan swears he never saw the orb sitting in front of us. Not the glow, not the shape, not the color. Nothing. He only saw something move overhead when the light went on, and he said it didn't look teal or blue to him. He described it more like a dull, white blur, like motion without detail. I kept asking him, "Why did you turn the light on like that?" Because it was so immediate, like a reflex. And he just looked at me, kind of shaken, and said, "I don't know. I didn't even think. I just did it." Like his body reacted to something his eyes didn't fully register. And then, because the night apparently wasn't done with us, there were all these little details that clicked into place afterward. For one, there'd been this scrappy little tabby cat hanging around outside with us. It had been sitting near my feet for hours, like it had claimed us. We'd even turned the light on earlier a couple of times, looking for something we dropped, and the cat didn't bolt or even flinch much. It just kept hanging out like, yeah, whatever. But after the orb happened, I remember looking down because I suddenly wanted something familiar in that moment, and the cat was gone. Not slowly wandering off, just gone, like it evaporated. Then, maybe a minute or two later, we heard coyotes, a whole pack, lighting up the woods nearby. Not far, close enough that it raised the hair on my arms. It wasn't just a couple yips in the distance either. It was chaotic, like they'd all decided to start screaming at the same time. And I'm not saying the coyotes were connected, but I will say it made the whole thing feel charged, like the woods noticed something too. There's one more layer to it, and I don't tell everyone this part because it makes it sound like I'm trying to turn it into something meaningful, when really I'm just trying to be honest about what was going on in my life. I don't know if I believe that. I really don't. But I also can't ignore how it felt. Not scary exactly. More like the feeling you get when you realize you're not alone, even though you thought you were. We went back inside not long after, mostly because neither of us could settle into the quiet again. And even now, when I try to explain it, I always end up back at the same conclusion. Whatever it wasn't normal. And it happened so fast that sometimes I wonder if it even makes sense that two people can stand in the same spot, in the same moment, and see two completely different versions of it. Okay, so picture this. My roommate Maya and I have been house hunting for weeks, right? Just scrolling and scrolling until everything starts to blur together. And then there's this one listing that kept popping up, like it had a grudge. Every time we opened the app, boom. There it was again. Same photos, same two perfect angles. Like it was insisting. Neither of us even loved it, not really. We both had that quiet little, something's weird feeling about it. But eventually we're like, fine, we'll just tour it and get it out of our system. So we meet our realtor, Evan, and pull up to the place. Outside, it's honestly kind of sad. The garage is nothing special, paint peeling in spots, and the boards along the exterior looked soft and rotted, like they'd been soaking up years of rain. Not exactly dream home vibes. And then, as we're walking around toward the front again, I notice the back door is just wide open. Like, open. Not cracked, not unlatched, just standing there, welcoming anyone off the street. And I remember thinking, that can't be right, because anyone could wander in. Someone could literally be living in there and we wouldn't know. But the second I saw that open door, I got this sudden prickly feeling, like the air behind me had eyes. You know when you're not seeing anything, but your body is acting like you are? That. Still, we're already there. Evan made time for the showing, so we go inside. Upstairs is fine. It's cute, I'll give it that. Clean enough. But it's also tiny. Like, the living room is basically a suggestion. You'd have to choose between having a couch or walking through the space like a normal person. But none of that was the part that stuck with me. We get to this little hallway behind the kitchen. On one side is the back door, still creeping me out. And on the other side, there's just an open doorway leading to basement stairs. No door. No way to close it off. Just stairs down into a darker space. And the second I looked toward it, my entire body went cold. I swear to you, the hair on the back of my neck lifted. I didn't even want to look down. Not because it was scary looking, because it felt like something down there noticed me noticing it. Maya looks at me and goes, really quietly, "You feel it too?" And I didn't even have to ask what she meant. Because yes, absolutely yes. We start down the stairs anyway, like we're stepping into someone else's house without permission, and I try to make a joke out loud because I'm trying not to panic. I said something like, "Okay, listen, please don't mess with me. I'm just here to look around." Evan did this tight little laugh, but I could tell he didn't love being down there either. At the bottom, the air felt heavy, oppressive, like it was pressing against my chest. But after a minute, that crushing feeling faded a bit, like whatever it was pulled back. And then there was a different feeling. Still watched, still not alone. But this time it felt scared. Not me scared, something else. Like the energy of a frightened kid hiding in a corner, hoping you won't see them. We looked around anyway. There was a small bathroom down there, and 2 bedrooms that felt more like storage rooms. Everything was dim and kind of stale, but nothing was obviously wrong. Until we got to the closet in the second room. And then, this is the part that makes me feel crazy even saying it. I just left the room, like I was pulled out. I walked straight across the basement living area toward this weird little cutout space. It was tiny, like a cramped nook, and there was this partial section of old concrete wall, like part of something original that had been left behind. The second I got close to it, I felt this wave of dread so intense I almost started crying on the spot. My eyes burned, my throat tightened. It was like grief hit me out of nowhere, the kind you feel before you even understand what you're grieving. And then the oppressive feeling came back, full force. Not just heavy, angry. It didn't have a voice, but it felt like being screamed at in your bones. Like, get out of here. I didn't think, I didn't breathe. I just turned and ran up the stairs so fast I almost tripped. The second I got back upstairs, it was like I'd broken the surface of water. Relief. Normal air. My heart was going so hard it hurt. Maya and Evan followed, both acting like they didn't want to admit what had just happened. We even went up to this little loft area near the attic, and weirdly, it felt comfortable up there. Almost cozy. Like, if the rest of the house felt off, that space didn't. It felt safe. But then we turned to go back down. Maya flipped the light switch to turn the loft lights off, and they flickered. Then everything went dark, except the single bulb right above her. She flipped the switch back on. Nothing changed. Flipped it off again. Still nothing. That one light stayed on like it was glued to her. We went back down to the main floor, and Evan asked what we thought, doing his best real estate professional voice. But Maya wouldn't stop glancing toward the basement hallway, like she was waiting for something to come walking out. We got outside and didn't even need to discuss it. We were done. Hard no. In the car, once the doors shut and it was just us, I asked Maya if she was okay. She stared straight ahead and said, "It followed us after the basement, like all through the house, like it didn't want us to forget it was there." And then she hit me with this, super casually, like she was talking about the weather. Apparently, when I walked away from the closet and went toward that concrete wall, I'd whispered, "Don't worry, I'll find you." I do not remember saying that, not even a little. And here's where it gets worse. Ever since that tour, I've been having nightmares. Not once in a while, almost every night. I'm trapped in that corner by the concrete. It's pitch black. I can't move. I'm screaming until my throat feels shredded, and it never stops. The screaming doesn't even feel like it's coming from me. It's like I'm inside someone else's terror. And there's pain, like deep, wrong pain. Like something happened there that shouldn't have happened to anyone. I wake up shaking, and the feeling clings to me for hours. And I can't stop thinking, if something terrible happened in that house, why do my dreams feel like I'm the one it happened to? Why does it feel so personal, like I'm remembering something that isn't mine? So, I want to tell you something I've been sitting with, because I honestly can't decide if I'm overthinking it or if I've been too quick to dismiss what's happening. I work nights in hotels, and I've worked in enough of them to know every building has its quirks. Pipes knocking, elevators humming, old wiring doing old wiring things. Normally, I'm the first person to roll my eyes at a "this place is haunted" comment, but lately, it's been harder to keep that stance. The first place was a newer hotel I started at earlier this year. The building itself isn't ancient, put up around the late 2000s, but the land it sits on has history. Before this hotel, there used to be this big, ornate entertainment venue on the plot. Think velvet curtains, balcony seating, that kind of place. Then later it got turned into a loud, messy club, and eventually the whole thing was torn down. When I started, coworkers told me the usual stories. Shadowy figures, strange noises, weird feelings. I nodded along, didn't really take it on. I'm pretty sensitive to atmosphere, like if a space feels heavy or emotionally full, I notice. But I wasn't picking up anything like that. Except, there were two spots I couldn't explain. Down on the lower level, there's this pocket of cold that just sits there, like someone left a freezer door open inside the walls. And in that same area, a couple of TVs in nearby rooms have this habit of switching on for no good reason. Directly above that, on the ground floor, I sometimes get this strange sensation, like the air warps for a second. The best way I can describe it is an audio wobble, like I've dipped my head underwater and sound gets thick and muffled, then it snaps back. Still, no emotional signature. So I told myself, wiring, drafts, old tech. Weird, but not spooky. Then last week happened. I was watching the security monitors with a coworker. His name's Mateo. And I caught this black shape glide across one of the camera feeds. Not like a person walking, not like a shadow from headlights, not like the usual compression glitch you see on cheap cameras. It moved with purpose, and it had weight to it, if that makes sense. Mateo went to check the camera, thought maybe an insect on the lens or something stuck near it. He's standing right there, looking at it with his own eyes, and while he's inspecting it, the shape sweeps across the feed again. Only there's nothing there. No bug, no debris, no explanation. So we're standing there after, both of us kind of trying to laugh it off, and Mateo asks me, very seriously, if I think the place is haunted. And I'm basically like, honestly, I don't feel anything. I've noticed some odd stuff, but nothing that feels intelligent. I'm mid-sentence saying that, and one of the handheld radios on the desk beside him suddenly erupts into this violent, roaring static. It wasn't being touched. It wasn't knocked. It just exploded with noise. I grabbed it, flipped it off, and that's when Mateo sucked in a sharp breath and went, "What the hell? My shoulder." He swore it felt like someone dragged nails across him. And right there, as he's saying it, A red mark appears on the exact spot. Not a huge wound, more like a fresh scratch line, like irritated skin. Except there was no way he did it himself in that moment. We both just stared at it like, "Are you kidding me?" And then, because apparently the universe loves timing, within 2 days, a long-stay guest calls down to the desk, totally shaken, asking if she can move rooms. She had no idea about any of this, by the way. No one had said a word to her. She sounded embarrassed even saying it, like she expected me to judge her. But she was so disturbed she couldn't bring herself to go back in that room alone to grab her things. Like her body just refused. So that was the first hotel. And I know how it sounds. I do. Even telling you, I can hear the "it's faulty plumbing and a shaky table" argument. I'm still trying to hang on to that. But then there's the second hotel. This one is the opposite. Tiny, old. The kind of place where the walls have seen entire lifetimes come and go. The main building dates back centuries, like really old, and only has a handful of guest rooms. During night shifts, I'm basically alone in the building except for sleeping guests. In a place that old, creaks and groans are normal. Floorboards talk. Radiators hiss. Wind finds gaps. Usually, I'm great at filing all that into the old building category. But one night, during a 2 a.m. security walk, I was down in the basement corridors. Narrow halls, stone walls, that slightly damp smell. And as I passed one section, I felt something grip my wrist. Not a brush, not a chill, a grip. Like the exact sensation of a hand catching you to stop you walking away. I froze, pulled my arm back, and there was nothing there. And I remember standing still for a second, feeling my skin crawl. And then I did something I've never really done seriously before. I spoke out loud, not aggressively, just firmly. I said something like, "No, you don't get to do that. I'm not okay with you touching me." And I left it at that. After that, the building stayed weird, but manageable. Cold spots in certain rooms. One function room upstairs that I avoided because it made me feel watched the second I stepped inside. The occasional whisper-like sound when no one was nearby. Little movements in the corner of my vision. Unpleasant, but not panic-inducing. Until Sunday night. I was sitting in the foyer doing emails, just quietly existing, when around 12:30 a.m. I heard and felt a heavy thud from upstairs where the function rooms are. It was the kind of sound that hits your chest, like something substantial dropped or slammed. And the moment it happened, everything started failing at once. The phones lost power. The internet died. The whole place went weirdly still, like it was holding its breath. I went upstairs to check, and I found 3 chairs knocked over, stacked ones, tipped onto their sides. I can't swear they weren't already like that, but the timing made my stomach twist. And while I was standing there, I got this wave of dread so sharp it felt chemical. Goosebumps, tight throat, that instinctive "leave now" signal. I checked the main circuit breakers. Nothing had tripped. So I went down to the basement because I could hear this emergency tone coming from the server room, like a warning beep, urgent and insistent. And when I got in there, I found the problem. The breaker for the server room had blown. Not tripped, blown. It was on its own isolated system, separate from the rest of the building's electrics, and it wouldn't reset. Dead. Fried. And from that point on, the whole night felt wrong. Not old building wrong. Something else. There were sounds of movement that didn't match settling wood or pipes. It felt like the air was pressing in on me. Being inside made me nauseous. I spent most of my shift standing at the open front doors, half inside, half out, because the moment I stepped fully into the building, my body reacted like I was somewhere I shouldn't be. Like my skin was rejecting the space. So I went down there, because I had to go inside anyway to do the early morning stuff, and I held up my phone to take the picture. and my camera suddenly switched into macro mode automatically. Now, if you've ever used a phone that does that, you know it only kicks in when the camera thinks something is extremely close to the lens. Like you're inches away from an object. But there was nothing near it. Nothing. Empty corridor. Clear view. Just the macro settings snapping on, like my phone detected something right in front of it that I couldn't see. That was the final straw for me. I finished what I absolutely had to, and the second I could leave, I left. And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm hesitant about going back. Because here's the thing. I'm not looking for ghosts. I'm not chasing a story. If anything, I've been trying hard to explain it all away. But when you've got two separate places, two separate sets of incidents, and your body is reacting before your brain can even make excuses, it starts to feel less like coincidence. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Tell me what you think, because I genuinely don't know if I'm finally noticing things everyone else has been seeing all along, or if something has decided it wants to be noticed. Okay, so I've had a lot of weird experiences in my life, but this one still sits in my chest when I think about it. When I was about 8 or 9, I used to spend summers at my nanny's house, a small, quiet town right on the edge of the desert. The kind of place where nights feel extra wide and still, like the whole world is holding its breath. Her house was one of those older South Asian homes, simple, single story, with a big open courtyard. In the hottest months, everyone would drag out the woven beds, charpais, and sleep outside under the stars because it was cooler than being inside. There was a covered stairway that led up to the roof, and from the courtyard, if someone was standing up there, you could spot them pretty easily. Now, my nanny used to casually say stuff like, "Don't go in that front sitting room, there's something there." And I'd always roll my eyes in my head because I was convinced it was just an adult trick to keep kids from messing up the nice room. But then, one night, we were all sleeping outside like usual. I was lying on my charpai, staring up at the sky, trying to force myself to get sleepy. And out of nowhere, I got that feeling, like you're being watched. You know that feeling where your skin reacts before your brain catches up? I turned my head toward the roof, and I saw someone. A figure standing there. It was too to see details, no face, no clothes, nothing clear like that. But I could tell it was shaped like a man. My stomach dropped immediately, because I could also see the rest of my family in the courtyard, all asleep. Nobody was missing. Nobody could have quietly gotten up there without someone noticing. I just stared, and then I noticed the worst part. It didn't look complete. Like the body seemed to end too early, around the shoulders. Almost like the head just wasn't there at all. Not even a silhouette of one. Just this still, upright presence where a person shouldn't be able to stand and look normal. I remember my heart pounding so hard it felt loud. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I just stared, frozen, trying to make my eyes fix what they were seeing. Like if I blinked enough, it would turn into something ordinary. It didn't. After what felt like forever, I got so uncomfortable I slowly rolled onto my side, facing the big front gate instead, like I could escape it just by not looking. And I started doing that kid thing where you bargain with reality. It's nothing. It's a shadow. It's your imagination. Just go to sleep. And somehow, I did. I didn't tell anyone the next day. Not my mom, not my cousins, nobody. I think part of me was scared they'd laugh, and part of me was scared they wouldn't. Years later, like way later, I found out I wasn't the only one. Almost everyone who stayed in that house had seen something at some point. And the detail that made my blood run cold, other people had noticed it too. That it was headless. I hadn't even known that was a thing until it came up in conversation one day, and I just sat there thinking, so I didn't imagine it. Here's the part that still messes with me. Nobody described it like it was evil. My mom said she never felt that heavy, sick fear people usually talk about with negative spirits. She said it felt watchful, like it was there, but not trying to harm anyone. My nanny, though, she went back and forth. For a while, she got convinced it had bad intentions, and she tried to do this fire ritual, kind of like a cleansing ceremony, to drive it out. But apparently, it went horribly wrong. Not in a dramatic movie way, more in a terrifying, real way. She was older and heavy, and that night she fell hard off her charpai, hit her head badly, and it turned into this whole emergency. It genuinely could have killed her. As for me, I never saw it again. But even now, whenever I visit that house, someone else lives there now, and my nanny is gone, I still catch myself doing it. Every time the courtyard gets quiet, every time the night feels that same desert-still way, I look up toward the roof, not because I want to prove anything anymore, just because a part of me wants one last glimpse, one last confirmation that what I saw as a kid was real. And in our family, we had a name for it. A headless jinn, the one that watches. To this day, I still look up, hoping I'll see the watcher on the roof again. Hey, so there are a few things from when I was a kid that still sit heavy with me, even now. I'm in my late 20s, and I honestly don't know what to do with them. When I was little, I used to see stuff, weird stuff, sometimes scary stuff, and every time I tried to explain it, my mom, her name's Denise, would brush it off with the same line. You've just got a big imagination. After a while, I learned what got me comfort and what got me dismissed, so I stopped talking about it. But I didn't stop seeing it. I've always had this feeling, like there's another layer to reality that not everyone picks up on. And maybe when you're younger, it's louder. And then as you get older, the volume turns down. For me, it never really did. I've had this constant sense of being watched, like something's tracking me. Sometimes I even wonder if something attached itself to me early on and never left. And the nightmares? Those have been there for as long as I can remember. I'd wake up sobbing, screaming, completely drenched in fear. The weird part is, I taught myself how to steer my dreams. Like, I could tell myself, this isn't real. I could change the scene, wake myself up, fight back. But every once in a while, I'd get stuck in one where I didn't realize it was a dream, and that's the worst feeling in the world. Like being trapped. Anyway, there were a lot of moments over the years, but a few stand out so clearly it's like they're stamped into me. One of the earliest ones happened when I was watching TV in my mom's bedroom. I was sprawled out on the carpet, just being a kid, and behind me in the corner she had this old, round, standing mirror. One of those heavy ones that feels like it belongs in another era. I don't know why, but I got this sudden urge to look back at it. Like something pulled my attention. And in the mirror, I saw a woman. She looked like my mom, but wrong, like a drained, sick version of her. Her skin had this grayish tint. Her face was too sharp, cheekbones sticking out like they wanted to cut through her skin. Her eyes were sunken and dark, and her hair was short and messy, almost wet-looking, like she'd just been dragged out of someplace cold. She wore this thin white gown that hung off her like it didn't belong to her body. And she was staring straight at me. Not looking past me, not floating around the room. At me. Like she knew I'd turned around, like she'd been waiting for me to notice. My whole body went tight, like I couldn't breathe, and before I could even make a sound, my mom walked into the room. I snapped my head toward her, relief confusion, panic, all at once. And then I looked back at the mirror, and the woman was gone. Years later, my mom got a new dog. Sweet little thing, except for one detail. The dog absolutely hated that mirror. Like hated it. Barking, growling, backing away like it was cornered. Eventually, Denise started keeping the mirror covered because it would set the dog off so badly. That didn't make me feel better. It made me feel validated in the worst way. Because I saw that same woman again. This time, it was outside. I was older, and I remember looking out into the yard and seeing her hanging from a noose in one of the tall trees. Just there. Pale gown, thin body, that same wrongness. Like the image had been saved somewhere in the world and replayed for me. I still get a sick chill thinking about it. Then there was the thing in my room, and I saw hands appear at the top of the ladder. Just two hands, slowly curling over the bed rail like someone was climbing up. My brain tried to make it logical for half a second, like, Dad? Mom? One of my siblings? But the way it moved didn't feel human. It was too smooth, too deliberate, like it wanted me to watch. Then a head rose up. But it wasn't a normal head. The whole figure was black, solid black, like a shadow that forgot it needed a person to cast it. No facial features, no eyes, no mouth, nothing. And I still felt it looking at me. That's what scares me the most, when something has no face, but you know, deep in your bones, you've been seen. I remember blurting into the phone, "Maya, it's looking right at me." My voice sounded strange to even me, like it didn't belong in my throat. And then it was just gone. Years later, my youngest sister Talia moved into that room after I left for college, and one day, out of nowhere, she told me she used to see something too. The same shadowy thing, she said, squatting on top of a dresser in the corner like it was perched there, waiting. What messed me up is that neither of us had talked about it for years. We only brought it up recently, and when we realized we'd seen the same thing, we both just went quiet. Because what do you even say to that? Another one that still messes with me. Honestly, it's why I still get tense in showers sometimes. I was showering and there were two curtains. One was that clearish, foggy plastic that lets in light, and the other was thick and dark so you couldn't see through it at all. I'd pulled the dark curtain to the side because I liked the light coming in. It made me feel less closed in. And then, from behind where the dark curtain was bunched up, a hand reached out. Not a whole arm, just a hand, pressing against the clear curtain from the outside like it was testing it, like it was checking how thin the barrier was between us. I froze for half a second, then I panicked, punched the curtain, yanked it aside, stumbled out of the tub so fast I nearly fell. No one was there. The bathroom door was closed. The house was quiet. I checked behind the curtain like a maniac, even though there was nowhere a person could hide. But the feeling stayed, like I'd just caught something playing with me, and it didn't like being caught. And then there's this last kind of thing, less dramatic but almost creepier because it was so physical. I used to freeze on the basement stairs, or in the doorway of my bedroom. It wasn't like I heard anything or saw something. It was more like I'd hit an invisible wall, like my body just refused to go forward. Every nerve would light up screaming, "Don't go that way." So I'd turn around and wander somewhere else and try again later, like I could sneak around whatever it was. Of course, as a kid, that just got me yelled at, especially if I was supposed to take laundry down and I'd get stuck halfway and couldn't explain why without sounding ridiculous. And honestly, there were plenty of other things too. Footsteps when I was home alone. My name being whispered, soft, close, right by my ear. That feeling of someone standing behind me when nothing is there. feeling brushed or touched when no one could possibly be near me. And it didn't only happen at my parents' house. It happened at relatives' houses, in hotels, in places I'd never been before. Like it wasn't tied to a building, which is the part that keeps me thinking. Because what am I supposed to make of all this? I don't know. I genuinely don't. I just know those moments still feel too sharp to be nothing, and I'm tired of pretending they were. So, this takes me way back to 5th grade. My elementary school had this program for kids who qualified for free lunch. Basically the school's way of making sure money didn't stop anyone from having a real summer. We could pick from a handful of week-long camps, and the second I saw there was a horse camp option, I was done. I didn't even look at the others. I wish I could remember the exact name of the place. In my head it's somewhere up north, like northern Minnesota, maybe near the lake country. But it could have been Wisconsin. That whole area kind of blends together in my memory. What I do remember is the smell. Hay, pine trees, and that warm, dusty barn scent that gets into your clothes and never really leaves. When we got there, they paired each of us with a horse for the week. Not just riding, like you were responsible for grooming, feeding, cleaning tack, all of it. I was obsessed. I felt like I'd been given my own little world. A few days in, maybe day 3, this girl I'd started hanging out with, her name was Marisol, had the worst day ever. Her horse got something stuck in its hoof, and the staff said they'd have to switch her to a different horse while hers was being treated. And I know that probably sounds small to an adult, but if you've ever been a kid and gotten attached to an animal like that, it was huge. She cried all day, like real throat-hurting sobs. She kept saying she didn't want a replacement. She wanted her horse, and she was terrified something bad would happen to it. I tried so hard to comfort her. I sat with her during breaks, told her her horse was going to be okay, tried to make her laugh. But nothing was really getting through. By nighttime, she was just exhausted from crying, and she went to bed early. The cabin we stayed in was basically one big room full of bunk beds, like a whole row of them, maybe a dozen sets, all packed in. Most of them were taken. I slept on a top bunk near the middle, and Marisol was across from me on the bottom bunk. Lights out was at 10. The counselors did that quiet sweep, the room settled, and eventually you could hear the normal sounds. Sniffling, whispers fading, somebody's bed creaking, then that heavy quiet when everyone starts drifting off. But I've always been a bad Cessy P, even as a kid. So I'm lying there, staring at the ceiling, shifting around in my sleeping bag, and I just happened to look down toward Marisol's bunk. And that's when I saw him. There was a figure standing right beside her bed, on her left side. Not like a person you could make out. No clothes details, no skin, nothing. It was solid black, like someone had cut the shape out of darkness. But the outline was clear. The thing I remember most is the hat. A wide, cowboyish brim. And where the face should have been, there were these 2 small pale dots, like eyes, but not glowing. Just there. The rest of it went straight down, like it had a long coat or something that draped all the way to the floor. It was leaning slightly, almost like it was bending toward her, watching her. My whole body went cold. I swear my stomach dropped so hard it felt like I might actually be sick. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I just yanked my sleeping bag up over my head even though it was hot in that cabin, and I held it tight around my face like that thin layer of fabric could somehow protect me. I was terrified that if I looked again, it would notice me. Like the second I acknowledged it, it could turn and do something. So I just stayed there, curled up, silently crying, and I did the only thing my kid brain could think to do. I whispered little songs to myself, like old nursery rhymes, anything familiar, over and over, until I eventually passed out under that sleeping bag like it was a shield. But here's the thing. Years later, when I got older and started hearing about this phenomenon people call the Hat Man, I felt my blood run cold all over again. Because every drawing, every description, tall, dark figure, brimmed hat, shadow person vibe, it was too close, too accurate. It looked like what I saw, and weirdly, I don't feel angry about it anymore. I don't even feel the same kind of fear. I still remember the terror of not understanding what I was seeing, because as a kid, it felt like something impossible had stepped into the room. But part of me wonders if it wasn't there to hurt anyone. I wonder if it was there because Marisol was so broken up that day, like watching over her. Not comforting exactly, but present, observing, guarding. I know that sounds strange, but the memory has taken on this odd warmth over time, like it wasn't malicious, just intense. It's still one of the clearest paranormal moments of my life. And I'm skeptical about plenty of other weird things I've experienced. Because sure, sometimes there's a simple explanation. Shadows, sleepiness, your brain filling in gaps. But that night, I can't shake it. I know what I saw. I know how real the fear felt in my body. And I still wonder what it meant. So, yeah, that's my question, honestly. Have you ever seen him? Or heard more about what it means when people do? So, my parents split up when I was about 8. Mom got custody, so it was mostly just me and her for most of my childhood. A few years later, when I was in elementary school, my mom remarried, and my stepdad's job moved us out to the outskirts of Houston, Texas. We landed in this clean, newer neighborhood. Fresh paint, new sidewalks, that whole still smells like lumber vibe. And I should say up front, I've always been the kind of person who believes there's something out there. Spirits, energy, whatever you want to call it. My mom likes to say our family has sensitive women in it, like a long line of people who just know things. I don't know if I buy all of it, but I also don't not buy it, you know? Here's the thing though, that house never felt scary at first, not even a little. If I got spooked, it was regular kid stuff. Dark hallway, too much imagination, scary movie trailer at the wrong time. The house itself felt normal, safe. Then years went by. I was a teenager by the time this happened, maybe 2018? Honestly, the timeline is fuzzy, but I remember the feeling of it like it was yesterday. My stepdad, Mark, I'll call him, started getting involved with a motorcycle club. It wasn't just a casual hangout situation either. They'd meet at this little shed-like clubhouse they set up in the backyard. Some weekends it was loud, there was drinking, a lot of guys coming and going, engines, laughter, all of it. One night, after one of those get-togethers, something went wrong. A member, his name was Jesse, I'll call him, left when he absolutely shouldn't have. He was drunk, and from what I was told later, he ended up in a high-speed chase and crashed. He died before help even got there. I woke up the next morning and I could tell immediately something was off. Mark was usually this tough, quiet, don't mess with me kind of guy, but that day he looked wrecked, like his whole personality had been turned down to a low, trembling volume. Jesse meant a lot to him, even to my mom, Lena, who never really loved the whole biker club thing. She cared about Jesse as a person, even if she hated the lifestyle. And after that, the house changed. Not in a dramatic movie way, not like walls bleeding or anything, just the air, the ambiance. It felt like the house had absorbed something heavy, like grief got trapped in the drywall. It was disorienting, because I'd lived there for years, and suddenly, it didn't feel like my house anymore. Little things started happening first. Stuff not where it should be. Strange noises, soft thumps, a shuffle, like someone shifting their weight in a room that was empty. Things you can brush off until you have enough of them that you stop brushing. The first thing that really got me, was one night when Mark told me to take the trash out. I hated going outside at night. Always have. I could do it, but every step felt like I was walking into the mouth of something. So I'm out there, speed walking down the driveway, trash bag in hand, trying to finish in record time. And as I'm passing my mom's pickup, this big silver Ford, I hear the unmistakable click of it unlocking. Then the headlights flash on. Cabin light too. The whole driveway lights up like a stage. And there's nobody inside the truck. Nobody near it. Just me, standing there frozen with a trash bag like an idiot. I threw the trash in the bin and sprinted back inside so fast I nearly slipped on the tile. My first thought was, Mark is messing with me. Because that's the kind of thing he would do. Act like he's too cool for pranks but secretly loves scaring people. He looks genuinely confused, like, "What are you talking about?" And then he points, calm as anything, to this small table by the front door. And sitting right there is the key fob, like it had been there the whole time. Not tossed, not hidden, just placed neatly. And the layout of the house mattered, because I knew there wasn't enough time for him to slip over, grab it, peek through the blinds, unlock the truck, run back, set it down perfectly, and get back into his chair before I came in. It didn't make sense. At the time, nobody really believed me. Years later, I told my mom again, and she was like, "No, I remember that. Mark wasn't messing with you." Which somehow made it worse, honestly. Then, about a year after that, my mom had an experience that still gives her chills. I was working late that night, closing shift, so it was just Lena and Mark at home watching TV. There's this hallway that branches off from the living room toward the garage and the main bedroom. My mom had it decorated with those cheerful, Pinterest-style canvases, sweet little phrases about family and gratitude and all that. She told me she was on the couch, watching the show, and she glanced down the hallway. And one of the canvases lifted. Not fell, not slid. Lifted off the wall like someone had grabbed it from behind. It hung there, just suspended in the air, for a second or two, perfectly still. And then it dropped straight down like gravity suddenly remembered it existed. My mom said she just stared, waiting for some explanation to appear, like a string or a draft or something. Nothing. And of course, I wasn't there. I still feel robbed that I missed it. The last thing that happened to me in that house was years later, when I'd already graduated and came home for Thanksgiving. I'd been driving all morning, felt gross, and went straight to the bathroom to shower. I remember this clearly because it was such a simple setup. I put my clean clothes on the closed toilet lid. I set my phone on the counter next to the sink. And my phone had this super grippy rubber case, one of those cases that practically velcros itself to your hand. It didn't slide easily on anything, which is important. I took off my dirty clothes and dropped them in a little pile under the sink area, kind of tucked beneath the counter. Then I got in the shower. A minute or two in, I heard it. That sharp little slap and thud sound of a phone hitting the floor. I pulled the curtain back and looked. My phone wasn't on the counter anymore. At first, I tried to be rational. I was like, okay, maybe I set it too close to the edge. But I knew I didn't. I'm weird about my phone. I don't balance it on edges. So I finish up, dry off, get dressed, and start looking. I check the floor, under the counter, around the toilet. Nothing. And then I look at the pile of dirty clothes under the sink. And my phone is under them. Like, under them. Not next to them. Not touching the side. Fully underneath, buried under several pieces of clothing. And I just stood there for a second, staring, because there was no version of physics where my grippy cased phone falls off a counter bounces just right, and then somehow wriggles itself under a whole pile like it's trying to hide. My mom and I tried to recreate it later, because of course we did, and we couldn't. Not even close. Eventually, my mom sold that house. I've had a couple small weird moments in the years since, but nothing like what happened there. But I do know it felt like someone was around. And honestly, if something of him is still there, I hope it's quiet now. I hope it's peaceful. And I hope the people living there today, if they ever notice anything, feel more curious than afraid. Because whatever it was, it never felt evil. Just present. So, I kind of did this to myself. I went down a rabbit hole one night. Paranormal threads, first-hand accounts, all of it. And I got this itch like, fine, I should probably add mine too. And even saying that out loud makes me feel ridiculous, because I'm one of those people whose brain immediately tries to rescue me with logic. Like, okay, cool story, but where's the evidence? My background's in philosophy, so the skeptical, empirical voice in my head is always hovering, ready to slap a natural explanation sticker on everything. But at the same time, I don't know, some stuff sticks to you, and maybe putting it out there helps. Maybe somebody hears it and goes, oh, yeah, I know what that is. Or maybe it just helps to say it plainly instead of carrying it around like some embarrassing secret. All right, I've moved a bunch, so I'll go in order, by place, by time. And I'm starting with the one that shaped all the others. The fixer-upper house, late 90s to mid-2000s. We moved into this house when I was basically a newborn. My dad was a physician, and we landed in this small Midwest town that had this old French settler history. One of those places where the streets feel quieter than they should. The house was too much house. Dead center of town, and it was the biggest place on the block by a mile. Not ancient by European standards, but for where we were, it was old. Like generations and weird remodels layered on top of each other old. Later I found out it was well over a century. My mom nicknamed it the fixer-upper because we were constantly repairing something. Roof stuff, pipes, a door that never sat right, always a project. But even as a kid, I had this feeling she was covering. Like that name was a joke you could laugh at instead of saying, this place scares me. Here's the strange part. I can't point to a first incident. We moved in when I was too young to remember a before. So my earliest awareness of life already included this constant background sensation of being watched. And I learned this little survival habit that still makes me cringe to admit. If I had to go down a hallway alone, I wouldn't look up. I'd do this tunnel vision thing, eyes on the carpet, on the baseboards, so I wouldn't accidentally catch a reflection in a mirror or see something in a doorway. I'd grab whatever I needed and run back like my feet were on fire. One of my clearest early memories is so mundane, which almost makes it worse. My parents were downstairs, I was playing, and I realized I'd left a favorite toy upstairs. I went up, and I remember feeling this heavy, occupied presence in the guest room at the end of the hall. Not a sound, not a movement, just the certainty that something was in there. And I remember coaching myself like a tiny, nervous adult. Don't look down there. If you look, you'll see something. If you see something, you can't unsee it. So I didn't look. I kept my eyes down, grabbed my toy, came right back down, pretending I was fine. That became my whole strategy for years. Denial with legs. Total psychological avoidance. If something impossible had stood in front of me and waved, I genuinely think I would have gone, nope, brain glitch, and I would have forced myself to forget it. My bedroom didn't help. It used to be the servants' quarters, tucked away like an afterthought. Outside my door was this little landing area with an old laundry chute and these narrow back stairs that went down toward the kitchen. That landing became the dumping zone for toy bins, plastic tubs full of whatever I was into at the time. At night, after I turned the lights off, those toys would go off. Not like a toy glitches once and makes a sad little noise. I mean multiple sounds, in sequence, like someone was standing out there pushing buttons with intention. The dinosaur roars would start up, sometimes one, sometimes both, like they were fighting. Then a book would chirp, then something else would light up. Every time I worked up the courage to go look, it would stop. Like as soon as I stepped into that landing, everything went dead quiet. I'd dig through the bins thinking maybe something was wedged in pressing a button. Nothing was. We tried moving them around, separating them, leaving them on top of the bin with nothing touching them. Same thing. Eventually, the dinosaurs just lived on top of the bin permanently because it was easier than pulling them out every night. And they still did it, night after night. My mom tried to laugh it off. She'd say stuff like, "Those dumb dinosaurs again," like it was a quirky household annoyance. But I could tell, just in the way she'd pause before she spoke, that it got under her skin too. And I was so scared that I started sneaking out of my room almost every night. I'd creep into my parents' room and sleep on the floor next to their bed. I'd wedge myself facing the bed frame or the side of a chair, anything so I wouldn't have to stare into open space. They would catch me sometimes and get mad, like, "Go back to bed, you're fine," but I didn't care. The floor in their room felt safer than my bed ever did, because in my kid logic, I had this belief that if I ever really looked, if I ever met whatever was there head on, then something would finally happen and my denial would break. And once denial broke, I didn't know how you kept living in that house. Okay, fast forward a few years. I'm maybe 8-ish. My older sister threw a Halloween party. She had a whole pack of friends over, and I had 2 buddies, Caleb and Noah. We all decided to play hide and seek in the dark, but we made a rule: first floor only. No upstairs, because the house was huge and nobody wanted to search that whole maze. A couple rounds go by, and my friend Caleb gets tagged, so he's it. He goes off to count, and we scatter, giggling, whispering, hiding behind furniture like we're geniuses. We wait, and eventually we hear footsteps, upstairs. And we're like, what? That's not even allowed. So we come out, everybody confused, and we go looking for him. And we find him upstairs anyway, in my room. He's standing there absolutely frozen, like full body stiff, face pale, eyes wet. He looked like he'd just watching someone get hurt. He goes, "Why were you calling me?" And we're all like, "We weren't." He swore someone had been calling his name, not yelling, not joking around, just a voice, close enough to follow, saying, "Caleb, come here, Caleb." So he followed it, all the way up, into the one room that already felt wrong. No one was there. Later, another moment that sticks like a thorn. My sister and I were home alone and walked to this little ice cream place nearby. We were coming back, standing in the front yard eating and talking, just lingering because it was a nice night. Then we saw it. In my sister's upstairs bedroom window, this clear silhouette of a man stepped into view and looked down at us, like he was checking who was outside. Not a vague shadow, an actual human shape. We both saw it at the same time. We ran inside, heart pounding, calling out. Checked the rooms. Nothing. No one. No explanation that fit. Marco's place, late 2000s. This one's shorter, but it hit me hard. I had a friend, Marco, who lived in the suburbs. Newer neighborhood, the kind of place that feels aggressively normal. And he was always saying his house was haunted. Specifically, he'd talk about this hooded shadow figure he'd been seeing since he was little. And I hate admitting this, but we were jerks about it. Me and my friends turned it into a running joke. Like, "Oh yeah, your suburban ghost probably pays HOA dues." Or, "Dude, I think I saw your ghost grilling in cargo shorts." Stuff like that. We didn't believe him, and it became this dumb comedy bit. One day I'm at his house, and he's clearly fed up. He's like, "Fine, you want to mess around? Let's mess around." So we sit in his room and do that classic thing. If something's here, 1 knock for yes, 2 for no. Nothing happens. So of course, I start joking again, and I'm mid-sentence, mid-laugh, and this violent slam hits the top of his game console like someone just brought their fist down on it from above. Right next to us. Not across the room, not a creak, not settling. A sharp, heavy boom. We both snapped into terror so fast it was embarrassing, like cartoon-level fear. We looked around for what could have fallen. There was nothing. No shelf above it. Nothing that could explain that sound in that spot, that hard. We didn't keep joking after that. I'm not saying I know what it was. I'm saying that was the moment I stopped treating his stories like entertainment. A church story I still can't file away. 2010s. This last one isn't mine, but it's the one that messes with me the most. A church I grew up around had this maintenance guy, Earl. Older guy, kind, practical, the type you'd trust with your house keys without thinking twice. Veteran, straight shooter, not dramatic, not someone who tells stories. His dad had done the same job before him at the same church, so their family had been tied to that place forever. One day, the topic of weird stuff came up, and I kind of nudged, gently, like, "Have you ever experienced anyone strange there?" And he hesitated in this way that felt heavy, like he was deciding whether to hand someone a secret he'd kept locked up for years. Then he told me that once, when he was alone in the church, walking down the main aisle doing his rounds, he started lifting off the ground, just rising. And he didn't come down until he reached the front. I know how that sounds. I know. It sounds like a movie scene. It sounds like something you'd make up if you wanted attention. But he didn't tell it like that. He told it like a man admitting something that still embarrassed him. Like he'd carried it too long and needed to say it out loud at least once before he died. And what do you do with a story like that? I don't have an answer. I don't even have a neat interpretation. I just have this growing pile of moments that don't fit cleanly into childhood imagination or coincidence anymore. And maybe that's the point. Maybe some things don't fit. But I swear to you, every single one of these moments left me with the same feeling. Like there are certain rooms you learn not to look into. And once you learn that habit, it's hard to stop. You know how some things happen when you're a kid? Something just a little off, and it sticks to you like glue? This is one of those things for me. I grew up in India, in one of those big company housing colonies, gated, kind of its own little world. There were rows of quarters, neighbors who felt like family, and flat rooftops you could actually walk on. Terraces are normal there. Kids run wild in the evenings, and everyone knows everyone. I was about 9, maybe 10. Back then, we didn't have activities the way kids do now. After school, we'd dump our bags, eat something quick, and then we'd be outside playing until it got dark. One afternoon, though, my school let out early, half day. I came home around 1. My parents were both at work, and my older sister, Mira, was still at school. The house key was with the neighbor, like it always was. I grabbed it, let myself in, ate lunch, locked up again, and went out looking for someone, anyone, to play with. But most kids were still in school. The only one hanging around was this older guy from a couple houses down, Arjun. He was, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 years older than me. He wasn't a kid. He'd talk to me like I was a person, like I mattered. He'd tell me little life things, random advice, stories. Stuff I thought was so grown up and interesting. I waved. He came over, and I remember saying, "Want to sit inside? I can unlock the door." And Arjun goes, "Nah, let's go up to the terrace." Now, in our quarters, you could reach the terrace stairs from the back without going through the house. It wasn't weird, just convenient. Then he says something that, looking back, makes my stomach tighten even now. "Let's wait for my friend. He'll come too." So we waited. It was around 2:30 when his friend arrived. Arjun called him around to the back of my house. And this is where it gets hard to explain, because I can still see him in my head. His name, at least what Arjun called him, was Rafi. He was thin, really thin. He walked using 2 crutches. He had this permanent smile, like his face just lived there. He'd speak in the local language with Arjun, not Hindi, and he didn't really talk to me. He mostly just looked at me and smiled, like he knew me, like we had a joke I wasn't in on. The 3 of us went up to the terrace. We barely lasted, because it was roasting hot, that dead afternoon heat where even the air feels heavy. After a few minutes, Arjun said we should go down. So we hurried down first, me and Arjun, because we didn't have crutches slowing us. But Rafi, he came down slowly, and I still remember the sound. Tick, tick, tick. Crutch tips on the steps, steady, patient, like a clock. Our staircase had a landing halfway up where it turned back on itself, so you couldn't see someone until they rounded that bend. Me and Arjun were waiting at the bottom, listening. Tick, tick, tick. Then Rafi appeared at the halfway turn, looking down at me, smiling like he'd been smiling the whole time. Arjun walked off toward the front. I followed a second later, unlocked the door to grab water, like a polite kid, and by the time I came back out with a glass, they were gone. And honestly, for the next couple days, life was normal. School, snacks, playing, dinner. No drama. Nothing. Until hide and seek. It was early evening, maybe 5:15 or so. There were 4 or 5 of us playing. Me and my friend Kunal decided the best hiding spot was my terrace. I told him, "You go all the way up. I'll stay near the stairs so if someone gets caught, the other can run." So Kunal went up. A while later, the seeker gave up and shouted out, "Okay, everyone out." I heard Kunal coming down fast, thump, 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 his feet hammering the steps. And then I heard it. Tick, tick, tick. I froze, because it wasn't Kunal's footsteps. It was that same, slow, careful rhythm. And my brain tried to save me, you know? It tried to be logical. I told myself, it's wind, it's something loose, it's in my head. But then, just like before, someone rounded the halfway landing. And it was Rafi. Same crutches, same smile, same direct stare at me like he was looking through me. And I swear to you, my whole body went cold, like my skin forgot how to be warm. I just ran. I ran into the house, grabbed my mom like I was drowning, and I was crying so hard I could barely breathe. I kept saying, "Someone is on the stairs. Someone is on the stairs." My dad came rushing. "What? Where?" He took me back toward the rear stairs, probably within a minute, maybe 2. I was shaking, pointing upward, saying, "He's there. He's up there." My dad went all the way up, checked the terrace, checked corners, looked over the edge. Nothing. No one. And there was no way someone on crutches could have vanished in that time without us seeing them. My dad told me I probably imagined it, that sometimes when you're scared, your mind fills in details. I wanted to believe him. I really did. Later, I asked Arjun casually, trying to act normal, "Hey, "How's your friend? The one you brought over the other day?" Arjun smiled and said, "He's fine," and then immediately changed the topic. And that was it. After that, I stopped using those back stairs as much as I could. I'd avoid them without even thinking, like an instinct. About a month later, my dad was trimming this overgrown tree behind our quarter. My mom made lemonade and told me to bring it to him. I carried the glass out and sat near the bottom of the terrace stairs while he drank. I kept looking at that halfway landing, like my eyes couldn't stop checking it. The wind slammed the terrace door upstairs. Bang! And I jumped. But I told myself it was just wind. Dad had the door open. Then, tick, tick, tick. I remember whispering to myself, "No, no, no, that's not real." And after a few ticks, I saw the tips of the crutches first, just the bottom of them, like a preview. I didn't even grab the empty glass back. I just bolted inside and told my mom I wasn't feeling well. I went to my room and lay down, heart pounding like I'd sprinted miles. Then we moved. A couple years later, we relocated to a new state, new city, different neighborhood, different house, one we were building ourselves, actually. The ground floor was finished, and the top floor was still under construction. We had these side stairs leading up, and then another set to the terrace. I started going up to watch sunsets because the view was beautiful. For a while, everything felt clean, new, like maybe I'd left the fear behind. Then one evening, around 5 again, I was sitting midway on the stairs, just staring out at rooftops, thinking about nothing. And I heard it. Tick, tick, tick. Not loud at first, almost like my brain was remembering before my ears were hearing. But it got clearer. I didn't wait. I just ran down and locked myself inside, telling myself, "Okay, this is it. I'm having delusions. Something's wrong with me." That night, I mentioned the old colony to my mom. I brought up Arjun, just casually, and his friend who used crutches. My mom got quiet for a second and said something like, "Oh, I remember hearing that one of his disabled friends passed away. It was a big deal there. He was young." And I remember sitting there thinking, no, please no. Because if that was true, then who did I see on the stairs? One day in college, I broke my own rule without realizing it. We were waiting for Vivas, those oral exams, and it was a Saturday, one of those dead quiet days where the campus feels abandoned. My friends finished early and went to the canteen. I stayed back to wait for our last friend, Samir. So there I was, alone, sitting on the main staircase, 4 floors, classrooms all around, barely any students left. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just waiting. Then, tick, tick, tick. It started above me, and I swear my blood turned watery. Because in all of college, I'd never seen anyone using crutches there. Not once. I told myself, it's nothing, it's echo, it's pipes, it's your brain being stupid. But the sound got closer, clearer, like it was coming down toward that turn where I wouldn't see whoever it was until the last second. And I couldn't do it. I stood up and walked fast, almost ran, out of the stairwell and sat outside where a few students were hanging around on the grass. Somewhere open, somewhere with people. Samir came out later, we went to the canteen, and I never told them why I'd moved. And that's the part that messes with me the most. It almost never happens when I'm with someone. Not really. It's like it waits for me to be alone, quiet, still, on stairs. And I still don't know what I believe. I don't know if it's fear that rewired my brain. I don't know if it's coincidence. I don't know if grief or guilt or childhood imagination can create something so real it leaves scars. I just know the sound has never fully left me. Tick, tick, tick. and I don't think I've ever had the courage to stay seated long enough to find out what happens if I don't run. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you this the way it actually felt, because even now, years later, it still sits in my head like a puzzle piece that never quite clicks into place. Back in 2016, I moved into a college dorm at a small private university in Southern California. I won't name the school this time because, honestly, the specific name isn't even the point. The point is the room. From the moment I started living there, there was this weight. Like the air was thicker in our little space than it should have been. And yes, full honesty, I was going through it back then. Stress, depression, the whole messy cocktail. But even accounting for that, the room itself felt wrong. Not scary in a jump scare way, more like walking into a place where someone had cried for a long time and the walls never forgot it. Our room was near the very end of the building, right by a little turnaround area where cars could pull in and out. Basically a dead-end corner of the dorm. The back window faced the athletics field, and the front looked out into the hallway where you could always hear students laughing and yelling and living their loud, uncomplicated lives. And then the weird thing started. The first morning after I slept there, I woke up and noticed a small pile of gray ash on my desk. Not on the floor, not scattered. A neat little pile, like someone had pinched it between their fingers and set it down carefully. It was only a few inches away from my cigarettes, which made my brain immediately go, did I ash in my sleep? But I didn't smoke inside, and it didn't even look like cigarette ash. It was too fine, too powdery, almost delicate. I wiped it away and tried not to be dramatic about it. The second morning, it happened again. Another pile. Different spot, same general area of the desk. I told my roommate, her name was Kara, and she came over, stared at it, and went, "Okay, that's not normal." We checked everything. The ceiling, the light fixture, the shelf above the desk. We even looked for some kind of weird vent or crack or anything that could drop debris. Nothing. No explanation. Third morning, another pile. Bigger this time. And this is the part that made it feel extra unsettling. I would check the desk before going to sleep. Clean. Bare. Nothing there. Kara always fell asleep before me, and I always woke up before her. No one else had a key. No one was sneaking in and sprinkling ash on my desk like some kind of prankster ash fairy. It didn't make sense. By night 4, I was barely sleeping at all. You know that feeling when your body is exhausted, but your brain is on high alert anyway? That was me. I'd drift and then jolt awake like I was falling, over and over. Eventually, I did fall into this shallow sleep, and I had one of the worst nightmares I've ever had. It wasn't one of those dreams with a clear plot. It was more like being dropped into the emotional aftermath of something awful. Like I was watching a scene from far away, but I could still feel the fear in my bones. There was a young woman, Asian, I think, and a man, and there was yelling or conflict or panic. I couldn't hold on to the details, just the sensation that something terrible had happened or was about to happen. And right as I started to wake up, one word kept repeating in my head, layered over itself like different voices calling from different directions. Lynn. 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 I woke up drenched in sweat, heart hammering, completely shaken. And I'm almost embarrassed to even say this, but it's part of why I couldn't shrug it off. I had wet the bed. That had literally never happened to me as an adult. Not once. I just lay there in shock, humiliated and scared, trying to convince myself it was just stress and a new environment and my brain being weird. And then, This is the strange little detail. After that nightmare, the ash stopped. No pile the next day. No pile the day after that. Just gone. A few days later, I was sitting in one of my classes, something like intercultural communication, and the professor started talking about how different cultures process death and grief, and how, in a lot of places, people don't talk about it directly. And then she casually mentioned that a few years earlier, there had been a student death on campus. A foreign exchange student, Vietnamese, I think. And it happened in a bathroom in the same dorm building. The school apparently kept it quiet, not publicly discussed, not something students were supposed to spread around. I remember sitting there as she talked, and my stomach just dropped. Because she described how the area near the turnaround made it easier for campus staff to handle emergencies without drawing attention. And my brain instantly went, that's our end of the building. That's our corner. The ash on my desk, the suffocating heaviness, the nightmare, the name, Lynn, echoing like a warning. That night, I told Kara what I'd learned, and she went pale. Neither of us said it at first, but we both had the same thought hovering between us. What if this room is connected? After that, things were mostly quiet for a while. We even tried to cope by turning it into a nervous little joke. If something slipped off the wall or a hanger fell, we'd mutter, "Okay, Lynn, we get it," and then laugh too loudly because we didn't know what else to do. Then winter break happened. Kara got back to campus before I did, and the day before I returned, she called me, like genuinely shaking. She told me she'd stepped outside for a smoke with a friend, came back into the room, and on her desk, not mine, there was a massive pile of ash. Not a little coin-sized pile. She said it looked almost arranged, long and thick, like someone had carefully poured it out in a line. She was freaking out, and honestly, I don't blame her. The ash had moved. It had chosen a new place. Kara ended up talking to an aunt of hers, one of those people who's sort of known in the family for being sensitive, gifted, whatever word you want to use. And her aunt suggested we write a letter. Not anything dramatic, just something simple, kind, respectful, basically saying, we're not here to harm you. You don't have to stay here. If you're stuck, you can go. You can leave. Around that same time, a new student moved into the room next door. Her name was May, a shy exchange student from Taiwan, which felt like this weird coincidence stacked on top of everything else. Eventually her roommate moved out and she was alone, and I started hearing her through the wall late at night, talking, crying, sometimes sounding like she was arguing with someone who wasn't there. Kara and I looked at each other a lot during those nights. You know that look. The look that says, "Are you hearing this too?" without ever actually saying the words out loud. By the end of the year, both our room and the one next to it were suddenly repurposed into storage. Storage. Just like that. And maybe it was an innocent logistical thing. Maybe they needed space. But a part of me couldn't stop thinking the school knew that they didn't want stories, didn't want rumors, didn't want people connecting dots or talking about ash appearing on desks in the same hall where someone had died. The last piece that still gnaws at me is this. I tried to find information later. A name, a record, an obituary, anything. And I couldn't. Nothing public, nothing easy to trace. Like the person had been erased from the official story. So I'm left with these questions that I still don't know how to answer. What were those ashes? Why did they appear so neatly, night after night, like a message? Why did it stop after the nightmare, after the name? And if that student really was still there in some way, what did she want? To be seen? To be remembered? To be acknowledged? I don't know. I still don't know. But I swear to you, I can still picture that first little gray pile sitting on my desk like it had been placed there on purpose. Quiet, patient, impossible. And honestly, that's the part that still makes my skin crawl. So, my partner Marisol and I moved into this slightly too charming old place a couple years back. The kind of house that looks sweet in the daytime. Big porch, worn banister, little stained glass window by the stairs. And then at night, you start noticing how loud, quiet can be. Floorboards that complain, doors that sigh, that whole vibe. And honestly, we hadn't even finished unpacking before it started. At first it was footsteps, like clear as day, someone pacing upstairs while we're both downstairs in the kitchen. Not the soft creak, creak of a settling house. This was more like someone has somewhere to be. We'd freeze, look at each other, and do that silent, "Are you hearing this?" conversation. I kept telling myself, old homes just talk. But the footsteps had a little too much confidence for that. Then we got our first round of vanishing acts. My wallet disappeared one morning. Marisol's earrings went missing right off the dresser. We'd tear through drawers, check pockets, retrace every step like we were detectives in sweatpants. And then the stuff would turn up in the weirdest places. One time, I found my wallet in the laundry basket under a clean towel. Another time, no joke, Marisol opened the pantry and there were her earrings sitting on top of the cereal box like they'd been placed there neatly on purpose. We laughed. We really did. Like, okay, cute, the house is playing games. Because what else do? You either laugh or you start sleeping with all the lights on. But the moment that changed everything happened on our anniversary. We weren't doing anything fancy, just dinner at home. Candles, a little music, the kind of night where you're trying to remember you're not just roommates who share bills. We're mid-toast, feeling all romantic and proud of ourselves, when the room suddenly drops in temperature. Not a little chilly, I mean instant cold, like someone opened a door to winter. And the candles, they didn't just flicker, they panicked. The flames leaned hard to one side like they were trying to escape. Then our framed wedding photo, this big one we had hung near the dining table, started swaying, back and forth. Slow at first, then a little stronger, like someone had given it a gentle push. We both just stared. We checked the windows, locked. No AC blast, no fan, nothing. Marisol whispered, "Don't you dare say it's the house settling. Because, come on." After that, we did what every reasonable adult does. We went full amateur investigator. We asked neighbors questions, dug through old local newsletters online, even found a little article about the house from years back. And that's when we learned the previous owner was this guy named Gordon Hale, apparently known around the block for being a harmless troublemaker, always pulling pranks, always messing with people, that kind of personality. And he passed away in the house. And I'm not saying that proves anything, but it sure didn't make me feel less watched, you know? Here's the weird part, though. It didn't get darker. It got familiar. Like the house wasn't trying to scare us as much as it was trying to participate. The TV turns on by itself sometimes, always at low volume, like it's trying not to be rude. Once we came home and the radio was playing this old swing song, crackly and cheerful, like we'd walked into someone else's party. Marisol just shook her head and went, "Well, thanks for the music, I guess." And now we have a routine about it. We'll say things out loud like, "All right, Gordon, that's enough," when something goes missing. And half the time it turns up later in a spot that makes you feel like you're being gently teased. And every once in a while, right when someone says, Okay, but do you actually think there's a ghost? The upstairs floor will creak. Just once. Like it's listening. Like it's enjoying the attention. And honestly, at this point, we just smile at each other. Because somehow, the strangest thing about this whole situation is that it's become kind of comforting. Like the house is alive in its own way. Like we're not alone here. And whoever's with us, whether it's Gordon or just the world being weird, seems pretty committed to keeping things interesting. So picture this. Me and my partner Jules finally snagged this cozy little place on a quiet cul-de-sac. Not fancy, just one of those, yep, this is a house, houses. Fresh paint smell, creaky steps, the whole suburban starter pack vibe. Anyway, the first weird thing happens on this rainy Tuesday night. I'm sprawled on the couch in the family room, half-heartedly picking at my acoustic guitar, just messing around, nothing serious. And then, I hear it. A melody. Soft. Slow. Kind of delicate, but also off. Like the notes are beautiful, but they're carrying this chill with them. Like they've got a secret. At first, I actually laugh because my brain goes, okay, Jules is messing with me. So I stop playing and look over at them like, really? And Jules just blinks back at me, holding a bowl of popcorn midair, like they forgot how arms work. They go, do you hear that? And my stomach does this tiny little drop. Because yeah, I hear it. The next night, we tell ourselves it was probably the neighbors. Old houses carry sound weird, right? So we're trying to be normal about it, sitting in the den, lights low, scrolling on our phones, pretending we're not bracing for spooky piano round 2. And then it starts again. Same melody, same gentle, eerie confidence, like whoever's playing knows we're listening now. This time, Jules grabs my hand and goes, okay, no, we're finding it. So we follow the sound through the hallway, past the guest room, to this little ceiling hatch we'd honestly been ignoring since we moved in. You know the one, pull string ladder, dusty frame, the kind of thing you tell yourself you'll deal with later. We pull it down. The ladder groans like it's annoyed we've bothered it. And the music is louder now, clearer, like it's been waiting for us to finally show up. I climb first, because I guess that's who I am in horror movies. I poke my head into the attic, expecting cobwebs and boxes, and maybe a raccoon with an attitude. But instead, there's a piano. Not a normal one either. This tall, dark upright that looks like it's been there since before electricity. It's sitting under a dusty sheet, like it's been tucked in for decades. And this is the part my brain still refuses to fully accept. The keys are moving. Like actually moving. Pressing down on their own, one after another, perfectly timed. No strings, no hands. Just this old piano in the attic, playing like it's got somewhere to be. Jules climbs up behind me and whispers, "We don't own a piano." And all I can do is whisper back, "Well, apparently, we do now." The wild part is, after that first full-body panic night, it starts to feel almost normal. Like you're living with a weird roommate who has one very specific hobby. Some evenings we'd climb up there and just sit on old storage bins like they were concert seats. And the piano would play. Sometimes that same rainy night melody. Sometimes something new. Little runs of notes, like someone warming up. Sometimes a song that felt happy, even playful, like it was showing off a little. And yeah, we told people. Because how do you not? We invited friends over, my buddy Tessa and her husband Marco, and we're like, okay, before we order pizza, we have to show you something. They think it's a prank. They're laughing all the way up the ladder. And then the piano starts, right on cue, and Marco goes completely silent, like his soul briefly left to file a complaint. and we're all watching this thing play itself, and for a second, it's not even scary. It's just unreal. Like the house is holding its own little secret talent show. Eventually, curiosity wins out. We start poking around, asking neighbors, digging through old paperwork. And we find out the person who lived there before us, this older guy named Edwin, was known around the neighborhood as this serious pianist. Like, not played a little, but could make a whole room go quiet good. One neighbor, this sweet older woman down the street, tells us, real casual, "Oh, he loved that piano more than anything. Used to play up there all the time. Said the attic had the best sound." And then she kind of leans in, like she's sharing gossip, and goes, "Some folks say he never really stopped playing." I laugh when she says it, because what else do you do? But later, lying in bed, hearing those faint notes drifting through the ceiling, I'm not laughing quite as much. Still, it never felt malicious. No slamming doors, no cold hands, no creepy whispers, just music. Persistent, stubborn music, like someone loved it so much they couldn't bear to leave it behind. By the time we moved out, work relocation, nothing dramatic, we'd almost gotten sentimental about it. Like we were leaving behind this odd little tradition we never asked for, but somehow became part of. And even now, if I'm being honest with you, sometimes I'll hear a piano through an open window somewhere, or in the background of a cafe, and my skin will prickle the tiniest bit. Not because I'm terrified. More like I'm remembering that feeling, standing in a dusty attic, surrounded by boxes and old insulation, watching a piano play by itself like it's the most natural thing in the world. It still messes with me. Because it's this reminder that the strangest things don't always show up with dramatic lighting and movie soundtracks. Sometimes they're just waiting above your ceiling, quietly playing a song you've never heard before, like they've been saving it for you. Welcome to the Paranormal M channel. Thanks for sharing your paranormal experiences with me, and don't hesitate to send in more. Can't sleep again tonight? Drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from. I hope the stories I'm sharing today will help you relax and get a better night's sleep. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the latest videos. Now, switch on your bedside lamp, snuggle under the covers, and let's dive into tonight's paranormal stories. Okay, so, I need you to picture the kind of doll that looks normal at first, but the longer you stare at it, the more you feel like it's staring back. That's the one I'm talking about. My mom, well, I'll call her Marianne, has had this doll since she was a kid, like decades. It's one of those sweet childhood keepsake things to her. To me, it's been a problem my whole life. And it's not like my mom is some total skeptic. Our house has always had weird energy. Little things, footsteps when nobody's walking, cold spots in places that don't make sense. But this isn't even about the house. This is about the doll. Because that thing feels separate, like it carries its own mood. When I was little, maybe 5 or 6, Marianne kept that doll in my bedroom. Apparently it was cute and special and sentimental. But I hated it. I hated it in the way kids hate things when they don't have the words for why yet. I used to turn its head away from my bed and line up my other stuffed animals facing it, like I was assigning them guard duty. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it was the only way I could sleep without feeling watched. And speaking of sleep, my bed used to shake. Not like a small vibration. I mean violent, like someone grabbed the frame with both hands and rattled it as hard as they could. I told my parents. They did the classic adult thing. It was probably a dream. The house is settling. You're imagining it. You know. Until one night I begged Marianne, like, please just sit here until I fall asleep so it stops. She finally did, sat on the edge of the bed, kind of rolling her eyes like she was humoring me. And then the bed started shaking. I still remember the way her face changed. She didn't laugh. She didn't explain it away. She jumped up like she'd been shocked, and she just stared at the mattress like it had betrayed her. And I was this tiny kid sitting there thinking, thank you. Finally, I'm not crazy. But the doll, that's where it gets worse. One night around that same age, I'm trying to fall asleep while the bed is doing its usual horror movie routine. And I swear to you, the doll's head slowly turned. Just turned. Like it had been listening and decided it was time to join in. And then it moved. Not toppled over, not fell off the shelf. It crawled toward me. I started screaming so hard I couldn't breathe. And here's the part that still makes my stomach flip. It sounded like it was laughing. Not like a cute hee-hee toy sound, like a nasty little giggle that did not belong in a child's room at night. My dad, let's call him Ray, stormed in furious because he had to be up early for work and thought I was just having another kid moment. And the second he came in, the doll was still, silent, like it had flipped a switch the moment an adult walked into the room. That was the last night it stayed in my room. After that, Marianne moved it into her bedroom like the solution was just relocating it, like you do with a noisy clock. Years go by, middle school age. I come home one afternoon, backpack half off my shoulder, thinking about snacks and homework, and I walk into the living room and just freeze. The doll is sitting on the couch, and the TV is on. And what's playing? Some daytime talk show. Not even something spooky. Just one of those dramatic, here's why your life is a mess episodes, with an audience clapping at things that shouldn't be clapped for. I screamed. Like full-body instinctive scream. My uncle, Marianne's brother, I'll call him Dean, was living with us at the time. He came running from upstairs, thinking someone had broken in or I'd gotten hurt. And the second he saw the couch, he stopped short. His face went pale in that way people try to hide. Because he hated that doll too. Always had. And we were the only ones home. Marianne had left for work that morning. Dean hadn't touched it. He wouldn't even get close. When I begged him to move it, he just shook his head and said, "Nope, absolutely not." Like touching it would be signing some kind of contract. When I told Marianne later, she laughed like I was pranking her. Like I'd dragged the doll out for a joke and turned on the TV for effect. But listen, what sixth grader comes up with haunted doll watches daytime television with a remote as a bit? I wasn't a horror writer. I was a kid who wanted the thing gone. Now, jump to recently. I'm home from college for the summer. Older, tired, trying to be normal about it. I'm walking the dogs down the hallway to bring them into Marianne's room, and I glance over. The doll is on her nightstand. Like it belongs there. Like it's part of her bedtime routine. So I ask, super cautiously, "Why is that in here?" And Marianne squints at me like I'm being weird and goes, "What do you mean? You put it there." Which, no, absolutely not. And then she doubles down and says she thinks I carried it upstairs earlier, while we were both home, and set it up there like some kind of joke. She even says she walked in and the TV was on in her room, like the doll had been watching the news. The news. And she's looking at me like I'm the one staging this, like I'm the one creeping around the house playing doll butler. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't. And the worst part? This isn't new. I've tried to get rid of it before. I've begged her for years. Donate it, throw it away, lock it in storage, anything. I've even tried, on my own, to get it out of the house. And somehow, some way, it always comes back. Back on a shelf, back on a chair, back in a room it wasn't in before. Like it's reclaiming territory. So now I'm stuck in this place where I'm too old to be afraid of a doll, but I am afraid. Because it doesn't feel like a toy. It feels like a presence wearing a toy's face. And my mom, Marianne, she'll laugh it off and say I'm dramatic, but I can tell there's a part of her that doesn't like talking about it too long. Like if she jokes too hard, she won't have to admit what it might mean. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm not asking anyone to believe me blindly. I know what I've seen, and I know that doll does not stay where you put it. So, I've been turning this over in my head for years, and I'm just going to tell it the way it felt, because that's really the only way it makes sense. When I was a kid, my mom, her name was Renee, started dating this guy named Mark. He wasn't loud or obviously scary or anything, just his house felt off to me in a way I couldn't explain. And that's when something really weird started happening. Every time we'd go stay the night at Mark's place, I would sleepwalk. Which is wild because I'd never sleepwalked before that, not once. It started maybe a few weeks after we began staying there regularly, and it kept happening. I'd fall asleep in my room. My room was at the far end of this long hallway that led straight to the living room. And then I'd wake up on the couch like someone had moved me there. Except nobody ever said they did. And I know what you're thinking. Maybe they carried me out there and I just didn't wake up. But I was the kind of kid who popped awake if someone even tried to reposition my blanket. The part that makes my stomach twist even now is what happened next. I'd wake up on that couch, confused, and I'd try to go back to my room. But the moment I stood at the entrance to the hallway, the doors would start moving. Like, by themselves. One would creak open. Another would softly close. And it wasn't all at once. It was staggered, like something was timing it. The whole thing would last maybe half a minute, 40 seconds. Never long, but long enough to feel endless. And while those doors were shifting, there would be these shadowy shapes, different heights, different builds, moving through the doorway gaps, but also through the walls like the walls weren't even there. I didn't see faces. I didn't see eyes. Just movement that didn't belong. I'd be frozen right there at the mouth of the hallway, like my body forgot how to work. And when I finally could move again, I'd just back up and crawl onto the couch and sleep there. I refused to walk down that hallway. And somehow, I'd always wake up in my bedroom in the morning, like I'd eventually sleepwalked back on my own. That went on for about 2 years. Then it stopped, and I never sleepwalked again after that, ever. But the weirdness didn't leave with it. After that, I started seeing things in my room, and hearing voices, like someone calling my name, trying to get my attention. The timing was always the same. It would happen around 20 or 30 minutes after I'd been put to bed. Didn't matter if the adults were still awake. Didn't matter if the house was noisy or quiet. It was like, once I'd been alone in the dark long enough, it started. It got so bad that I begged to sleep with this super bright work light in my room. Not a normal lamp, like one of those harsh, blinding lights. The ceiling light didn't feel strong enough. I needed it to be bright enough to erase corners. Even then, sometimes I still couldn't see anything, but I could hear it. Eventually, my mom and Mark decided it was too expensive to keep that light running, and honestly, they weren't wrong. And one time, the bulb actually popped, exploded, so that was kind of their final straw. They took it out. About a week later, I woke up and it felt like my entire body was pinned, like something heavy was laid across me from shoulders to ankles. We had a cat and a small dog at the time, but this wasn't that. This was my whole body, like a full human weight. At first, I couldn't see because it was dark and my eyes hadn't adjusted. And then they did. And there was a person on me. Not a shadow, not see-through, not ghostly. A full, solid-looking human being. Like if you turned a corner and caught a stranger in your room. And I watched this person climb off my bed, just calmly, like they weren't even in a hurry. Then they walked out through my bedroom door into the hallway. My mom didn't notice them. Not even a flinch. Nothing. And that's the part that really messes with me, because ever since that night, I still see that same person sometimes. Not constantly, but enough that I can't write it off as a one-time panic thing. I'll see them across a parking lot, in a grocery store aisle, behind the wheel of a car at a stoplight, just living like a normal person. They never look at me. They never acknowledge me, and nobody else reacts like they're there at all. Around that same era, I also developed this habit of talking in my sleep. Sometimes laughing, sometimes full-on answering questions like I'm having a conversation. And once in a while, this sounds ridiculous, but I swear it's true. The voice that comes out doesn't sound like me. Like it'll be deeper or weirdly high, like someone using my mouth but not my voice. I know people can do strange stuff in their sleep, so I'm not saying that part is paranormal. I'm just saying it's another brick in the wall. Years later, when I was older, there was another stretch that ramped things up again. My stepdad, Derek, had a bad accident and messed up his knees. He was stuck mostly in the basement for a long while, so we basically lived down there with him. We'd all be in the basement, me, Derek, the pets, while the rest of the house was empty. And we'd hear things upstairs, like chairs scraping, footsteps, the TV turning on, stuff that sounded so normal that your brain automatically goes, "Oh, someone's home." Except we'd all be downstairs together, and there'd be no cars outside, no other people. The moment we'd go upstairs to check, it would stop. Every time. Like it didn't want to be caught. Not long after that, I started having these insanely vivid dreams. And they weren't random dreams. They were always something hurting me, like the dream had a purpose. And then I'd wake up with injuries where the dream said I got hurt. Scratches, bruises, sometimes in patterns that made no sense. One of the worst examples, I had a dream where I got shot. In the dream, it went straight through me, like in one side and out the other. And when I woke up, I had bruises on both sides of my body, lined up like a path, like something had traveled through. And I had no explanation for how I could have gotten them. I still get dreams like that sometimes, and I still wake up marked up sometimes. Then, the biggest real-life thing happened. In 2020, my mom, Renee, died from heart issues. And Derek swears that around the same time, right around it, he suddenly got heart palpitations out of nowhere. And then the hospital called him just minutes later saying they tried, but they couldn't save her. Like his body knew before his phone did. After she passed, I started hearing guitar music sometimes, just faintly. My mom played guitar a lot when I was growing up. It wasn't constant, and it wasn't like a full song blasting in the house, just little pieces, like someone remembering how to play. Derek started having his own experiences too, but not always at the same time I would. And he got really into protective stuff, crystals, smoke cleansing, that kind of thing. I wasn't really invested in that world, but he started doing it regularly, like he was trying to reset the atmosphere. And weirdly, it helped. A lot of the activity faded after that. Now it's mostly just two things. 1, I still have those hyper-real dreams and sometimes wake up with scratches. 2, my closet door ends up open basically every night, even though I swear I close it every night. And it's not like there's anyone hiding in there. It's empty, and it's way too small for anything like that. And that's kind of why I'm telling you all of this. Because I don't know what category to put myself in anymore. Part of me believes the paranormal is real. Part of me thinks my fear of the dark is so intense that maybe my brain fills in blanks with monsters. And I don't want to be the person who's just paranoid and feeding myself a story. But at the same time, sleepwalking that only happened in one house, the hallway doors, the figures, that person on my bed that nobody else could see, the bruises after those dreams. It's hard to shrug it off like it's nothing. So I guess what I'm asking is, am I just scaring myself? Or has something actually been happening around me this whole time? Hey, so I've never really told this story out loud without feeling a little silly, but something genuinely strange happened to us, and I still can't explain it. At the time, my partner Camille and I were living in France. We were in our early 30s, pretty grounded, not the kind of people who go looking for paranormal stuff. In late 2021, we moved into this apartment in Saint-Étienne-du-Rouvray, not far from Rouen. Honestly, on paper it was perfect. Quiet building, great insulation, warm, clean, the kind of place you'd expect to feel immediately like home. But it didn't. Nothing bad at first, just this subtle feeling like we were renting space in someone else's life. Like we couldn't fully settle, no matter how much we tried. Then, about a month in, we sold our old bed frame and ordered a new one. The delivery got delayed, so for about a week, we slept with the mattress on the floor. And that's when the weirdness started. The first thing that happened was small, but it hit us in this unsettling way. Camille went downstairs to take out the trash. It was one of those quick trips, so she didn't lock the door behind her. I was still upstairs, stretched out on the couch watching TV, not moving, not even getting up. A minute later, she came back up, and the door was locked. Like, properly locked. She tried again, thinking maybe she'd made a mistake, but no. The key turned, that stiff little click you feel when a door is definitely locked. I opened it from inside, and we both just stood there, staring at each other like, okay, how? We tried to laugh it off. Maybe the lock was weird. Maybe it caught on its own. Whatever. But then that evening, right before bed, we noticed the light bulbs in the bedroom lamps were loose, like someone had started unscrewing them. Not fallen out, not broken, just loosened enough to flicker and fail. We figured it was just from moving furniture around, so I screwed them back in, tight. The next morning, loose again. Not just one, multiple bulbs. And then we noticed extension cords were unplugged, like cleanly pulled out. Anyone who's ever used one knows, they don't just slip out on their own. You have to pull. So again, we plugged everything back in. We checked the sockets. We checked if the cords were under tension or bent in some weird way. Nothing. A couple hours later, same thing. Unplugged. Bulbs loosened again. That's when we stopped trying to rationalize it and decided to test it. We set my phone up to film the corner of the room, angled toward one of the lamps, just to prove to ourselves it was nothing. It didn't make sense. After that, it was like the room started playing tricks. Books that had been neatly stacked would be on the floor. Small things weren't where we left them. Not dramatic, not like a movie, but enough to make you doubt yourself constantly and then realize, no, you're not imagining it. We lasted maybe another week. We weren't eating properly, we were tense all the time, and the apartment felt heavier every day. So we made the decision to leave. And here's the part that still gives me chills. When we came back later to clean and do the final inventory, we walked into what had been the bedroom, and it was noticeably colder than the rest of the apartment. Not a little drafty, like stepping into a different temperature zone. Even the person doing the inventory, someone totally neutral who didn't know anything about our experience, paused and said something like, "That's strange. This room is really cold." Camille and I just looked at each other because neither of us had said a word. We moved out. New place, new start. And since then, nothing. Not a single weird sound. No bulbs unscrewed, no cords unplugged, no crashing mirrors. Just normal life. I don't know what it was. I'm not claiming I know, but I do know this. Whatever happened in that apartment wasn't normal, and I'm still grateful we left when we did. So, I grew up in this quiet little place called Mapleton, just outside a bigger town people actually recognized. Typical kind of neighborhood, nothing dramatic on the surface. Our house wasn't some creaky old Victorian with secret passages, and it wasn't shiny and new either. I'm pretty sure it went up sometime in the late 80s or early 90s. Just normal. But what happened inside it never felt normal. One of the memories that stuck to me like a burr, like I can still feel it in my chest when I think about it, is waking up one night and my bedroom was glowing. Not warm light, not street light leaking in. This was this weird, intense blue, like the whole air in the room had turned electric. I couldn't tell you my exact age. Somewhere around 5, maybe a little younger. My room was upstairs, facing our fenced backyard, and beyond that was this stretch of trees, more like a scruffy little forest to a kid. And I remember being in bed, blinking, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. And there were 3 figures in my room. The best way I can describe them is, they didn't look fully real. Like they were there, but also kind of flat. Like silhouettes that forgot how to be 3-dimensional. Hazy around the edges. Not quite shadows, not quite people. I remember them moving closer to my bed. And then, nothing. That's where it cuts off, like someone just snipped the tape. Here's the thing that messes with me. For the first 10 years of my life, I was absolutely, completely terrified of anything even vaguely alien. And I mean terror. If I saw a picture of one of those stereotypical gray faces, big eyes, small mouth, I'd freeze. Full panic. Sometimes it got so bad I'd end up humiliating myself as a kid. And the strangest part was, nobody had shown me anything. It wasn't like I was watching sci-fi movies or being fed spooky stories. It was just there, like a fear installed in me. I'm in my mid-20s now, and the older I get, the more that blue light memory starts to feel less like a dream and more like something I'm not supposed to remember. And that wasn't the only odd thing in that house. When I was really little, like toddler age, I had this habit of laughing in my sleep. Not little giggles either, proper laughter. Sometimes it would build until I'd start crying, still asleep the whole time. My arms would wriggle around like I was reaching for someone, stretching up like I was playing a game with an invisible person right above me. It freaked my parents out at first, my mom, Rachel, and my dad, Dean. They'd stand at the doorway and just watch, trying to decide if they should wake me up or pretend they hadn't seen anything. Eventually, they forced themselves to treat it like a weird kid quirk. Sleep stuff, you know? Until one night. This would have been before my little brother was born, so I must have been around 3. Mom and Dad are downstairs on the sofa watching a movie. Late, lights low, that drowsy quiet you get when the whole house is asleep. The living room sat right beside the staircase, and upstairs there was a short landing with a corridor leading to my room. Mom decides to check on me. She goes up the stairs, soft-footed, like you do when you don't want the creak to wake the kid. When she reaches the top, she can see my door isn't fully closed, just this tiny crack. And through it, with moonlight coming in from my curtain, she sees a figure standing over my bed. And there I am, like always, laughing in my sleep. She says something like, "You got back down here fast?" And Dad looks at her like she's lost it. He's like, "I haven't moved." And that's when the mood changes. You know that instant switch, when your stomach drops and your body decides before your brain does that something's wrong. They both rush upstairs, and my bedroom door is now wide open. Every light in the room is on, and my parents were the kind of people who never left lights blazing for no reason. And I'm sitting upright in bed, eyes shut, still asleep, laughing so hard tears are streaming down my face. No adult in the room, no explanation, just this awful sense that something had been there and it didn't want to be caught. Not long after all that, we moved countries. My family packed up and emigrated to Australia. New life, new schools, new everything. You'd think leaving the house would leave the weirdness behind too. But there's one more thing that happened right near the end. Something so stupidly specific it's almost funny. Except it isn't. While we were packing and movers were clearing out the place, this would have been around 2008-ish, give or take, Mum comes home and one of the workers calls her over like he's found something important. He goes, "Are these yours?" And he hands her 3 neat little piles of socks. Clean socks, pressed-looking socks, like someone had actually taken the time to stack them properly. Mum just stares at them, because for years in that house, socks had been disappearing. Not whole pairs, just one sock at a time. Always one missing. And we had this sad drawer full of lonely single socks that never found their partner again. She asks him, "Where did you get these?" And he tells her they found them stuffed right at the back of this narrow gap above the cooker, like this tiny space between the extractor unit and the ceiling. Barely enough room to fit your fingers up there. And the extractor itself was huge, wedged into this alcove. Big, heavy. The sort of thing you don't casually shift around. What made it worse was this. The top of the extractor was coated in this thick, undisturbed layer of dust, like years of it. But the socks? Not a speck. No dust. No grime. Nothing. Just 3 tidy stacks sitting like they'd been placed there yesterday, without any marks around them, without anything disturbed, and with zero sign that the unit had ever been moved. And I remember my mum standing there with these socks in her hands, genuinely speechless, because what do you even say to that? It's such a small thing, socks going missing, right? But it's the feeling of it. The sense that something in that house could take things, put things back, watch you react, and leave you with no proof except your own disbelief. And even now, years later, if I picture that upstairs room, blue light, hazy shapes, the trees beyond the fence, I still get that same tightness in my chest. Like some part of me is still 5 years old, staring into the glow, trying to remember what happened after they stepped closer. Hey, so I want to start by saying I'm telling you this fresh. Like, I got home not even 2 hours ago, and I'm still trying to shake the feeling off my skin. I'm not someone who goes looking for paranormal stuff. Honestly, I'm usually the "there's gotta be a normal explanation" person. So, my partner, Mara, and I have this thing we do. Late night hikes. There's this huge historic park near us, mostly thick woods, a creek cutting through it, and it sprawls so far it actually bumps up against multiple state lines. There's even a trail where you can cross through all of them if you really want to. We've been out there so many times I could walk parts of it with my eyes closed, and it's never once felt weird. Not once. We usually park by this old little church, and right next to it, there's a Revolutionary War cemetery. It's kind of locally famous because of this one grave people call the ticking tomb. I've wandered the whole park, day, night, fog, snow, everything. It's familiar. Safe, even. But tonight was different from the moment we turned off. We left the house around 10:30-ish, kind of on a whim. And instead of taking the normal paved access road like we usually do, I decided to go down this narrower, dirt and gravel road that cuts through the woods. I don't even know why. It just felt like, yeah, let's do that. About halfway down, we rounded a bend and something shot across the road in front of the headlights. When I say something, I mean it, because I still can't neatly call it anything. It was big. bigger than any fox or deer-sized thing I've ever seen out there. Not quite human-sized, but somewhere in that unsettling in-between. Like, too tall to be a dog, too wrong to be a person. And it didn't run like an animal either. It moved so fast it almost looked like it slid or skipped across the beam of the headlights, like a black smear. But the part that keeps replaying in my head? The eyes. They were this bright, metallic silver, like a reflection, but stronger. Too strong. Mara saw it too. I could tell by the way she went quiet. And I'm a skeptic, right? So I immediately tried to do that thing where your brain scrambles for something normal. Big stray dog. Weird deer at a weird angle. Optical illusion. Anything. Neither of us wanted to sit with it, so we didn't. We just kept going. Pulled into the usual spot. Got out. Acted normal on purpose. And as soon as we stepped onto the trail, I noticed the noise. The frogs and cicadas were screaming. I don't mean, oh, nature is loud. I mean, it was like we had walked into a wall of sound. The kind where you have to talk over it, even though you're just standing in the dark. It felt almost aggressive, like the woods were buzzing on high alert. We started walking our normal loop, short, familiar, maybe half a mile total, and we were talking, but it was that forced kind of talking. Like when you can feel the mood dipping and you're trying to keep it afloat with little jokes and random conversation. And this part freaks me out, because I didn't know it until later. Apparently, a little ways in, maybe 100 meters, Mara started hearing what she thought were faraway voices. Not clear words, just that distant human murmur you'd expect from a group way off. Only, that didn't make sense. It was late, the park was empty, and we weren't near any buildings or roads close enough for that. Meanwhile, I noticed something else. The cicadas started getting quieter. Not all at once, just gradually, like someone was turning a dial down as we walked. It was like, imagine a megaphone glitching, or a microphone cutting in and out. Not right next to us, far away, but it sliced straight through my head like it didn't need distance to reach us. It made my stomach drop instantly. I stopped so fast my shoes scuffed dirt. I looked at Mara and went, "Did you hear that?" And she just stared at me like she'd been waiting for me to say it. Like she'd been trying to convince herself she was imagining everything up until that exact second. There wasn't even a discussion. We both turned around at the same time. We didn't run. We walked fast, like really fast. And I remember thinking very clearly, don't run. Running makes you pray. I know how dramatic that sounds, but that's genuinely where my brain went. The whole walk back felt wrong. Like the woods behind us were too close. Like something was keeping pace just out of sight, not crashing through brush or snapping branches. Just there, matching us in this quiet way that made it worse. The trail felt longer than it ever has, like it stretched. When we finally got into the car and shut the doors, I expected my body to relax. It didn't. I started driving, but the urgency stayed, like it had seeped into the air inside the car with us. We got down the main road, approaching our first turn, and suddenly I felt completely disoriented, like I'd been dropped into a place that looked familiar but wasn't clicking in my head. And right then Mara goes, "Do you know where we are?" And I swear to you, my first thought was, no, I don't. We've driven that road more times than I can count, but for a few seconds it was like my brain had wiped the map clean. I made a snap decision and turned right, and thank God it was the correct turn, because I don't even want to think about what it would have meant if I'd chosen wrong. That road runs along the edge of the park, kind of parallel to the trail we'd been on. And suddenly there was fog everywhere. Thick, hanging fog that absolutely was not there when we drove in. We'd only been at the park maybe 20 minutes. That's what messes with me. Not enough time for conditions to flip that hard. And then, right as we passed the area where we'd turned around, something darted across the road again. Same shape, same speed, but closer. Close enough that I saw the outline a little better, and it made my skin go cold because it looked like it had either ears that were too tall or, God, horns. And those silver eyes flashed again, bright like coins catching light. It didn't run like it was scared of the car. It ran like it was just moving through. And the second time I saw it, something happened to me physically. I can't explain it in a clean, logical way, but it was immediate. This burning pressure in my sinuses, my eyes watering, and this tingling deep in the back of my skull, like a strange static crawling under my skin. And I think, this is the part that's hard to admit, I think it started because the second time, I couldn't logic it away anymore. I couldn't pretend it was just a deer or a dog or my imagination. I had to acknowledge that I didn't have an explanation. And I hate that. I've always been the person who needs things to make sense. Even fear. I can handle fear if I can label it. But whatever we saw tonight, I can't label it. So, yeah, that's what happened. And I'm telling you because I needed to say it out loud to someone who wasn't there, just to make sure it's real, because it still doesn't feel real. So, this all really started back in early spring, late March, I think, when the woods were still kind of bare and see-through. No leaves yet, just black branches and that damp, thawing earth smell. My housemate, Mira, poked her head into my room one night and was like, "Hey, come outside, the sky is unreal." And normally I'd say no, because it was past midnight and I love my bed, but something about her tone made me grab a hoodie and follow her out. We stood in the yard, staring up at the stars for, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. It was quiet. The kind of quiet where you can hear your own breathing. And then, out of nowhere, we hear this man singing in the woods. Not humming, not whistling, singing. Loud, like he was performing. And it made absolutely no sense because it was around 2:30 in the morning, and we're not talking about a little patch of trees behind a neighborhood. We're tucked way back, surrounded by forest. Also, it was pitch black. No flashlight beams, no headlamps, nothing. And since the trees were still bare, you could actually see farther than you normally can. If someone that close had a light, we would have spotted it instantly. We didn't debate it. We didn't investigate. We just did that thing where your bodies agree before your brains do. Turned around and went straight inside, locking the door behind us like we were in a movie. The only way I can describe the sound is, do you know Over the Garden Wall? It reminded me of that eerie, old-timey singing, like something that belongs to the woods, not a person out for a midnight stroll. Then a few weeks later, we're outside again, this time with a small fire going. We'd kind of moved on, honestly, filed it under weird, but whatever, and we hear him again. Just a handful of seconds, a little burst of song, and then nothing. And because nothing had happened the first time, we stayed out, finished the fire, and went in like normal. Trying to be casual about it, you know? Like if we acted unbothered, it would be less real. After that, it went quiet for a while. And then, early June, I had this dream that still bugs me when I think about it. In the dream, there was this little figure, like a kid, but not exactly, wearing a bright red raincoat, darting around near the pond back in the woods. And I kept trying to focus on him, trying to get a clear look at his face, but he moved too fast. Every time I almost saw him properly, he'd slip out of focus again. And the strangest part was the feeling I had in the dream, like he liked that I couldn't perceive him, like it was funny to him. and I remember getting genuinely irritated, like, stop playing with me. The next day, before I even told anyone about the dream, my partner, Caleb, comes in and goes, "Okay, so I heard the singing again. But here's the difference. It was broad daylight." He's more of the let's solve it type than I am, so he assumed it was some distant neighbor messing around. So he followed the sound into the woods, and he told me the whole thing like he still couldn't wrap his head around it. He tried to move quietly, kind of sneak up on whoever it was, and every time he got close enough that he felt like he should finally see someone, the voice shifted. Not faded, shifted, like it relocated. At one point, he said the singing was so loud it had to be right around the bend of the trail. He literally sped up and jumped around the corner, like, "Got you," and the second he did, the singing stopped. Just dead silence. And then, a few seconds later, it started again from a completely different direction, across the road, in another stretch of woods that would take 10 minutes to get to by the trail. He sprinted over there, sweating, heart pounding, determined to catch this person in the act. But when he got there, the voice was already farther away again, like it was staying just out of reach on purpose. Eventually, he came back home out of breath and frustrated, and he said something that stuck with me. It felt like it was enjoying messing with me, and I don't know why I kept chasing it. I just got mad. And that's exactly how I felt in the dream. That same weird frustration, like something was tugging at you just enough to make you react. Fast forward to August 9th, and we hear him again, just for a few seconds, like a quick sample. And it was almost like the second we recognized it, it stopped. Like it didn't want to perform once it knew we were listening with full attention. And it hasn't just been the singing. There have been these other little moments that feel off. Like a few days before that, I'm sitting at the picnic table scrolling on my phone, and I hear a neighbor in the distance calling for their dog. Totally normal. But then, on the other side of the woods, I hear this higher-pitched voice mocking him, repeating the call in this sing-songy way. Not perfectly, but close enough that my stomach dropped. And then there was the chicken thing. One night, our hens fell asleep on the porch like they owned the place, so we went out to bring them in. Each time we picked one up, it did that indignant little chicken squawk, all offended and startled. We got them all safely inside, and then, from the woods, we heard what sounded like a chicken making the same startled noise, except wrong. Like a rough imitation, like something trying to do it from memory. I'm not someone who jumps straight to, "It's paranormal." I'm really not. I've always been the skeptic in the group, and honestly, I still am. But I'm also open to the idea that there are things out there we don't understand, or maybe things we understand poorly. Maybe it's a person. Maybe it's an animal. Maybe it's something mundane with a very unsettling vibe. All I know is, since we moved here, the woods have felt like they have a sense of humor. Nothing bad has happened. No threats, no injuries, no escalations. Just this repeating feeling that something is trying to get a reaction out of us, like we're being toyed with. So at this point, our plan is painfully simple. Don't feed it. Don't chase it. Don't answer back. Just let it get bored. And I guess we'll see if it does. So there's this one thing from when I was a kid that I still remember way too clearly. And honestly, I don't have a neat explanation for it. I'm not saying it was definitely something paranormal, but it's one of those memories that sits in the back of your mind and goes, "Yeah, explain that then." I grew up on this rough little estate up in the Northwest. Rows of terraces, not much money around. The kind of place where rumors travel faster than buses. People used to say the estate had been built over something from the war years, like an old temporary camp where foreign prisoners were held. Whether that's completely true or just one of those local legends, I can't swear to it, but it definitely fed the vibe. And my mom didn't exactly help with the rational explanations only mindset either. She was obsessed with paranormal shows, always had something spooky on the telly, so growing up, it felt totally normal to believe a strange noise meant a ghost had wandered through. On our street, neighbors would casually talk about a black shadow people saw slipping along the hallway or darting through rooms. Looking back, yeah, that could have been people winding each other up. But when you're little, you don't question it, you just absorb it. Anyway, the main thing happened when I was about 12, maybe 13. I'm in my mid-20s now, and I still get that tight feeling in my chest thinking about it. My parents had gone out with my little sister to some school event, singing or a play, something like that, and I'd stayed home because I didn't want to go. I remember being weirdly pleased with myself, thinking I'd get the house to myself for a bit. I was convinced I was alone. Then I heard noise downstairs. Not like the house settling, actual movement. A scrape, a shuffle. Enough to make me pause whatever I was doing and go, "Hello?" Like an idiot in a horror film. I went down to check, heart thumping, and there was nobody. Nothing out of place. No door open. No obvious reason for it. I told myself it was probably my older sister, Kira, coming in and messing about. Except, this is the part that makes my stomach drop even now. I heard footsteps upstairs. You know the difference between the sound of pipes and the sound of someone walking? This wasn't a creak. This was someone moving around above my head. So I did what I always did when I got scared. I tried to prove it to myself. I stepped out into the tiny front garden and looked up at my parents' bedroom window, because if Kira was home, she'd probably be in there. And the bedroom light was on. Just on. Bright. Clear as anything. And I remember standing there thinking, that's not possible, because I knew I'd switched it off after they left. I can still picture my hand on the light switch. I didn't half turn it. I didn't forget. I turned it off properly. So now I'm thinking, okay, she must be inside. That's the only explanation, right? So I go back in, lock the front door behind me, like that would protect me from whatever was going on, and I head upstairs, trying to act braver than I felt. I checked everywhere. Their room, the other bedroom, the bathroom, wardrobes, behind the doors. I even checked the stupid places kids check when they're terrified, like someone could be folded up behind a laundry basket. Nothing. No Kira. No one. I turned that bedroom light off again, standing there with my hand still on the switch, like I expected it to flick back on the second I let go. And then, right as I'm about to walk out, not a little clatter, a proper, violent smash. I bolted down the stairs so fast I nearly slipped, and when I got into the kitchen, I just froze. There was a plate on the floor, shattered into pieces, and every cupboard door was open. Every single one, wide open like someone had flung them in a rage. The cupboard where the plates were kept was up above the counter to the left, high enough that it wasn't like a toddler could have done it or something. And it wasn't just one door hanging ajar. It was like the kitchen had been thrown open. I didn't stand there doing detective work. I didn't count plates or inspect hinges. I couldn't. My whole body was screaming at me to leave. So I ran, straight out the front door and next door to our neighbor, Martha, and I sat in her living room shaking like a leaf, trying to explain it without sounding ridiculous. I stayed there until my family came back, maybe an hour later. When my parents got home, they did that thing parents do where they half listen, but you can tell they've already decided it's exaggeration. My dad looked annoyed more than anything. My mom was a bit quieter, like she didn't want to scare herself by taking it too seriously. They didn't exactly call a priest, put it that way. But here's the thing. I know for a fact I was alone in that house. My sister wasn't there, Later, we found out she'd been at a mate's birthday. Nobody else had a key. The front door was locked. There was no sign anyone had come in or left. And sure, over the years, there were other weird little moments in those houses. Lights that seemed to switch on or off. That shadow people talked about. The odd object where you didn't remember leaving it. Most of it you can shrug off. But that night, the footsteps, the light, the crash, the cupboards all open at once. That one never fit neatly into "I imagined it." So I don't know. Maybe there's a normal explanation and I've just never found it. Maybe it was something electrical, or a neighbor pulling some kind of prank, or the cupboards were dodgy and the plate was balanced badly and I connected dots that weren't connected. Or maybe it was something else. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts, not automatically. But I do think it's smart to keep an open mind, you know? Because sometimes something happens, and it leaves you with this quiet little question you can't quite get rid of. What was that? Really? So, when I was a kid, we had this yellow lab named Daisy. Total sunshine in dog form. My dad got it into his head that we should breed her. No idea why, honestly. Just one of those dad decisions that becomes a whole era of your life. She had 6 puppies, and they all went off to these wildly different, oddly perfect lives. One ended up with a family out in the country, and apparently spent her days chasing birds and napping in a barn like she owned the place. Another lived this chic little city dog life and made it to 16, which still feels unfairly impressive. And one got adopted by this couple with serious money and would sleep under the dad's desk like she was his tiny executive assistant. We kept the last puppy, the only one who came out dark brown, almost black, in this sea of blonde little lab babies. We named her Pepper, and I loved Daisy, I did, but Pepper was mine. Like, I'm not sure I'll ever have that kind of bond with a dog again. Pepper was a jittery little thing, always a bit anxious, but she was also the gentlest, most devoted creature. And I really needed that. I had a rough time as a teenager. Like, genuinely rough. There were days I felt so unlovable it was almost physical, like it sat on my chest. And Pepper would just refuse to let me disappear. If I shut myself in my room, she'd scratch at the door and whine until I opened it. If I curled up somewhere trying to hide, like the closet, which is dramatic, yes, but that's where my brain was, she'd find me anyway. And if I cried, she'd push her head against me, right into my ribs like, "No, I'm here. You're staying." She didn't care what kind of day I was having. She just loved me, fully, like it was the easiest thing in the world. When Daisy was 8, she got diagnosed with bone cancer. The vet laid out the options: amputation, chemo, but also said it was aggressive and likely to come back anyway. My parents decided not to put her through all of it. They chose comfort. We had a few months where Daisy had some good days, still eating, still wagging, still being herself, and then more and more bad days. Eventually, a vet came to the house, and Daisy went peacefully, right there in her own home. Pepper took it hard. She'd always been skittish, but after Daisy was gone, it was like the floor dropped out from under her. Everyone could tell. My mom, who had always been pretty strict about dogs belong on the floor, started letting Pepper up on the couch like, "Okay, rules don't matter. You're heartbroken." We all babied her for a while. She improved over time, but she was never quite the same. And then, years later, Pepper hit 9 and she started limping. I remember that moment so clearly because I think part of me knew. The vet confirmed it. Another bone cancer, and even more aggressive. The timing was brutal. Right before the holidays, right when everything is already emotional and heavy. For a little while, medication helped. There were stretches where she seemed almost normal again, still following me around, still leaning into my legs when I stood in the kitchen, still doing that thing where she'd sigh dramatically like she had a full-time job and bills to pay. And then, one morning in January, she didn't get up. She stayed curled in her bed, breathing shallowly, eyes open but far away. My parents called the vet, and I got furious. Like seeing red furious, because it was her first truly bad day. Her birthday was coming up in a week or two. I kept thinking, we can't do this now. Not now. She just needs a little more time, and I can't even describe the anger and grief. I felt like the one being who loved me without conditions had been taken away, and I didn't get a vote. I was wrecked. I was lonely. I was so mad at my parents I could barely speak to them. Now here's where it gets strange. My mom always talked about being visited by family members who'd passed. Little signs, little moments, dreams that felt different than regular dreams. And I'd had my own weird experiences before too, like a stretch in college where I swear something was haunting me. I know how that sounds, but that's the closest word for it. Anyway, about 2 weeks after Pepper died, I had this dream that felt more real than real. In the dream, I wasn't me. I was something low to the ground, running at full speed, like pure muscle and instinct, racing away from my childhood home and across these endless roads toward my college campus. I flew through the world like nothing could stop me. I tore across campus and basically launched myself up to the second floor of my dorm, and then I passed through the wall like it was mist, straight to my bed. And then, this part still makes my stomach twist. I laid down on my own sleeping body, right on my chest. And the moment I did, I felt the worst pain I've ever felt in my life. Not like a cut or a bruise, like my body was decaying from the inside, like my bones were splintering, like my ribs were going to crack open. I woke up sobbing, just immediately, like I launched out of bed, heart racing, shaking, crying so hard I couldn't breathe. And in that instant I knew it was Pepper. It felt like she'd come to find me because she could tell how destroyed I was. But she was still carrying her pain. Like, whatever comes after doesn't automatically heal you right away. Or maybe grief clings. I don't know. Still crying, I just talked to her, out loud. In my dorm room, like a person having a completely normal moment. I told her it was okay. I told her I didn't want her to hurt anymore. I told her I'd wait, that she could come back when she felt better. And then I didn't dream of her for a long time. But years later, now it happens all the time. I'll be in some random dream, something totally unrelated, and suddenly there she is. Sometimes Daisy, too. They'll show up like they've been there the whole time, like it's the most natural thing in the world. Not long ago, I dreamed I was back at my childhood home, and I walked past the front door and saw Daisy lying on the rug like she used to. And the dream just stopped. Like the whole story paused to make space for that moment. I knelt down and pet her, and she was warm and soft and exactly herself. And then, eventually, I stood up because the dream had to keep moving. And when I looked back, she was already gone. That's how it goes. They appear. They come in close for a minute. Kisses, pets, that familiar feeling. And then they disappear like they've got someplace else to be. Like they're just dropping in to remind me they're okay. And I don't know what any of it means exactly. I'm not here like, this proves the afterlife, or anything neat and tidy. It's just, it taught me something I didn't want to learn. That letting go can be an act of love, not betrayal. especially when someone you love is in pain. And that when you get the chance to love them, really love them, whether it's in real life or in a dream, you take it. You give the extra pets. So, I've been meaning to tell someone this for a long time because it still sits in my chest in this weird way. Half, that was real. Half, how do I even explain that? Back in July 2020, my family and I had to move. A bunch of reasons piled up, and we ended up renting this house in a Muslim-majority country. We're a Muslim family too, so nothing about faith or prayer was unusual in our home. But what happened in this place was something else. Before we even moved our boxes in, my parents went to check the house out properly, and in one of the built-in closets, they found a dead cat. I know, awful. But the part that made my parents go quiet was, it wasn't just dead. One of its legs looked like it had been cut cleanly, like neat. Not crushed, not mangled, not what you'd expect if a door slammed on it. My dad kept staring at it, like he was trying to convince himself there had to be a normal explanation. Then we actually moved in, and that's when we noticed something else. Almost every door had a small Quranic verse taped to it, like someone had gone room to room and made sure each doorway was covered. Naturally, we asked the landlord about it. He just smiled and said, "It's for blessings." But here's the thing. Every time we paid rent, he'd look at us and ask, in this oddly careful tone, "Everything okay? So far?" Like he wasn't making conversation, like he was checking a situation. We had a Persian cat, male, a little dramatic, honestly, and he always preferred hanging around the outer area of the house instead of inside. At first, he seemed fine, like he settled in quickly. But then, about a week in, he did this thing that made my skin crawl. For 3 days straight, he kept staring at one specific direction. He barely ate, barely drank. He'd perch up on the boundary wall and just lock onto the empty house next door. That neighboring place was abandoned, by the way. No people, no animals, no movement. Nothing. But our cat looked furious. Not curious, furious. Like he was ready to jump into a fight with something we couldn't see. And then, the dead cats started showing up. I wish I was exaggerating, but we counted around 8 or 9 in the months after we moved in. Just cats found outside, nearby, sometimes in corners where they looked like they'd simply collapsed. No obvious injuries, no hit by a car look, no blood, no signs of age. It got to the point where we were too scared to let our own cat outside because we didn't understand what was happening in that area around our home. Then something happened to me and my mom that I still can't talk about without feeling shaky. I was upstairs studying one day, and suddenly I heard my mom scream from downstairs. One of those screams that doesn't sound like surprise, it sounds like pure fear, like someone is being hurt. I ran down the stairs, heart pounding, and my mom was already running up toward me, and she screamed at me, "Are you okay?" I froze and yelled back, "Are you okay? I heard you scream." And she went pale and said, "I heard you scream." So we just stood there on the stairs, staring at each other, because somehow we'd both heard the other person screaming like they were being murdered, even though neither of us had screamed. We stood there for a long time, maybe 20 minutes, maybe longer, just trying to make our brains accept what had happened. There was no one else in the house. Nothing fell. No doors slammed. No explanation. Just that scream, 2 versions of it, like it was placed into the house. Another time, my father was asleep downstairs, and he swears someone whispered directly into his ear, "Wake up, Fareed." Not harsh, not threatening, just a young male voice, close and calm. And then there was the incident that I think scared me the most, because it felt so personal. It was winter, early 2022. and I was studying for exams around dawn. It was maybe 5:30 or 6 a.m. I was sitting on the floor near a heater, half asleep but forcing myself to focus. My mom is very religious, and she has this habit after prayer where she'll come close and blow gently on my face as a kind of blessing, like you're cooling something warm, but it's meant lovingly. So I'm studying, and I feel someone gently tuck my hair behind my ear. Then I feel that soft breath on my face, and without even thinking, I turned, smiling, ready to hug my mom. There was nobody there. Nobody. I didn't even scream. I couldn't. I just stayed frozen, like if I moved, whatever it was would realize I noticed. Not long after that, I was studying again, this time on my bed, and I felt the mattress dip right in front of me, like someone had sat down. And then the room suddenly smelled like flowers, like roses, strong and fresh. Here's the strange part. I didn't feel threatened. I felt this weird calm, like it wasn't there to hurt me. So, against every survival instinct I have, I actually spoke out loud, kind of nervously joking. And I said something like, "Look, the only truly religious person in this house is my mom. If you want to bother someone, go bother her." And I swear, I felt that presence lift, like it stood up, like it left. Nothing else happened that day. My mom, though, she had her own experiences, and I know she didn't tell me all of them. But I saw enough. Whenever she prayed, especially late at night or at dawn, she'd suddenly stop and look unsettled. She'd say she felt something rush past, or something staring, or something brushing her as she tried to focus. Like whatever was in the house didn't want her calm, didn't want her concentration, like it enjoyed interrupting. Eventually, we started doing what we knew to do: recitation, Quran, consistent prayer, seeking protection, doing it seriously, not casually. It didn't change overnight, but over time, the incidents became less frequent. And in our hearts, we came to believe the house had been inhabited by jinn, and that maybe they felt like we'd moved into a place they already claimed. There was one night I'll never forget. My mom had this loud, one-sided conversation, angry, firm, fearless. She basically told them, "If this was your home, you should have warned the owners before we came. Either live peacefully or leave, because we are not going anywhere, and we will make sure this house is protected." After that, and after a lot of spiritual cleansing, things calmed down. And now, it's almost quiet, almost normal. But even saying that out loud feels like tempting something, because the truth is, I still don't know what all of it was. I only know what it felt like to live through it. So, I've gone back and forth for years on whether I should even tell this story out loud, because it still gives me that cold, prickly feeling in my arms when I think about it. A few years back, I was driving home late after finishing up a night of deliveries. Not DoorDash this time, just a local delivery app I was doing on the side. It was one of those nights where the roads are mostly empty, and you're on autopilot, thinking about getting home and finally taking your shoes off. I'd just dropped off an order in this ridiculously fancy neighborhood, big houses tucked back in the trees, the kind of place where the driveways are longer than some streets. What makes it creepier is how quickly that area turns into nothing but woods and old farmland. I'd grown up not far from there, maybe half an hour away, and I knew those roads well enough that I could drive them half asleep. Anyway, I turn onto this darker stretch, no streetlights, just my headlights cutting through the trees, and I catch movement ahead. At first, I'm like, deer. Totally normal. So I slow down like you do. Then my headlights fully hit it, and I slammed the brakes so hard I felt my stomach drop. because it looked like a deer in the quick, first-second way your brain labels things to keep you moving. But once it was lit up, it was wrong. Too big. Too tall. Its back was higher than it should have been, like almost level with the hood of my SUV. And its body, I don't even know how to describe it without sounding dramatic. It looked like its skin was peeling or rotting, like it didn't sit right on the frame underneath it. Not bloody exactly, more like it was coming apart. It was hunched, not like an animal lowering itself to run, more like something trying to hold itself upright but not quite managing. And the worst part, its back legs. From about the knees down, there was nothing that looked like proper legs. Just broken-looking, bony stumps, like it had been snapped and never healed, and still somehow stood there anyway. And while I'm sitting there gripping the steering wheel, heart hammering, this heavy sense of dread rolled over me, like the air changed. Like my body knew what I was seeing before my mind could catch up. Then it turned its head toward me. And that's the moment my brain stopped trying to explain it as an injured deer. It didn't have a deer head, no muzzle, no antlers, nothing like that. It was more like a human skull, but simplified. Rounder than it should have been, almost blank, like a terrible mask. If you've ever seen a child's drawing of a face, just a circle with features placed wrong, that's the closest comparison I've got. Where the eyes should have been were these dark, empty voids. Not reflective, not animal shiny, just absence. And hanging off the top and sides was long, straight black hair, like actual human hair, not fur. It moved just slightly, like it was caught in a slow underwater current, even though the night air was still. We just stared at each other. I know people exaggerate time in moments like that, but I swear it felt like 15 or 20 seconds. Long enough that I remember thinking, if it moves, what do I even do? Long enough that I could feel my pulse in my throat. And then, it didn't run. It didn't leap away into the woods. It didn't vanish like a magic trick. It faded. Like smoke thinning out. Like fog dissolving in sunlight. It stayed in place, but it became less and less solid until it was just gone. I sat there for a second, frozen, waiting for it to reappear, waiting for something to hit the side of my car, waiting for my brain to snap back into reality and tell me I imagined it. Nothing happened. At the time, I convinced myself I'd seen something like a Wendigo. I know the stories are more spiritual than creature in the woods, and honestly, I'm not even married to that idea. I just needed a name for it, something my brain could hold. Here's the part that makes it harder to shrug off, though. I moved later, up into northeastern Pennsylvania. Different town, different roads, different everything. And I saw it again. Twice. Not in the same place either. One time was near the county line, up around that stretch where the roads get steep and the trees feel like they're leaning in. The other was on some back road I took because my GPS thought it was clever. Both were late at night. Both were in heavy woods, the kind where your headlights don't reach far and the darkness feels thick. And both times, the feeling came first. That same foreboding. Like someone quietly turning down the temperature inside my body. Goosebumps racing up my arms before my eyes even caught movement. Then, there it was. Not standing in the exact same way as the first time, but the same wrongness. The same silhouette that wanted to be an animal but didn't fit. And the same sense that it wasn't just something I happened to see. It was something that noticed me. I haven't told a lot of people because I know how it sounds. I don't drink. I don't mess with anything that would make me hallucinate, and I'm not someone who's out here hunting for spooky experiences. I'd actually love it if someone could hand me a simple explanation that makes it all make sense. But every time I drive a dark, wooded road too late at night, part of me still waits for that feeling to rise in my chest, like a warning. Because now I know what comes after it. Okay, so I've got one genuinely weird story from my entire life, and I still don't know what to do with it. A while back, my partner Julian and I took a short trip to the northeast of France, not far from the Luxembourg border, outside the bigger cities, kind of in that area where it's quieter, but you still have major roads cutting through. We were going for a trading card tournament. Yeah, the kind where you sit under bright lights all day and argue politely about rules. And we figured we'd make a little weekend of it and pop over to Luxembourg too. So we booked this Airbnb. The building itself, very late 80s, early 90s vibes. 4 floors, plain white exterior, right near a busy road, the kind where you can hear traffic constantly like a distant river that never shuts up. Nothing scary looking, just slightly tired. The hallway and stairwell felt a bit neglected, scuffed paint, that kind of thing. But the second we walked in, I noticed it. The smell. Not like garbage or anything, more like damp. Like humidity that's been living in the walls for years. The apartment itself looked clean and honestly kind of cute. Spacious, modern furniture, everything you'd expect. No visible mold, no stains, nothing obvious. But the smell was everywhere. And it was in the stairwell too, so I'm guessing the whole building had some moisture issue. And then, this is the part that makes me feel silly even saying out loud. I got that instant feeling, like we weren't alone. I remember turning to Julian and going, half joking but also not joking at all, "There's something here. This place is haunted." And he just laughs. Of course he does. Julian is very rational, there's a logical explanation for everything. And he's like, it's the smell plus your imagination. You're psyching yourself out. And honestly, he could be right. That explanation is completely reasonable. Anyway, first night, nothing happens. No weird noises, no lights flickering, no doors creaking open by themselves, no spooky silhouettes in mirrors. We sleep fine, totally normal. The next day we do the tournament thing, come back tired, a little overstimulated, and we grab food on the way back. Some fast food burgers and fries, and we eat in front of a random show we put on for background noise. Just a very ordinary evening. Then we decide to take a bath, because the bathroom had this ridiculously big bathtub. Like the kind that makes you go, oh, okay, this is the feature. So Julian's doing his thing, I'm running the water, and I settle in. Bubbles, hot water, the whole cozy setup. And I still have that lingering feeling, the same one from when we first walked in. Not danger, not malicious, just presence, like the air had an extra layer to it. And I have this impulsive thought, what if I try recording? Now, I need to be super clear. I'm not an expert. I'm not an EVP person. I don't do paranormal investigations. This isn't my hobby. I use the basic voice recorder app on my phone, nothing fancy, and the water was running the whole time, which means there's constant white noise in the background. That matters, because white noise can make your brain find patterns that aren't really there. Still, I decided to try. So I record 2 short clips while I ask a couple questions out loud. And later, when I listen back, there are 2 moments that made my stomach drop a little. They're not loud. They're not crisp. They're the kind of thing you might miss completely unless you listen closely. Like headphones on, leaning in, replaying it, the whole deal. And around the 10 to 12 second mark, I swear I hear a voice say, "Matthew." Not shouted, not dramatic, just there. Like a quick answer slipped into the noise. And I remember pausing it and going, wait, did you hear that? even though I was alone listening, which sounds ridiculous, but that's exactly what happened. Then the second clip is the one that bothered me more, because in that one, I ask something like, "Do you want me to stop asking questions?" Again, nothing aggressive, just testing the air. And around the mid to late part of the clip, I hear what sounds like, "Je te sauve," which, yeah, that means, "I'm watching you." And that one made my skin prickle, because even if it's just my brain stitching sounds together, the idea of it is so creepy. Like, of all the things my brain could invent out of running water, why that? So now I'm stuck in this place where I feel two things at once. On one hand, I genuinely think it could be auditory pareidolia. White noise, tired brain, weird smelling building, suggestion, all of it. That's probably the sensible answer. On the other hand, it's the only time in my life I've ever had that immediate "something is here" feeling. And it's also the only time I've ever listened back to a recording and felt that little cold drop in my chest. So I don't know. I'm not claiming anything. I'm not saying this was definitely paranormal. I'm just saying it happened. It felt strange. And I'm curious what you think, especially if you've ever had your brain play tricks on you with sound. And yeah, if you ever listen to stuff like this, do yourself a favor. Use headphones, and don't crank the volume before the first few seconds, because I learned that lesson the hard way. Hey, can I tell you something that still catches in my throat when I say it out loud? So, I'm originally from Asia, and I've been working in the US for a while now. Between school, visas, and everything that happened with COVID, I haven't made it back home since 2019. And honestly, the hardest part isn't even the distance. It's what that distance keeps you from. I've missed birthdays, quiet dinners, tiny everyday moments. And I've missed my dog more than I can explain. Her name was Miso, this little warm soul who always somehow knew when I needed her. I kept telling myself, just get through this last stretch, wrap things up here. Next year, you'll finally go home. That plan was like a light I kept walking toward. Then a few days ago, I was driving home after a brutal 11-hour night shift. You know that kind of tired where your bones feel loud? I was doing what I always do after nights like that. Windows up, volume way too high, blasting pop and rap to keep myself from drifting. And out of nowhere, like someone gently tapped my forehead, a melody popped into my head. Not a song I'd been listening to recently, not something trending, nothing. Just this soft little tune I hadn't thought about in years. It felt oddly specific, like it arrived with purpose. When I got home, I couldn't let it go. I sat there half out of my shoes, still in work clothes, scrolling and humming like a maniac, typing random guesses into search bars. It took forever, but I finally found it. "I'll Be There" by the Escape Club. Such a low-key 80s track. One of those songs you forget exists until it suddenly feels like it's been waiting for you. I remember thinking, that's weird. But I played it anyway, and I don't know. Something about it calmed me down, like my chest finally unclenched. I let it loop once or twice, and then I passed out. When I woke up later that afternoon, my phone had a message from my dad. Dad's name is June, back home. And the second I saw it, something inside me just tightened. He told me Miso had passed away overnight. There's about a 13-hour time difference between where I am and home, and when I did the math, when I realized the time she must have slipped away, it lined up almost exactly with when that old melody dropped into my mind on the drive. Like right around then. And listen, I'm not even saying I know what that means. I'm not trying to make it into some dramatic movie moment. I just know what it felt like. It felt like a goodbye that found me before the news did. Like some small thread still connected us for one last second across an ocean and two lives. I cried so hard I couldn't breathe right. The kind of crying where you're embarrassed even though no one's watching. Because once the puzzle pieces clicked together, it didn't just feel like I lost her. It felt like I missed her. Like I wasn't there for the moment that mattered most, and my heart didn't know where to put that regret. And the part that really broke me was remembering this one line from the song. Just think of me, and I'll be there. I keep replaying everything. Her paws tapping the floor, the way she'd lean her whole body into me like I was her favorite place, the little sigh she'd do when she finally settled down. And I keep thinking, maybe love doesn't disappear just because you weren't in the same room. Maybe some part of it stays close, even when you're far, even when it's over. I don't know. I just miss her. And I needed to say it to someone, out loud, like this, because carrying it alone makes it feel heavier. Hey, thanks for listening. Let me set the scene properly, because this one still sits oddly in my chest. I'm Ria, and I've been a nurse for just over 20 years now. I've seen most things you can throw at a person in that job. Sadness, miracles, chaos, the whole messy spectrum. And I've always had a curiosity about the strange side of life, but honestly, nursing is what made me start taking the paranormal seriously. Not because I wanted to, more like because I couldn't keep dismissing what I was seeing and hearing. Anyway, this happened a little over a year ago, on one of those gray, drizzly summer days you only really get in the UK, where the sky looks like it's been rubbed out with a dirty eraser. I was out in the community mentoring a final year student nurse. I'll call her Tanya. She was a mature student, proper, steady presence, kind, switched on, great with patients. The sort of person you trust in a room. We had a visit to a patient, let's call her Eileen, who had a lot going on. Obs needed doing. Bloods, wound dressings. One of those visits where you've got a list before you even walk through the door. Eileen lived in an older semi on the edge of a small town. Not falling down old, just the kind of house that's been there long enough to have stories soaked into the wallpaper. Because we needed a fair bit of kit, I parked up and told Tanya to head in first, introduce herself, and start the initial assessment. Final year students get more autonomy, and she was absolutely capable. I grabbed everything from the car: BP machine, SATS probe, blood bottles, dressing packs, the usual circus. Locked up, walked through the small front garden, knocked, and then stepped inside. And here's the layout, because it matters. You walk in, and there's this narrow hallway straight ahead leading to an interior door at the back. Stairs immediately on the left. And on the right, an open doorway into the living room with a bay window at the front. I remember saying, "Hello?" as I came in, and my eyes naturally flicked right into the living room. And that's when I saw her. An older woman, about 5'2"-ish, short white hair in a neat perm. She was wearing a brown pleated skirt, little dark flat shoes, and a pale blouse, cream or white, something like that. I didn't get a look at her face because she had her back to me, moving away, like she was just calmly walking deeper into the room. She was close, 3 or 4 feet away, tops. And here's the part that still makes my skin prickle. She wasn't see-through. She wasn't misty. She wasn't a shadow. She looked completely solid, like any living person I'd ever seen in a patient's home. Just an ordinary elderly woman, mid-step, minding her own business. Before I could properly process it, I heard Tanya call me from behind the interior door at the end of the hallway. So I walked down, opened it, and there she was in the kitchen area with Eileen, already chatting away, doing exactly what I'd asked. We got on with the visit. Obs done, bloods taken, dressings sorted. It took around 25 minutes, maybe half an hour. Normal enough, busy but fine. Then as we were wrapping up, I casually said to Eileen, "Oh, who's the lady in your living room?" And she looked genuinely confused and went, "Lady? What lady? The telly's on." I said, "No, not the telly. The woman. In the living room." And Eileen, still completely calm, said, "Love, I'm the only one here." So I told them both, "Hang on 2 minutes," because my brain immediately went to the most sensible explanation. Maybe a confused neighbor had wandered in. Maybe someone had slipped through the front door. I went straight to the living room. Nobody. And the TV wasn't on, not even humming in the background. And it was a tiny little thing, like one of those old small screens people refuse to replace. I checked upstairs. Nothing. No footsteps, no doors, no movement. And here's what really bothered me. With how the hallway sat, I would have seen someone leave. I would have heard the front door. There wasn't time. There wasn't space for a person to appear, wander off, and vanish without a sound. I went back, trying to sound light, and said, "Right, no one there. I must be overdue a holiday." Something like that. Eileen laughed politely. We did the goodbye thank you routine, and we left. The second we were outside, I made myself do something very deliberate. I didn't want to lead Tanya. I didn't want to plant anything in her head. So I said, "Tell me what you saw. Exactly. Don't worry about sounding silly, just describe it." And Tanya described the woman exactly as I had seen her. The height, the hair, the skirt, the shoes, the light blouse. The only detail she added was this. She said the woman was moving toward a chair and looked like she was about to sit down, like she was in the middle of a completely normal, everyday action. And just like me, Tanya never saw her face. So what do you do with that? Did we see a ghost? Was it some kind of time slip, 2 moments overlapping? Was it a person replaying a routine in a house she once lived in? I'll also say this. Even though she looked like someone from another era, the clothes didn't scream costume. They weren't dramatically old-fashioned. I've seen plenty of older women dressed similarly today. I don't know what it was. I only know that I saw a woman who wasn't there. And the student with me saw her too, without either of us prompting the other. And that's what keeps pulling me back to it. Not the fear exactly, just the unanswered what of it all. So, yeah. What do you think we witnessed? So, I've got to tell you about something that happened last weekend, because it's been sitting in my head ever since. A little backstory first. My aunt's husband, my uncle Tariq, passed away about a year ago. And in our family, when it hits that 1-year anniversary, everyone gathers at the person's home, or at the closest living relative's place. We do a short prayer, check in on each other, share food, just be together, you know? So this past Saturday, we're all at my uncle Tariq's house. My aunt, Salma, is there, and her 2 sons. The place is full. Cousins, elders, kids, the whole mix. At one point, my cousins head out to the cemetery to lay flowers and spend a few quiet minutes there. Everyone else stays back at the house, chatting in little pockets, making tea, moving chairs around, normal family gathering stuff. And then there's a knock at the front door. My wife, Lena, and I go to answer it. I open the door, and there's this young guy standing there, dressed really neatly. Black trousers, white shirt, tie. Like he'd come from an office or a funeral or something formal. He looks past me a little, kind of expectant, and he goes, "Is Tariq here?" And I just blink at him like, "What?" I honestly thought I misheard. I'm like, sorry? He repeats it, more certain this time. "Is this Tariq's house?" And I'm thinking, okay, yes, but why would you ask that like that? So I say, "Yeah, it is, but he's not here." He pauses and asks, "He's not home?" And something in me just drops. I don't even know why, but it felt heavy all of a sudden. So I tell him, gently, "No, he passed away." The guy's face changes, like he's trying to process it quickly, and he goes, "Today?" And I'm like, "No, a year ago today, actually." And then I add, "I'm sorry, who are you?" He swallows and says, "I used to work at a restaurant your uncle used to deliver to. I just wanted to stop by and say hello." At that point, I call my Aunt Selma over because I don't want to be the one handling it alone. She comes to the door and she's polite, but you can tell she's also confused. She asks him the same things. How did you know him? What restaurant? How long ago? When he names the place, she recognizes it immediately, and her whole expression shifts into that careful, hospitable mode people get when they're trying to do the right thing through grief. She tells him, "We're doing the prayer later. If you want to come back in the evening, you're welcome to join us and eat." He nods, says thank you, quiet, respectful, and then he just walks away. We close the door and just stand there for a second. Me, Lena, and my aunt. Not even saying much, just sharing that same look like, wasn't that strange? Not in a scary way yet, more like, what are the odds? Exactly a year later, on the exact day the whole family is together, this guy knocks asking for my uncle by name. So a little while later, my cousins come back from the cemetery. I tell them what happened. One of them, my cousin Adam, frowns immediately and goes, "Did you recognize him?" We're like, "No, none of us." And Adam goes, "Wait, we've got the doorbell camera." They have one of those motion recording doorbells that catches basically everything. People walking by, deliveries, cars pulling up, all that. So he pulls it up and starts scrolling. The footage shows me stepping outside earlier for a quick smoke, then coming back in. Totally normal. Then it jumps, straight to my cousins arriving home from the cemetery. That's it. No clip of the knock, no clip of the conversation. Nothing. We're all standing there looking at the screen like, no, rewind, that can't be right. So Adam goes through it slowly, frame by frame, checking the motion events, checking the timeline, everything. And there is a moment where, across the street, you can see a figure in a white shirt, like, far away, mid-road. You can see him moving toward the house. And then, right as he gets close enough that the camera should clearly catch him, the recording just stops. Like it cuts out at the exact moment he would have reached the door. And the next thing it shows is later, like that whole visit never happened. What makes it even weirder is the doorbell kept recording everything else normally before and after. People walking past, family coming and going, random motion, no problem. It just missed that. And there's this other detail that keeps bothering me. There were around 20 people in the house, but somehow it was only me, my wife Lena, and my Aunt Salma who saw him. Nobody else wandered into the hallway. Nobody else caught a glimpse through a doorway. Nobody else heard the knock and came over like they usually do when there's unexpected company. It was like the moment happened in this tiny little bubble at the front door, just the three of us. And then it closed, and the rest of the house kept going like nothing. And I'm not saying I know what it means. I'm not even claiming it was something paranormal. But I will tell you this, all three of us saw him. All three of us spoke to him. He was real enough to answer questions, real enough to accept an invitation, real enough to walk away down the street. And yet, on the one day it would have felt symbolic, the camera doesn't catch him. And nobody else in a packed house sees him. So yeah, that's been living in my head. Because I keep coming back to the same thought, soft but persistent. Out of all the days for a stranger to knock and ask for someone who's gone, why that day? And why like that? Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this the way I'd tell it if we were sitting together, because it still gives me chills even saying it out loud. And just so you know, my family's had stuff like this happen for as long as anyone can remember, way before I was even born. I'm not some polished storyteller, but these moments are burned into our family like snapshots you can't unsee. Back in the early 90s, my great-grandma Marisol, she was from Puerto Rico, and my great-grandpa Enzo, who came from Italy, finally bought a house in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It was a big deal for them. One of those, we finally did it moments, you know? They meet the seller, do all the paperwork, and then it's time to hand over the keys. And here's the part my family always repeats the exact same way because it was so strange. The seller puts the keys in my great-grandpa's hand, looks both of them straight in the eyes, no smile, no warmth, nothing, and says, real calmly, "Good luck." Not congrats, not take care of her, just good luck. Marisol didn't like that. She said her stomach dropped right there on the porch. But Enzo, he wasn't into paranormal stuff at all. He brushed it off like, people say weird things, it's fine. So they walk inside with my little uncle, well, my mom's brother Nico. And he's about 5 at the time, just a little kid bouncing off the walls, sprinting from room to room like kids do when a place feels like a new playground. Within minutes, Nico runs into the bathroom, and then comes flying right back out. He goes straight to Marisol, all serious, wide-eyed, and says, "There's a man in there, but he doesn't have a face." Now you can tell a kid they've got an imagination, sure. People love to say that. But the way my family describes it, he wasn't giggling. He wasn't trying to scare anyone. He was shaken. Marisol's first thought was, maybe the seller came back in to use the bathroom. But it didn't make sense. They'd literally watched him leave. The front door never opened, no footsteps, nothing. And they never figured out who or what Nico saw in that bathroom. But from that day on, Marisol always said the house felt wrong, like it was waiting. Years go by, everybody's older, Nico grows up, life keeps moving. And even with all that uneasiness, the family is still tied to that house for a while. My great-grandparents are there, and later my grandma Elena ends up living there too. Elena got pregnant with my mom, and that's when things got worse. One day she's napping, just resting like pregnant women do, and she swears she felt hands grab her by the ankles and yank, like pulled hard enough that she slid halfway off the bed. She woke up screaming, completely panicked, and she ran into Marisol's room and climbed into bed with her like she was a child. And listen, Elena was in her 20s, a grown woman. You don't do that unless you're genuinely terrified. Then comes the part that makes my chest tighten every time I think about it. A few months later, Elena's exhausted, pregnancy exhaustion where your bones feel heavy, and she goes upstairs to lie down in her room early in the evening. And this detail has always stuck because my family treats it like fate. It was a Thursday, and Thursdays were a routine in that family. Like clockwork, my great-grandparents would go to my great-aunt's place for coffee and sandwiches. Same time, same visit, every week. But that Thursday, for the first time in forever, they randomly decided not to go. So they're downstairs instead, sitting in the living room watching the news. Elena's upstairs asleep. They didn't even hesitate. They bolted up the stairs because Elena was up there. And when they reached her room, the ceiling was on fire. Not a little flame, not a candle-sized flicker. My family describes it like the whole ceiling was roaring, like it had been burning for long enough that it should have already collapsed. And Elena was still in bed, completely asleep, with the fire directly above her like it was hanging there ready to drop. The smoke had already hit her. She was barely responsive. My great-grandparents dragged her out, literally pulled her out of the room, down the stairs, out of the house. By the time the firefighters came, they were saying the same thing over and over. It didn't make sense. No obvious electrical issue, no clear source, no explanation for why that room caught fire the way it did. And here's what my family always says, every time. If my great-grandparents had gone for coffee like they usually did, Elena would have died in that room, and my mom wouldn't have been born, and I wouldn't be here telling you this. After that, my family basically cut ties with the place. They didn't talk about it like we moved. They talked about it like they escaped. And that moment with the keys, when the seller said, "Good luck," that stopped feeling like a weird comment and started feeling like a warning. Like he knew. Like he'd been waiting for someone else to take the house. And whatever came with it. So there's this old belief in central Switzerland, especially up in the quieter alpine valleys where the mountains feel a little too close at night. People talk about strange lights they call arme Seele, which basically means poor souls. And the way locals describe them, it isn't like a scary ghost story where something jumps out at you. It's more like this soft, heavy kind of dread, like you've wandered into someone else's sorrow. The poor souls, they say, are spirits of people who never found rest. Lost hikers, people who died alone, old folks who passed without proper prayers, sometimes even children or soldiers from wars so far back no one remembers the names. The idea is that they're still here because something was unfinished. No burial rite, no blessing, no goodbye. And they don't usually show up as shapes or faces. They show up as lights, glowing, floating points in the dark. Here's the part that always gets me. They're not aggressive. They don't rush at you or attack. They just follow. You'll see them in the distance, and you get that feeling, like you're being watched, like you're being sized up by something patient. And if you keep walking, the lights keep pace from far away. If you stop, they stop too, like they're mirroring you. Some people swear the safest thing is not to stare directly at them and to quietly pray, like the Vater Unser, because you're not trying to challenge them. You're not trying to invite anything in. You're just protecting yourself while showing respect. Now, this gets personal for me because my aunt, let's call her Mara, grew up in a tiny village near a remote valley where the locals had one story they'd repeat like a warning. They said that if you walk a certain path at night, you might see 3 lights across the river in the trees. Always 3. Not 2, not 4. 3. And the river matters because the lights don't cross it. They stay on the far bank, deep in the woods, like they're trapped behind an invisible line. When Mara was a teenager, she and a couple friends, Rito and Sibylla, decided they were sick of hearing about it and wanted to see for themselves. You know that teenage mix of bravery and curiosity where you're half terrified but you'll never admit it. So they went. And sure enough, the lights appeared across the river. 3 of them, just hovering between the trunks. They walked. Lights moved. They stopped. Lights stopped. They didn't get closer. They didn't drift away. Just watching, matching. Reto joked at first, trying to laugh it off, but the laughter didn't stick. Because that's the thing. Your body reacts before your brain can explain anything. Even when nothing happens, you feel like something is happening to you. They eventually turned back, quickened their pace, and made it home, acting like they were fine. But when they got back to the village, they ran into friends who'd been out driving around, Leonie and Pascal, and those two were like, "Wait, when did you leave? We drove past that road 3 times. Mara and her friends were like, "Yeah, we were walking, right there." And Leonie swore, hand on heart, that they didn't see them at all. Not once. Even though the car passed the same stretch of road, same time, with headlights sweeping the shoulder. It was like Mara, Reto, and Sibylla weren't just being followed by lights. It was like the night had decided they didn't fully belong to the visible world for a while. And it isn't only lights either. That region is full of stories where things feel half human. One evening, a few locals saw a man across the river in the trees, walking slowly with a lantern. Not wandering, not panicked, just moving like he had a purpose. But the weird part is, nobody could place him. Nobody recognized him. And it wasn't the kind of place you'd casually stroll at dusk unless you really knew the terrain. He didn't look toward the village, didn't react to being watched, just kept going until the lantern glow swallowed itself deeper into the forest. Some people whispered it might have been one of the poor souls wearing a human shape for a moment, or something older than that, something that didn't need a name. And then there was this boy. People called him Nico, who had a reputation for noticing things other people didn't. The kind of kid who'd suddenly stare into an empty corner of a room and go quiet. Nico once described seeing a small, childlike figure with something wrapped around its head, like paper, like a strange hood. It came into the house, grabbed at his toys and a few pieces of clothing, and ran back out toward the woods. His family was shaken enough that they spoke to a woman known locally for helping with these things, someone who didn't treat it like a joke. She came over, led them in prayer, and after that, Nico never saw the figure again. But the most unsettling thing he ever said happened after his grandfather died in a sudden flood. His grandfather, Jonas, was swept away when his car was caught by rising water. It was fast, brutal, and the kind of death that leaves a family feeling like the world is unsafe. Afterward, every time Nico's family planned to visit his grandmother, Nico refused. Not with tantrums, just flat certainty. "I don't want to go," he kept saying. "There's a nasty man sitting on the couch." Everyone assumed he meant a visitor, or maybe he'd misunderstood something. But there was no visitor. And eventually the adults started looking at each other like, "Oh." Because Nico didn't describe a stranger, he described Jonas. Like Jonas was still there, still soaking wet in some invisible way, still sitting in the place he used to sit, except now he felt wrong, heavy, decayed in spirit. Not evil, just not at peace. No one else saw him. Only the kid. And woven through all of this is the story of a priest who lived in that region years ago. People said he took the poor souls seriously. He prayed for them by name, claimed he could quiet the lights through prayer, like he was helping them find their way. There's supposedly even a book about him, something locals mention the way you mention a storm you remember, with respect, not spectacle. And because of all the fear, and honestly, because of all the grief in these stories, a special day was established in the area to pray for the poor souls. And locals say that after that, things became calmer, fewer sightings, less heaviness in the valleys at night. But even now, the old rule remains. If you ever see the lights, you don't call out. You don't chase them. You don't try to prove anything. You pray, for them and for yourself. Because they aren't like the classic will-o'-the-wisp stories that feel mischievous or trickster-like. These lights feel older, quieter, almost sad. And once you've heard these stories, you start to understand why people don't talk about them like a fun legend. They talk about them like a warning and like a kindness. Just let them be seen, let them be prayed for, and keep walking home.